Most used joke right now is we all start speaking in a random ass accent. I think the accent of the week is Italian. It's been interesting. So we'll be, talking about serious strategy and just an Italian accent.
So we've been saying Kappa Pringle, and like, I don't even know what the this word means, dog. I still to this day don't know what it actually means. Like, it's not like I've like talked to Travis and like we've been like, oh, this is what it means. I just saw him say it once or twice. We like threw around, and it's like, I don't know, it's like a word that's used in like, if this is very absurd, very wrong, it's just like, yeah, nice round, guys, Kappa Pringle. Like, you know what I mean? Like, like definitely like a goblin word. It's a goblin tier word, but like, sometimes those words could really like do good work, They can really do great work.
Oh, the most used current meme or like current joke is that we all call each other pigs. Yeah, we like all call each other pigs. We tell each other to wink and stuff. It's fun.
Probably just like the joke that no one has a job. Everybody on our team. We're trying. Hopefully we get signed soon.
I mean, for some reason, it is the Costco kid big boom meme. Boom! Boom! Because we play Teo, we call them the big booms whenever, like the grenades, like the nukes. So we'll call them big booms. I don't know why, like they always joke about that type of stuff, but it is the Costco kid, the big AJ, double chocolate cookie guy, whatever the hell.
So lately we've been, there's a song by Future, I forget which song. It just sounds like he's mumble rapping, but it sounds like he's just doing, like the whole time.
Do you have the slightest idea how little that narrows it down?
Anyway, now we just do this little like sound after like we get a kill or when someone dies or something like that. It's just like a little like sound thing we do for fun, and it always makes me laugh every time I hear it.
It comes from Guiman again, where he says he's like rage peaking or like rage doing anything. I don't know why he says it, but it's like him and Sub Rosa are addicted to saying like they're rage doing anything. He's rage peaking. He's rage doing anything. Like it's just the most used meme that I hear in our calls. That someone does a mistake, he's rage doing it.
If people know, they know. Like the flight emote when he sticks out his tongue and shakes his head. I'm not gonna do that right now, but that's the emote we use the most. We kind of use that for everything. So.
Just becoming happier again, and like just like wanting to do this out of like passion and like having fun rather than like some misplaced sense of like, if I'm not on the stage, then like is this like worth it as much, right? Like, is putting in all these hours worth it as much? But to get to that point, like I need to continue grinding and staying accountable, staying positive, staying happy, enjoying the process, and then if it's meant to happen, it'll happen.
No one is gonna do the work for us. No one is gonna come save us or help us get across the finish line. It's all about us, the time we put in, the quality of our work, how serious we take it. We can be as good or as bad as we choose to be. It's not up to anybody else.
We don't have the luxury of having the experience like they do, right? We're all super young players, and it's something that we just have to learn to accept and just take it as in our identity.
Ignoring the public criticism, or just believing in yourself and betting on yourself the whole way through.
This year, I just want to kind of write my own story. Something that I wasn't really able to feel like I could do last year was like kind of be exactly who I want to be and be the team that I exactly wanted to be. I was always trying to like fit into a mold. I'm really hoping that I do a good enough job for my teammates that I'm able to make them feel comfortable and make them like actually feel included in this whole process.
Play my own game. In these matches, people get kind of nervous, so playing careless, playing to your strength is always good.
Go fast alone or go far together, because at the end of the day, like we can all, like everyone on our team can shoot, everyone can use their mic, but if we aren't playing together, we aren't going to win.
Don't stop grinding, but also be productive with the time that you have. I mean, it's very short, to play in VALORANT Esports. Make the most of it and make sure that, you just have fun. If you're not having fun, why are we even here?
I feel like my team's motto recently is, I just have to peak. And so I feel like if we carry that on for the rest of the year, we'll be owning. I feel like we just need to peak more and be more alpha. And I feel like that's what we need to think about.
I took on like a new role, and I need to be like okay with failing sometimes. I like hold myself way too hard sometimes. And yeah, I need to be okay with sometimes losing.
Well, the only one on the the team that I 1v1 was Derek, because he like kept shit talking me on like opping. I fucking cooked his ass, dude. I did not want to hear it from him. Probably Derek, yeah, probably Derek. He's done it once with me. I think he's done it with other people on the team as well. Like, I think like that's just like his thing, bro. He just likes it.
Alvin, if we lose a round and then the next round we're on like eco or something, he's like, well, I'm gonna go swing wide with my deagle. Just take a 1. And sometimes he's good for 3. So yeah, that's how he plays. Like he's on Kovacs.
Oh my god, it redux instantly. As soon as he loses something, he's instantly asking to 1v1. Yeah, I can't beat him, so there's nothing I can do about it.
Probably Paint. He's the guy who's always in the range. He's always like, you know, looking for the 1v1 fights. I gotta say it's him.
I'd say Snarly. This guy always wants to fight, man. He's always looking for a fight, or maybe even Timo, being like a duelist player. But I think I'll stick with my first answer, Snarly. He's always looking for a fight. He's like, yo, give him my 1. I'm gonna go peek this. I'm gonna go peek that. I give it to Snarly. He's got some good confidence.
Definitely Alum. His personality is very silly. So he seems to be the one who's gonna call somebody out, you know, and like, yo, just 1v1 me, bro. I see him doing it. I can see him doing it.
Probably Recoil. He's definitely our best aimer by far, and he understands how to take like isolate ones perfectly. And I feel like in a 1v1, he's probably ripping someone's head off. To be honest,
I'd say it'd probably be moves. He'd probably want to square up with me or something if I made a bad call or something.
I think Penny. He's ultra confident. You know, I think he could take down anybody. So he's like, if you're gonna lose somebody, you'd be like, nah, that was an accident. Well, let me get the 1v1.
All right.
Shit, I think I'm gonna have to give that one to myself, man. I like little organic moments like that to get hyped up and to get loud. I think somebody who surprised me a little bit is probably Scuba as well. Scuba's a little quieter, but when something crazy happens, he's right there in your ear, screaming and yelling. So me and Scoob.
Yeah, I used to say myself, but I think it's gotta be like probably Pancakes or Paint. One of those two would pop off the most. I think me, Brock, and Spaz are usually more low-key now, especially after winning a clutch. I mean, I'll look to my left, I'll see those guys like win a clutch and they'll just be stone cold. So I'll probably say Pancakes or Paint on that one.
Probably Logan, to be honest. Logan's like he's like our hype man. In matches, he gets pretty hype after like a clutch, like a big round. So I definitely say Logan. Darkness gets pretty loud too. The other guys are just like, they're so like focused on the match. They don't really like scream or like do anything like crazy like that.
I don't know. I feel like everyone's kind of the equal, but if I had to pick one, probably Huen, my IGL. Yeah, he seems to be like, he just has tons of energy at all times. I don't know how. IGL for the reason, you know? So
probably between me and Steven. If you look at like the extreme outliers, like I think Steven just randomly, and it'll be like over nothing sometimes. Like we will like win like a 1v2 where he like shoots a guy that's 1 HP and he's like, I'm him, and like it is wonderful. Like I love it so much, bro.
I feel like we're pretty nonchalant, but I feel like Mel reacts to everybody else's stuff way more than her own. Like someone will clutch and they'll be completely silent and Mel will just be screaming into her mic like super hype. So I guess Mel.
Easily Guimon. Easily him. If you've seen Recoil's Twitter post of his clutch, the guy yelling his brains out. Our star smokes player Guimon. I swear it's him. Best reactions of all time.
I don't know. Honestly, my teammates are pretty ice cold. Like, it has to be Jakey, but it's not because he's over the top. It's because everybody else is just like, no emotion in the clutch. So I would say Jakey.
Getting my blood moving has always been like a big like match ritual, like whether it was like going to the gym or going on a run or even if it's just a walk, like getting like the feeling of movement going on in my body was huge.
I usually spend a couple minutes playing World of Warcraft. I don't really know what it is, but I just like to kind of like roam around and just like take it easy.
Well, I always still wake up and listen to music. That's like my go-to. Wake up, listen to some nice music, get a small breakfast bite. This bagel place I found is unreal, so we're gonna probably cop another one of those bagels, you know, and then we'll be set to go. We'll be ready to go.
Orange juice. Orange juice is like, it's actually just aimbot. You drink orange juice, you have like a sugar rush.
I always shower. I don't know. I like feeling clean, and I definitely eat something.
What I like to do is I like to get on Type Racer, and I'll say what I see out loud as I type it, as like a little vocal
warm up.
So I'll do a vocal warm up. It's also warming up my fingers.
Like, I'm not much of an aimer, but I like to like just warm up with like some scenarios, play some. I like going in the range, drinking water, maybe getting like a coffee.
I mean, it's kind of cliche, but I think just hanging out with my teammates and getting like, not even just like one stream or anything, but just talking to them, just like outside the game, just like enjoying the company of my teammates and stuff like that, just kind of gets you in the zone, gets you happy to play with people.
I don't have a specific routine. I do, of course, try to get like a good amount of sleep, and then like right before the match, do like some death matches. I wake up seldomly early, around 10 or 11. I take a walk just to like, you know, disassociate from the game for that like 30 minutes while I take that walk, you know, just not worry about anything.
Well, pretty much every morning I eat a bagel, but I feel like that probably has no impact on my performance. If anything, it's probably making me worse.
The way we look right now is beautiful. I think that's how we should be looking.
Corners, he will force one and infiltrated the swing back from the steps. It all worked perfectly for Win.
Honestly, I think the competition this year has been pretty weak compared to other years.
On the spike, but nerve. Great shots on the BCJ as he runs away. Perfect read, and now it's pancakes to just enter.
We're one of those teams that likes to do crazy all the time, but we're gonna have some crazy plays this year.
We are really trying to dominate this season when it comes to the end of it. Our way, the core way.
The defuse is halfway, and TSM know they have to fight through this. This spike's gonna be touched. We did. Thanks for the timing.
I'm excited to transition to a new role. Mechanically, I feel like this team is probably one of the better teams in NA.
Can confidently say that we think we're the best team in Challengers, and we're trying to prove that in this Split 1 playoffs.
You know what? I'm good with it. I'm getting old, boy. Spray popping it down. They pick me up here with the overheal redux with the ace.
Teams are getting overconfident. I think people don't understand that at the end of the day, what's going to matter is when we get to playoffs and when we actually play the elimination game, and we're going to win it all, that's for sure.
Doesn't really need to do much work though now that that's toxic. Corona doing a good job holding it down on site. Zelness is reinvaded with that operator. He is looking good as ever. You don't need to do that, dude. You have 4 players on your team.
We think most of the teams are horrible, so we're just gonna dominate and just win everything.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 4 of the VALORANT Challengers North America playoffs. It's been 3 great days of VALORANT action, and excited to hop into another one. Sierra, Dan, and Ash here. Ash, this whole week has just been ups and downs. The last day until next week for us. I can't wait to get started.
Yeah, I think it's been a really exciting kickoff to playoffs so far. And yesterday was, one of our shortest days of broadcast.
Yeah.
But I think today is going to be the complete opposite. I'm expecting it to be a long haul.
Yesterday was eliminations that we were talking about, but today, Dan, in hopes of us getting that long day, all a 3-game series, we are going to have 2 upper finalists by the end of today. I think this is super, super exciting. Of course, we do have our double elimination bracket, so teams that lose here aren't out, but the less games to make it to the finals, the better, right?
Yeah, we always talked about how big of a deal it is for teams to make it through the upper bracket. That is one of the things that gives you the most advantages when it comes to a tournament like this when you're playing days back to back. And yeah, the teams are going to have a few days off, but in general, you just want to have as much time to prep for those finals as possible. So I like what we're seeing right now in the upper bracket. This is what we're going to be headed today is M80 and Shopify Rebellion, then Winthrop and Q-Bird Academy. Some of the teams, I want to say half of those teams are the teams that I expected to win the first match. The other 2 teams I did not expect to be here, but hey, I'm okay with it. I'm happy to see new teams coming up.
You can just say Winthrop University, Dan. You don't have to sugarcoat or beat around it. It's
Okay,
exciting. I'm kidding. It's exciting, though, the fact that we're getting into a playoffs after 5 weeks of Swiss stage, and there's still this room for these upsets. There's still these rooms, like, I'll say it, I didn't expect things to be shaking up how they were, but I'm still excited nonetheless to see all the growth from all of these teams. And also a reminder, too, if you're like, what's on the line for playoffs? Of course, a lot of money and Ascension points. Of course, you want to get qualified for Ascension at the end of the year for that opportunity to try and find yourself into VCT America. So a lot of line for the teams. Let's start getting into today. Shopify Rebellion Black going up against M80. 2 of the teams that going into the split, there was a lot of talk about. Of course, there's these big organizations behind them. Even if the players on the team are a very different look than if you are watching in the past. The Shopify Rebellion Black roster, Dan, let's talk about them first. This is a team that's been scaling and hitting the playoffs. They're looking stronger than ever.
Yeah, they have been looking pretty good, and these are honestly the expectations that we had of this team. It's kind of a mix of players that we've heard of in challenges before from last year to a kind of new mix. I feel like Paint has always been around. We saw him playing the VCT America stage when Furia needed somebody to fill for them. But now it's a Paint that we're getting to know in a different way, a Paint that is constantly playing for this team, sometimes being able to save those rounds, initiate those rounds, and obviously you come with the experience of BCJ, who now and today is going against his previous team, so it's gonna be a good rematch.
Yeah, I think that's super exciting. And then also, we've got to really give that nod over to Monsi. The fact that, he comes in so late over from originally being on Trusted and Plug to stepping into the IGL role for Shopify Rebellion Black, something that he has a lot of experience with. And that experience really has, I think, shown through with how well he's been melding into the system that SRB already had set in place by their very strong coaching staff beforehand. And it feels like we've seen almost like a new identity coming out from SRB, and it seems like they've only just started to hit their stride, which is crazy with how good they look fundamentally. I'm looking forward to seeing them continue to level up.
This is the vision that was set out for the team from the beginning, I imagine, and it's really exciting to see everything come together, especially with this mix of talent we've gotten to see a lot of and talked about in Challengers before, in comparison to some who are here but maybe not talked about quite as much. And one of those people to talk about that was highlighted was Paint. Paint we've gotten to see before, though, on the teams, like, not necessarily on the most winningest of teams, despite being a really, really talented player. So being able to get the call up, being able to be supported by this really strong squad, Dan, is awesome. And I think that there's a really good team environment for everyone here to be able to show us what they've got.
Yeah, I think Paint is really good, and he has proven to be really good for this team as well. But I think what makes this team so interesting is that you're not talking about a duelist that is just completely, being the only one fragging out, being the one that's the difference maker. And I feel like we do have that for a lot of the teams. This is a team that's much more complemented, that you see Paint having his moments, but it does seem like it's more of a team effort. And it's a much more passive playstyle compared to other duelists that we have right here.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you on that. I think what Paint does really well is just that general space creation, and especially when we do have those opportunities to see him on that neon as well, just catching a lot of these teams off guard with those timings and then opening up those chances for actually the rest of that squad to pop off because he's causing all of that chaos. And what this team is doing really well, you're talking about how they complement each other, is a lot of that spacing, the trading that's going through and just taking advantage of that chaos that he's able to create.
Someone else that wanted to talk about here was highlighted was BCJ going up against his old org. Of course, everyone else on the team has departed, found, greener grasses elsewhere. But BCJ, this is big redemption arc. When we saw him on this M80 squad, it was an M80 that was favored to go all the way, Dan, was favored to win Ascension, falling just short. But now on this roster that's looking stronger than ever, I'm excited for what BCJ can do. And he brings so much to this team.
He really does. And I gotta be honest, today's prediction was a little tough for me. I was like, which one do I go? M80 or Shopify Rebellion? And I remember last time that I made a prediction against BCJ, he went to message me to let me know that I was wrong. That I made a prediction against him. And I'm like, okay, fine. I'm gonna be on your side this time around. BCJ, you are a very good player. And it's something that we've seen constantly. Like you were saying, a player that went all the way to Ascension, that almost made it into VCT Americas this year. I mean, that was the expectation that he had. So a little bit of a reset coming through. But once you have to play your previous team, and I mean, you already won against them this year, you're pretty confident that the rematch once again is going to go your way.
No, for sure. I think BCJ is also someone who's been getting a lot of undue flack from the community at times as well. And I think that there's a lot of impact that he has for this squad, especially within the last few matches, that is going unrecognized in a way because, there are a lot of people we can hype up on this team. And sometimes his efforts go a little unnoticed in the sense that, honestly, he's up there when it comes to a lot of those first engagements alongside Paint. And it's not necessarily even BCJ taking these risks on that supportive initiator role. It's more so that the utility combinations that he has with Bonsi can be so deadly, especially when he's playing that Tejo. His ability to clear out a lot of space for this team and even securing the first blood just due to those salvos as well has had so much impact for this squad.
I'm just like Dan's cat. I hear people talking about BCJ, and I gotta come along and see what's up. Okay.
She was like, you know what I want to do? I want to lay down on your lap right now. How do you feel? It's not like I'm working or anything. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
All right. It's so cute. Okay, I'm derailing. Let me focus back in. BCJ up against M80, a rematch up against this squad. I love the call out of BCJ messaging you we're not going to lose to them and everything else. But there was a reason why a lot of people predicted M80's way. Talking about this roster and everything else, this is such a strong squad. It was a squad that I love the story between the two teams because when we're looking at shifts for the team, this is one that also did because of Sato arriving so late because of visa stuff. And you have Okeano, such a strong duelist, and that's now in the flex role. You have the shuffling around. You as a new duelist here, Ash, but I think the peak for this team, I think peak for both of these teams is really, really high. I think M80, it's just been a little bit more of that getting everybody on that same page. And I think when everything 100% clicks, it should be really, really nice.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be, some growing pains with the sense that I think I looked towards Okeanos and he had no drop off when it came down to his performance with that role swap. But with Sato obviously kind of settling in after, all of the visa situation that was going on and whatnot, and actually being able to get that scrim time in as full squad as well, it's going to take a little bit of time to find that ability to gel. And, you're obviously going to also have some of those nerves if you're him stepping into this squad where they had a strong start at the beginning of the split. Then the expectations are for you to continue to be able to level up this team. And we're slowly seeing him warm up into those expectations as well, those pop-off moments that we expect to see coming out from him. And for the likes of M80, I think that you've got to give them the recognition of this is also the first team to take down Rankers/Envy, the team that had been undefeated, the one that everyone had been afraid of, and knock them down to that lower bracket.
Especially, too, with this reshuffling, we're talking about Sato getting warmed up into the team. I don't even think Sato's been playing bad, when we're seeing them try out these compositions, these double duelists, and being able to have Oki back on a duelist. I think there's a lot of things that are looking really, really good. Caillou had called out an interview a couple weeks back, I believe, after that Envy win, that this team was only at a 60%. So I think, Dan, with how impressive they've looked, with them not being near the Final Four, that I'm just only expecting more and more.
And I hear this 60%, and it just makes sense to me. This is, as you guys were saying, a Sado that has been good because we saw him in Ascension. We saw him in Challengers Brazil last year, and he was individually just top 3 players that we had in Brazil. Now in North America, it does seem like he's going through an adjustment process of getting more comfortable with the team, and it feels like it can be at any point where this guy just starts fragging out and nobody can stop him. Yeah, like we see right now, stats are pretty normal, nothing out of the ordinary, nothing too terrible, but it seems like everybody just has their eyes on Sado and what he's going to be able to do for M80 today and in the rest of playoffs.
It's a lot of weight to bear on your shoulders as a young player coming in and stepping up for a banner like M80 that has been just so dominant within VCL NA over the past couple of years. And despite those stats as well, he's still doing his job as a duelist as far as being able to create that space for the team, following up on the utility that his squad is throwing out for him as well. So we can't take anything away from him in that regard. We do get the opportunity to see some flashy plays as well, but as he gets more comfortable, I'm sure that we'll see that face that we saw of him from last year's Ascension going forward.
In a tale of two duelists, we had talked about Paint and what he provides to the team, and then Sado. Well, we're all in the Sado absolutely just popping off, dropping 40 in a map waiting room. Looking at those two head-to-head, Dan, I'm really intrigued with this because Paint has been somebody that's been consistently going toe-to-toe with these duelists that we've spoken so highly of, even in the last match they played. So I'm even more excited to get into this.
This should be a good matchup for both of these duelists, for Paint and from Sado, 2 players that sometimes it's a little bit more relying on everybody else. Yeah, they're creating the space, but everybody else is able to frag out. It's not just them individually and nothing else. So for this one, it should be a good opportunity for these 2 players in specific to show off, to pop off, see what, and like prove what they have for these playoffs, because you cannot just have an okay performance. I think we're expecting great things for both of these players. I already mentioned it, Paint in a way that we didn't expect at all. He played in the VCT America stage for MIBR last year, that one match, and that's, it seems like, when everybody got to know him a lot more. And for Sado, everybody was talking about him in Ascension, so they've been on those international stages in different ways, and now they're trying to prove themselves for their teams and for the run in playoffs here.
What's nice about this face-off in particular is it's not one where we have to speculate a lot. We actually got to see these 2 face off in round 6 of our Swiss stage. And this is one where going into it, there is a lot of expectations of us from M80 going up against the Shopify Rebellion Black, where there was all this potential, but Ash, there was this transition, they're switching the IGL and everything else. And despite all of that, and despite going up against a team we praise so much, they cleaned the series up 2-0. So now there's no way they can be considered the underdogs in this one.
No, definitely not. And it was kind of crazy to look, I think, at the most recent results from both of these squads and how, I guess, the initial split started for them as well. And to have it have been a very momentum-heavy game, I think, when it came down to this best of 3 that you're talking about here, that we get to see on our screens, because the scoreline doesn't tell necessarily the full story. I think for both these squads, the initial first half was very, very close, but what Shopify Rebellion did really well was closing it out in that second half, finding that momentum and being able to just kind of steal that back and carry that forward. It was definitely a very, I think, emotional game in that sense for both these teams, with so much weight on their shoulders.
I'm excited to see, that wasn't too long ago, but with these teams having gone through these changes and getting better every week, how this series changes up for today. So this, I think, is going to be really, really cool. But talking about then the map picks and bans, we only got to see 2 maps from these 2 last time. And I'm curious how much this differs then going into today's series. Obviously for M80, it didn't turn out too well. They had picked Fracture actually first and losing there. So Dan, it's going to be Shopify Rebellion Black to pick that up first in the series.
Yeah, and you see those map pool, and it just looks so good for Shopify Rebellion Black. I mean, you look at, we just looked at that Fracture that they played against each other a few weeks ago. But look at the last Fracture that they played against Blue Otter. It was a 13-3. They absolutely dominated. And this is one of those maps where Ash was mentioning is where we're going to be seeing Paint on the Neon, most likely BCJ on the Tejo. Another play that deserves to be talked about on this Tejo, and some of the best that we have right now in Challengers on the use of utility. And that's something that BCJ has always has been great at doing in the initiator role, but I think we're seeing it now much more on the Tejo. And then we go into a split where they're starting on the defensive side. I potentially see this actually going 2-0.
Yeah, while you're talking, I'm going through, I'm double checking, triple checking, quadruple checking, because this just seems so favored for Shopify Rebellion Black. I mean, for the Fracture, it was a map where there was a good lead for M80, and then all of a sudden Shopify Rebellion Black 5 in a row to close out the map. So maybe they feel okay with floating that through and letting Shopify Rebellion Black pick it into them, but I don't know. I look at this and I'm getting a little worried here, Ash.
Yeah, I think it does definitely get a little bit scary. I feel like, especially with Shopify Rebellion Black, they're such a team where even when they're down, they're able to mentally make this comeback, something that we kind of heard a bit about from Paint during yesterday's interview as well. Just their ability to kind of reset their mental in that sense. And looking at the compositions that we have here too, I think we're going to have to really keep an eye on how Paint is going to try and deal with the Vice that we expect to come out from M80.
And that's a point that I wanted to make. I remember just in kickoff for Americas, we saw 100 Thieves running this Neon composition with the Asuna, and it was actually really good because you're playing such a fast tempo, and as long as you get the timings, which I mean, all of the teams here, they understand how the device is going to work out. They understand how they need to play around this wall and avoid it from isolating one of the players. So as long as they're aware of this, which I'm sure Paint is, it should be very interesting. A very fast-paced game with a Neon and a Vice that is maybe not getting as much value as you would want to from this Sentinel.
I'm just looking at Sato on this raise and I'm like, please, Sato, let today be the day we get to see you drop 30 on the server, especially when going up against Paint on the other end. I love the differences with these teams, especially when you're looking at that Sentinel with Pancakes going to this Cypher instead, Ash, and then Paint, of course, on this Neon. But Paint has been someone that, I mean, we've talked about so much in this free show already, and for good reason, and was someone who really stepped up last time these two played as well.
Oh, for sure. I think that you looked at this composition, you think, okay, we're going to wonder how they end up dealing with that Vice, like Dryad was talking about. But again, the fundamentals have been so strong from what they showed in their matchup up against Blue Water and their match even against M80 last time around as well, and how they're able to ensure that that spacing is going to be unlocked. Their timings are going to be good, and they're good at throwing off timings as well with that Neon pick. My eyes do go over towards the Cypher, though, for Pancakes, I think, for Shopify Rebellion Black, because I feel like on the counter end of things, the Raze pick for Sato is really good with dealing with those Cypher trips. As long as that nade is able to guarantee that they can take those down, when they are looking for that eventual site hit, or even earlier on, depending on the tempo that they're approaching the round with, I think there's really great opportunities for both these teams to counter the Sentinels on each squad, which is a really big part, I think, of Fracture. When you look at how you're trying to set up certain trap plays, or even when you're playing that push and pull on defense and fighting for those extremities and trying to force the other team into that Sentinel setup.
All right, so we've talked about the composition. We've talked about the first map in the series and the history between these two teams. Time to see now where our predictions lied for all of this. I'm not going to lie, like, this was a difficult one to pick, and I felt pretty good about it until I saw the map veto, and now I don't know, but you guys were knowers. You already knew this veto, how it was going to go down. Both of you on the Shopify Rebellion Black trade. I mean, fairly so.
I told you, I was like, which one am I going with? And then I remember VCJ messaging me like, you see, I was right, you were wrong. And I'm like, I don't want that to happen ever again. I'm going with Shopify Rebellion. It's sometimes is that simple.
Hey, that's valid. That's valid. I think that it was like a really hard pick between these two. I think that anyone would say the same thing. There's a lot of expectations on both these teams, but I was really, really impressed with the fundamentals that Shopify Rebellion were able to show, their ability to take those moments to take a breather when everything is getting chaotic, where sometimes you see other teams get kind of caught up in the fray, a little bit lost in that chaos. And I think that that is something that this Shopify Rebellion squad is really good at, kind of just resetting when the time is right.
I know Shopify Rebellion Black won the last matchup for these two teams, but there's a reason last time all of us picked M80, and I don't want to fall into the recency bias. I think that M80, once everything clicks and we get to see that 100%, this could be really, really close. But regardless, a great series ahead, and Agent Select is ready. We had outlined the agents for both of these teams. I definitely think on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black, we aren't seeing a change. If anything, maybe on M80, but I don't even know that. But going into it, from the get-go, Ash, it kind of seems like everything's all good over here. No changes. We're running it back.
Yeah, no changes. I think that this late in the stage in an important matchup, maybe not looking to even take the risk of making such an adjustment, and instead focusing in on the fundamentals. And I know we keep talking about the fundamentals, but that really is the foundation of your entire approach to these games within Valorant, right? That's how you're going to be able to, I think, be the most flexible, as well as when your communication's on point, when your spacing's on point, when you just have that general team synergy.
And you got to pay attention to what M80 is going to do around this Neon, how much a delay is going to work out. You have a Tejo from the side of Okeanos, you have Rio on the breach as well with some delay, and of course that Vice. There are great counters for this Neon, so it's more the preparation that Pain has and Shopify Rebellion Black had to make sure that the tempo is going to work in their favor.
A rematch between Shopify Rebellion Black and M80, this time in the upper semis, to see who is going to be the first finalist here in the playoffs. It's time to get into Fracture and time to head over to your casters, Vansilli and Tenric, to take you through.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Well, you got a new key player adjusting to their very pivotal role in their new world. You got crowds chanting your names for Ascension, unwavering spirit, unlimited potential. Vans, these teams, at this point, they really couldn't be more similar, and yet only one can make it to that winner's finals.
Agreed, but thankfully this is upper bracket, right? So whoever loses this series still has a chance to fight back to make it back into the playoffs, and then maybe we'll see a grand finals rematch. But before we even get into that, I'm afraid actually of my pick after all for M80. The amount of times that I voted for M80 and then they won, and then Psycho's calling me out, I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go for M80 today. But then you look at the vetoes, they lost against Shopify Rebellion on this map. They let it float. SRB picks it up. Split is not a good map for M80 at all. They've gone 6-13 in the last 2 matches. And now I don't know what's going to happen in the third map because it's also a strong map for SRB. But we'll get there when we get there. We'll cross that bridge when we cross that bridge, as SRB are looking to go aggro here towards the A main. Maybe trying to find a timing when the Slack comes out and first blood is scored by Shopify.
Paint's going to run back out on that. Yeah, M80, they need to make some noise, otherwise this map pool is quickly going to become the most interesting part of what M80's done so far this game. Still nothing breaching that smoke, and so they'll head back over to B-Set, where Pancakes is crept a little too far for comfort. Okeanos swiftly deals with him, and M80 should have a free B-Site from here.
That's unfortunately our first big mistake here coming out from SRB. You've leaned so heavily on this A side, and you're pushing your weak side. He dies instantly, and it gives so much space now for M80 to play the post plan.
Out of charges.
Which they're gonna step in front of. Spaz only good for 1, and on top of that blind, it's a total collapse of the stack. Paint's already on site, but you don't have to multitask too much right now if you're M80. You just have to come out as a crowd, and they're not allowed to do that with Monsi holding the front line of the crowd, coming back. Sato on a crumb of health, and he's suddenly the only one left. Paint feels so safe on this smoke. Now outside of the incendiary, and with the help of Monsi, he will get the defuse all the way. Shopify Rebellion Black make their way back.
We are going to have some good Valorant today if this is going to be the piss around that we witnessed. Great aggression coming out from the defensive side first. Great capitalization on mistakes coming out from M80 right after. The push towards the spawn, the read where there's the weak side on the rotate was nice for them to capitalize on. But the instant reaction again from Monsi, the latest IGL coming in for Shopify, calling for that smoke to get dropped, avoiding here off the tap, the util that comes through from M80 on the post plan and gets a flash out to allow the double swing to get the kill here onto M80 trying to swing back from Canteen. This is going to be so clean, and we've seen this performance already from Shopify Rebellion in their last game when they looked pristine on this map. So M80 also cannot falter to any mistakes if they want to make sure they win this first map against SRB.
Yeah, Shopify's reaction time has looked clean, and on this map in particular, they are on fire. They want to continue the hot streak.
On my wire.
Pain will get that first blood yet again, this time with Outlaw in hand. M80 have to try and bamboozle off the smokes, and they get away with a few. Now they're on the site too. Kayu's made a hell of a lot of space. B-Dog almost getting the kill onto Spaz as well, but it is just down to this breach. Spaz very low though. BCJ having to come back around through the steps. Kayu could actually head back to A side if he wants to, but too much homework to do, and now BCJ's made the full wraparound. Too much collateral in your way, and Shopify, they'll escape with round 2.
At first, I was going to say a plat is going to be good for M80, but then suddenly it was very doable for the side of M80. As you saw the last, or one of the last 2 players remaining, I think that was Spaz, that was low on HP. You had a weapon in the hands here of Caillou walking around the map. But then unfortunately, instead of going into that A site with a minute left, he was trying to push towards that spawn, not knowingly that you had that push, that flank coming in from BCJ up down towards the south side. But at least in the last 2 rounds, you've noticed that Shopify have been very aggressive in these lurks and in these flanks, and very quick. So M80 now are focusing on that. If you're looking at their save over here, because it did force in that previous round. Well, that's not gonna work. I was gonna say, they're gonna look out for those pushes, but then you got Paint that's been pristine as well in the last few matches, and he's gonna score a 3K in this round.
You can't counter strat that good. Paint's gonna be able to very easily deal with that, and M80 have to go for the full-blown reset after, like you said, going for that force in round 2. So, I mean, you see that M80 continues wanting to press the matter. They're going to try getting in your faces. It's just Shopify Rebellion Black. They're starting to bob and weave a lot faster than M80 are expecting to walk into.
Yeah, agreed. But that's the thing, though. If we focus on what they were doing on the north side, at least in their ego, are now going into the further gun rounds, I think there's going to be a big responsibility on their Vise, on Bao, to really start paying attention to those crunches and those flanks that are coming through. So this 4-1 split to keep things off. It has been weak a lot on the arcade side. At least to start off for SRB, they didn't feel like they needed to really fight for that pressure yet, because their retake's been quite good. So they're going to let that up and let the orb get picked up here, where we're just walking around the map. I think they are definitely trying to get Caillou's ultimate so they could really plow into this B site and at least get that first round.
And they have the time to do it, and with Val continuing to watch on top of his sheer, they have the safety too. So they will grab this orb. They'll set up the Rolling Thunder. Shopify Rebellion should probably disperse expecting this, but Pancakes is actually going to hold this down, preparing for Sada to peek it, who will get the majority of the damage. Salvo to respond, and BCJ swings on top of it, wins that opening duel with the Rays, and M80 demotivated. They'll walk back.
The idea was good, though, right? They tried to play the contact up and leverage Sato so good in those duels to get the openers, and then combined with Util on top. But we'll hold that thought. There's another pinch coming in towards the main side. Beautiful by SRB.
Wow, yeah, Paint doesn't really care what he's holding on to. Okeanos isn't holding on to anything at that point. Sweeping clear yet again of the lane, and M80 are continuing to bang on this front door without much headway.
I mean, everything is looking still very good for SRB on this map of Fracture. We went from fundamentals on that double swing when M80 was trying to play the contact up into the B site, into beautiful trap plays, forced them back into the A lane as they shut down the B site, and then you have this fault line Neon coming out and with the overdrive just own 2 players of M80, and these are continuous free upgrades coming through. Well, I mean, look at their money. They have 2 of them already maxed out at 9,000 credits, and already you're calling out the timeout. So now, I mean, you got to give some praise as to how SRB were able to turn things around if you're looking at this game. And since the loss of Brock, I mean, they had such big shoes to fill with Brock going to Energy, but Sean's GMing really allowed SR to scout and pick up an amazing shot caller in Monty so far, who can not only frag, but also alleviate the pressure of BCJ, stepping away from the IGL role, and then BCJ's also able to pull up individual performances, like at least increases into that. And finally, you're looking at the coaching from Eric, right? It's been tightened up. Their fundamentals are great. And now it's just kudos to both the combination of the coach GM of Eric and Sean, who are able to fill that hole left by Brock. And now I could feel that Shopify could definitely go deep in these playoffs.
The Shopify Rebellion engine has a knack for finding these self-reliant pros who still have the discipline and lack of ego to be able to play with a team. And it continues to show in the development of Monsi and how he's adapted to the rest of the squad. Like you said, everyone can sort of just call for themselves at any given moment. And at that point, it just becomes such a dangerous team to approach when any one of these players can just have that immediate knowledge of the situation and know how to respond to it in their own given manner. It is a lot of moving parts on this defense that M80 are now going to try walking into again, this time primarily from Arcade. A little bit of setup, but SRB are going to primarily play from spawn here and see how much M80 burn away at before the going actually gets tough.
Definitely looks like you want to slow down the tempo a little bit here for M80. They've been, okay, taking control of Arcade and just plowing through, but now they're just waiting for the mid-round once they actually have the second phase of utility to really try to take over this site. And now also identifying these lurks. Beautiful to start things off here for Okeanos. And this is probably that timeout that was being called out now by Cyclone Juice Sparks, just to make sure that they slow it down a bit so they are able to just capitalize on SRB trying to play a little bit more aggressive on their protocol retakes.
Yeah, still finding all of the points here. M80, a lot of spray on the boxes, and it prompts the Rolling Thunder. Spaz still finds the shot on Isato, and he'll just wear the rest of that thin. Salvos to duck back Caillou after he aftershocks, and that'll prompt Spaz to be able to at least get half on this spike as the rest of Shopify attempt to encroach. Salvos placed down. Is this too late? It is! Shopify just get away with it!
The Rolling Thunder was supposed to be saved here into a tap on the spike so they could actually delay even more, but they felt the pressure coming through from SRB. They gave way too much space. I mean, you look at this, I mean, it's understandable from M80 side, right? You have the salvos that are trying to delay Rolling Thunder that's being played towards the Arcade, and then the other two are kind of like forced to play off-site because of that, and then you're just given so much space for SRB to come back in. And now with the way that they've been playing so far in this half, I mean, you're forcing out that util a little bit too early with the Rolling Thunder, but then a little bit too late for the salvos because you're basically scrambling, just trying to stay alive as SRB split through. So this is so nice.
So now you're forced back to play with your Vise even more, which Shopify haven't even really had to focus on fully shutting down a majority of these opening rounds, even though they excelled at that so much against Blue Water. They don't get fault lined out, but Spaz's orbital strike on top of this. It doesn't even matter. And Paint can just get in front of it again. He's got help now. Rest of the stack just coming in to force all of this trading of util, and the shouting match will not end with any kills on the side of M80.
You got to save now. There's no choice. That was so nice coming out there from Shopify at the start. What was it? A fault line with the orbital strike that caught two players off guard.
Yeah.
And
right there.
Dude, that's insane. That's unexpected from the side of M80 for sure. That's why two players got caught through that. But again, that goes back to the question of M80 letting this map go
30
through,
seconds
right?
left.
And then it's gonna make me question what's gonna happen on Split. Because I'm sure there's going to be a different compositional change going into this roster, into this team on that second map, because with the Yoru comp, they haven't had the best results either. But is that going to matter when Shopify Rebellion are just outpacing you from A to Z?
Yeah, this continues to be a full-blown diff in every manner, something truly different than what we saw even in the Swiss. The playbook is running deep, and Shopify will remain stalwart on the defense.
We're here because we're the best.
And talking about just alternative approaches, M80 here on this map, we saw that just now. We saw that sudden slow from that Arcade presence try to manifest into something a little greater, and even still, I mean, Shopify, they're just so easily able to creep back in the crevices and get somebody locked in.
Mm-hmm.
It was Spaz initially there, and immediately that support system just comes in so quickly, and it's difficult to respond to on a map as tiny as this. M80, a second time out now. I understand why you call it.
I mean, look at how every round has gone through here, Tenrik. You tried Arcade pushes, you were shut down on retakes. You tried pushing towards main the previous round, you actually got stun locked right at the very beginning. And in the mid round, trying to go back towards A main, you got picked off. And then in your eco, you're going into dish, and then Pain's greeting you there with the outlaw and dropping 2. So every single read is perfect so far from Monty's side, from the calling of SRB, that you need to burn out these 2 timeouts right away, because you need to find some sort of solution. If not, you're going to be deflated from the already from the get-go, going into the half where nothing seems to be working. So I respect the calls coming out from Drew Spark and from Psycho once again here for M80 side, because again, you just have to try to at least get on the board now. But Shopify so far, I mean, even the last game we've mentioned and we've seen, it's 7-0, 8-0s. They've been having such strong starts in their matches in the playoffs.
Forget about getting the ball rolling. Get anything rolling here if you're M80. Just
kick a rock, anything. Like,
get a square piece in the round hole. Do whatever you got to do. Because Shopify, yeah, they're just fitting themselves into the pieces regardless of who's filling them. And M80, they need to have that same respect towards all of their players, and they just haven't had the space to do that just yet. Smokes for M80 to creep up. It's Okeanos with the backstab and immediate response time outside of the smoke, but M80 has a firing squad to come out of the tower with a little more firepower and a lot of control over this site. There are the kills that you're looking for if you're M80, but there's the preventative play, and Pancakes with the wraparound from the vents grabs a second outside of that approach, and BCJ given a 1v2 after those salvos help to scope out the time. Bow, it's correct. He swings it. Sato, showstopper to confirm. And sure, whatever tools you got to use to get over the line, M80 will for the 1.
We talked about it. Just try to get anything going just to try to get a round in. So 1v1 showstopper, why not? Because you could still cycle a couple of ults still for M80 in the remaining rounds of this half, because they have the Armageddon and the Orbital Strike to go. But the change of pace was actually quite nice for M80 at this point. We talked about how, you know, Arcade was kind of like left alone for a bit to allow M80 to really push through, but they actually exploded a lot in terms of executions to try to get into the site. This time, Okeanos walked close to the spawn, and once they're ready to go, they go for the 3-2-1 swing from heaven and from spawn. Another type of contact play, but at least with trade capabilities rather, from M80 side to really open things up. So that's a nice little start, but they don't expect the up this time, and that's going to be another wrench in the wheels.
Whatever M80 scrapes onto site is what they're going to have to fight with, and they just need to cope with it. Ain't unfettered in front of this smoke for a moment here, but yeah, with that steel guard, he'd like to hold on to that operator for now. Armageddon on top of it to flood them back even farther. The salvos to do it again. And M80 just giving themselves a heap of time on this spike before the fight even commences.
Yeah, but they have their own Armageddon for SRB, so they wasted a lot of util just to push it back for a spawn. There's still so much time left.
First spray down. Just a simple trade. There's an Armageddon down the vent side to try to open up the site. Paint holding down this spike. Orbital strike on the halfway mark. Spray still coming through, but Shopify still on site here. Now you gotta line up in front of the smoke to protect the president, BCJ, who gets the rest of the defuse across, and a majority of the kills, for that matter, fall on SRB side as well that round.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to say. The Armageddon is just too slow to have the players to actually get good value out of it. I guess they were trying to do, I would assume here, a fault line at the same time with Caillou so that it can hopefully catch some players through. But man, when you already threw the steel guard and to push players back, they're already ready for another wave of util and for the push to come potentially towards that spawn because of the space they had to give up. So an easy avoidance on the side of SRB. We mentioned the ults that they had on their side too, and another one of those moments where unfortunately M80 doesn't have enough to delay on that post plan in that visual spot. So yeah, M80 turns it around, and you see the desperate buys continuing. A hero rifle coming out from Bao, but that's hard to do because he's the one forced to watch flanks. So you're still trying to enter the site with only pistols and a stinger, and your best rifle is going to be useless for now.
Yeah, Bao's got to get all this prelim work done on the other end of it and just make up for whatever lost ground Shopify Rebellion is inevitably going to steal along the way. Look at all this spray damage that just got done from SRB playing fully passively, and now comes the full extent as M80 have to creep up and try to grab theirs. Okeanos does, to be fair, and Sato nice pokes out with this Sheriff to grab another.
Smoke's down.
We know how good SRB has been on these retakes. It's going to come down to the flank from Paint. Any over peak, it starts.
Trollops onto site, and there's your easy 2 from here. It should be as easy as pie. Hey, there's your rifle. Let's see what he does with it. Ah, 1. So that's 8 now for Shopify Rebellion Black. The deed is getting signed to Fracture as we speak here, Vance.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I almost want to get back to that story of what we saw in the previous game. It's just like, well, it has to be GG go next at this point. But there's potentially still a lot of Valorant left for M80 once we switch sides. But everything there, I'm not too sure why we hesitated a bit and pushed out towards the arcade and exposed ourselves to Paint's flank. But that was really what sorted it all. When people are going to be now focused on Paint on that flank because of the op, you also allowed here the Brimstone to move through and get the pick in the front of the site. And it was just easy there for Spaz and the rest of SRB again to just crunch back and play a beautiful retake when it looked like it was going to be on the side of M80 with the lower buy. But the scale is going to be very similar, potentially just going down under instead of going towards upper.
Oh, nobody gets inside the steps!
1 enemy remaining.
A crowd crush leads to another easy collapse for Shopify's favor. And it's dead time. It's a makeshift timeout that M80 are going to have to work with this round.
Exactly. That's actually a great call, Tenric, because the second timeout that they pulled out for M80, they had the extra minute that they had to save, talk about things, and then use the coach's opinion in an extra minute on the timeout. But they still didn't result into anything else but that showstopper 1v1 victory that they just got. But you have to praise, once again, the calls and the reads of SRB on that positioning. Again, every single time, the breach is at the right spot. A fault line at the beginning towards the sands that allowed an orbital strike kill. This time, it's a rolling thunder after we tap on the orb. Pancake swings out, and it's an easy 3K coming out. I mean, look at the value he gets. It's not even going back towards the spawn. It's pushing him towards the arcade, where there's an extra push through from Spaz in case Pain gets traded out. It's so good coming out from SRB so far in terms of, again, the playbook. Not only the fundamentals that was brought in by Vapin, but the calling and the strat book so far from this team has been absolutely awesome to watch here on Fracture. I gotta stop glazing because Sean's just gonna follow me.
Oh, I know he already is.
It's impressive. It's impressive.
Well, Caillou's got his own Rolling Thunder up his sleeve, and it'll be used to sense out Pancakes and deal with him pretty quickly. Still a 1-for-1 trade, though, as B-Dog has to deal with a couple vines on his way to this backhand plant. But Shopify's already here to play, and the smokes will already dissipate, so M80's going to get a little active with it, and Monsi instant reaction time. Everybody from Shopify firing on all cylinders here on Fracture. Go figure. First I'm hearing of that.
And pushing out towards the spawn. Yeah, Monsi, again, we were talking about the praise, and yes, I was talking about Monsi being able to frag as an IGL, but that's such a huge upgrade. Again, if you look at what BCJ is able to do now, Monsi's able to get multi-kills as an IGL too, where Brock was a multi-killer and a clutcher, and Monsi could also clutch. So it almost looks like SRB, and not to discredit anything away here from Brock, but they kind of got an upgrade with Monsi joining the roster for Shopify. This is such a different Shopify than the early weeks of the Swiss stage on their side, and yeah, M80's definitely feeling it so far.
And no doubt that Brock will fill a better space, but yeah, the meteoric rise of this roster since Monsi's addition to it needs to be studied. There's too many events surrounding it that are just so suspicious. There's too many people that doubted it.
I mean, even back in his Trust and Plug days, and going and playing the off season, there were the ones also just pulling out like a deadlock buys on Bind, if I'm not mistaken. And not many players and not many teams were really testing buys on Bind before. So again, to have somebody as cerebral and smart as Monsi also allows and brings new ideas to Vapin that he could maximize, you know, a strat book based off the comfort picks and the comfort level of SRB side.
I'm enthralled by Pain sticking around this long and deciding to throw out the overdrive for that push, but sure. Armageddon onto site, and so Monsi
Oh,
is now the one to just
no.
get in front of it. And yeah, I mean, Pain didn't have to get 3 because Monsi's going to get 2 right now.
And then the other one threw the other player. He was trying to go for a Sato and got Caillou caught in the crosshair through the smoke.
Cypher ulting to confirm their position. Now they can hunt down Bao, who still finds Monsi, granted, but no reason for this not to be just dealt with. And B-Dog is just going to ult his way on to grab
pick
an
up the
operator.
spike.
Yeah, let's get this spike. Let's get this operator. Clutch it up, my guy. Come on.
That's how desperate we are.
Here we go. First check of the low ground. Spots BCJ. There's one. Yeah, immediately stunned.
That's bingo.
And that is an 11-1 half on Fracture for Shopify Rebellion's second time in a row on this map, Vance.
Yeah, it's not only B-Dot that got stunned there. I'm stunned with seeing how SRB's been playing this so far. So this is super nice. And again, M80, it was mentioned on the desk that it was their map pick the first time that SRB had to play against M80. And it resulted in a victory on the side of Shopify. And it felt with no compositional changes, you kind of have an idea of how SRB approaches that map, and you could maybe counteract on how they play. But it definitely looked like there was different and even added layers going into this game that didn't really allow here M80 to get the right footing. So hopefully now on the defense, I mean, it's going to get very desperate. You're also playing this round with no shear. Oh, no, they have it towards the front. Never mind. So they are playing one slow towards the drop, a shear towards the front, and a heavy lean towards the B side. So at least a good start in terms of where they're stacking the sites.
Launching smoke.
4 of the steps here on top of B-Dog's plant. Good salvos to stop where they knew Paint was going to end up landing. So Shopify immediately changed course. Same sort of struggle that M80 met in this opening round too.
First blood is good at least. Okeanos, I mean, okay, he's a little, the timing on this one, thankfully he made it back on time so he can jiggle for information, delay a little bit more here. With especially the fault line to support. Should be playing off site so far so they could delay enough for the team to come through, but looks like they want to try to fight for a bit.
Yeah, they're a little ahead of things. It looks like, yeah, they want to facilitate a fight before the real push happens, and Okeanos is going to start getting swarmed after missing a little too much. Still, though, a good amount of time wasted, and it's a 3v3, but with the salvos to flush out this chokehold from Link, Shopify will at least get the clean spike down, and Spaz has started to creep up with Monsi on the far line. He's the real danger again! And he's gotten 3! Now trying to fight back, and BCJ with the creep up is the only one that can't make a dent. Shopify Rebellion have 11 rounds of breathing room.
Match point.
Oh my gosh. I mean, you have to respect M80 at that point for the last 2 players inside that site, both initiators that were trying to go for a hero play on the push from Shopify. I was mentioning, hey, you're going to have to play the retake, but you already had Okeanos in a one and done. So you're at least trying to support your teammate with your own individual play, being Caillou swinging out from the spawn side. And you've already used your salvos and your fault lines. So to try to wait for the team and go for the wave to re-hit might be a little bit too late to go for. So you're just trying to go for those hero plays that didn't pan out. Towards the end, match point, and first blood for SRB again.
Yeah, it's got to be hero plays and nothing less now. And so everyone looks at these two, Sato and Okeanos, the 2 players that have long been the ones to make moments like these happen, make history for this M80 squad that's growing. It doesn't even matter that Sato bought up. BCJ can double tap and still not get any punishment.
Yep. We were looking at Sato, but definitely BCJ did right in the crosshairs of his outlaw. And that's just going to force the hand of M80 to have to make a play now since they've lost 2 players. They have to be grouped up towards the A side. A beautiful pivot in the mid-round call from Monsi to move towards the site. I mean, the more that they wait, though, the Razor Vines are definitely going to help to delay a little bit more. And they have salvos, too, to try to maybe do some sort of trap play. But you see them. They have to peek for some information. They might get caught by BCJ again.
It's all going to be off of this util because it's so on site. They've got to be ready to intercept and not just play for the post plan. It's got to be a 2-pronged defense that they're already playing from disadvantage for, and they've got a whole lot more game to go after the fact. Let's see how they manage it. Pancakes is the outstretched arm for whoever dares to step beyond that hallway, and it's going to take a moment with these smokes still down and the spike just now planted. The fight begins with that intermittent breath, and that's a good 2v2 trade that M80 gets away with, but that is as far as they go. 13-1 for Shopify Rebellion Black. They are quickly on the path to becoming the favorite for this entire bloody tournament.
This is crazy. The Des was mentioned that yesterday. We had a very fast day in terms of Valorant. I didn't expect that this one would be a fast day as well with the results, and seeing how Shopify Rebellion were as aggressive on defense as they were on the attack. And there was nothing much here that M80 could have done on their own attack side calling. So that was a little bit tough to manage on this, or sorry, M80 on the attack side, a little bit tough to manage, but hopefully here they could turn the page and rethink things through, in that second map. But it's tough. I've mentioned it. They played Double Controller with a Yoru. They went 6-13 against Qbert Academy and Nightblood Gaming in their last two maps or their last two matches on that split map. So for them to pick it this time around, you know that they have something hidden under the sleeve. But I don't know if it's going to be enough based off the last results.
Yeah, after a game like that, the only thing you can really wonder is if M80 can go somewhere that is safe. We'll find out after the break. Split's coming next.
We started extremely late. I kid you not, we have 3 weeks of practice. I said this in the first week. We walked into the first week having 1 week of practice, right? But the amount of work that we've put in compared to everyone else is absurd. It's like an hour and a half to nearly 2 hours of server, 4 blocks, and review afterwards, and with homework afterwards, right? The team is like gelling together pretty consistently. Obviously every team has some days where we're peaking higher than others. I think we recognize what we need to fix instantly, and I think that's what makes this team so special. I always put 100% into whatever team that chooses to play with me. Obviously, Blinn was a more unknown team. It was like a collegiate esports club. While M80 is like, the principal of tier 2, they have made essentially grand finals twice now, so they obviously have that level of prestige to them, and so that obviously has to affect my demeanor as well when it comes to just overall like how I present myself, right? Because right now I'm not just establishing and representing like a group of people that enjoy the game. I'm representing like a high profile organization that has had tons of gravity in the tier 2 scene, right? So I obviously have to hold myself up to a higher standard, and I'm trying to do that. But I'm also blessed and grateful that I was chosen to be able to, fill in the shoes. It's great to work with Don. Don always, keeps us in check. Drew is mainly on the strategic side, and Don is mostly on the performance and mental side. Obviously we are younger players, so obviously sometimes we can get a bit volatile, not volatile, that might be a bad way to say it, but like, sometimes we do have too much fun in practice, and Don reels us back in, keeps us in line, makes us remember our practice goals, and it's great to have someone that not keeps you in check, but holds you to a professional level.
Doesn't really need to do much work though now that that's toxic. Alona doing a good job holding it down on site. Zeldris is reinvaded. Where's that operator? He is looking good as ever. You don't need to do that, dude. You have 4 players on your team.
Statement of a match for Shopify Rebellion Black. If they're playing like that, it is going to be an easy shoe-in for a Dissension slotted. Not really too much to say, so here's a little show and tell with our pets. You also watch it. This is Leon.
This is Gaia. She actually doesn't want to see it at all.
This is Crumb. She's very hyped. She's very hyped.
This is our analysis of M80 versus Shopify Rebellion Black. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
We got to bring some wholesome vibes back to the server because it was anything but on that first map of Fracture. That was a close match the last time those two teams faced off. And Dan, it was anything but the second time around.
I cannot believe it. But to be fair, we did warn you guys that last time the Shopify Rebellion Black played this map, it was a 13-3 against Blue Otter. So they were already showing signs that it was going to be such a dominant map. I gotta be honest though, I mean, you're going against M80, you think it's gonna be a little closer. You look at the roster, we talked about the differences between the duelists and everything they could do, and it was just a Shopify Rebellion that was incredibly dominant. I mean, I know that some people were predicting them, but I don't think anybody was predicting at 13-1.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing is that this is not what we thought it was going to be. We didn't expect it to be so dominant coming out from SRB, but they had a game plan and they were able to stick to it through and through throughout this entire matchup. I think if you look towards the way that they were going for a lot of that map control with the combinations, as far as looking towards, you know, Monty being able to play off of the contact or paint most often over towards that A main space, and they were just very consistently able to open up those rounds, not even give M80 that chance to even get started on their attacking half. And it all just like came together from there. They kept being dynamic with their setups off the back of the second time out, even that M80 throughout. That was the opportunity that they took to, okay, let's swap up our Sentinel setup. They ended up moving Pancakes from the B site over towards that A site, and then instead have Kane posted up towards B main there, and being able to catch M80 off guard in that kind of regard, and just continuing to be very dynamic with those shot plays.
Can see why Shopify Rebellion Black, despite the fact it was a decently close map the last time these two played, decided to pick this into an M80 that normally has had pretty decent performances on this map. First kills, the fact that M80 got 4 kind of even surprises me just with how dominant Shopify Rebellion Black seemed on this. But even when it came down to situations where they were outmatched, I mean, everyone across the server for Shopify Rebellion Black, Dan, was just shooting back, and just they really just looked like they could not be stopped no matter what M80 threw at them.
It was the 10 first kills as well that we see for Shopify Rebellion Black. And one of the points that we mentioned just a little bit was that Neon, right? What the Neon could do if the Neon from Paint was going to get stopped, if it was going to be a Neon that was just going to be able to run it down. And we see 5 first kills coming through for Paint. And I think everybody else was just stepping up. It's just it just seems like it's when you are simply having a good day for your team, everything is going right, you're getting the kills, you're fragging out, the synergy is on point. That seems like it's a day-to-day for Shopify Rebellion Black.
Yeah, and I mean, you even look towards, you were talking about some of those first bloods and whatnot, and that was something where Sato wasn't able to find any, and a lot of that just, again, happened to come down to, I think, the choke point control that Shopify Rebellion Black had. And then you even have, sure, we had opportunities where M80 were able to actually get a couple of those plants down on site when they were able to break through or even double back after, you know, starting one site and looking for the rotation, hitting the opposite side of the map. But they had ideas there where we saw them even trying to like maybe push into spawn, try and deny some of that retake potential from SRB. But like Dan was saying, everything was going right for Shopify. Felt like they were getting every single trade. Their spacing was really nice, and they were just the better team in the server today. Sometimes it's that simple.
Yeah, and not even a question about it either. And there's a lot of talk about Paint, and Paint, especially on this pick, was definitely a really strong component to this win. But I want to talk about Monty a little bit too. There is a lot of talk from Vans and Tenric during the cast about this impact that Monty has had on the team. And it was something too that was really evident here, not just in the calling and what he was able to provide there, Dan, but when you're looking at just the kills, I mean, he was MVP of the match. He was putting up these multi-kills. Like, it was an impact in so many different ways, and really just cannot stress enough how amazing this team has looked since he's joined in. When the cards are stacked against him, having to IGL a different team so late in Swiss.
This is amazing. This is great for Monty, and it's also not something that is new. Throughout this playoffs and even before in the group stages, we were seeing these kind of performances from Monty, and we talk about it. How do you deal with the communication plus being able to frag out? And he makes it look always so simple. I love seeing this from him. When we just talked about the last match, I mean, last match, the Shopify Violent Black played against Blue Otter. It was the exact same two maps that we're seeing first, the Fracture. Then we're going into the split, and Monty just had great impact into allowing them to get this win. So it feels like today might be another one of those days for him.
Yeah, it's just been really nice. I think that you even look towards the fact that Monty has, zero first engagement participation, 0 first deaths, and first bloods. And it's because he's always constantly sitting back. And I think you can try and compare and contrast up against Caillou in some ways, where they are going to be like very locked in on that supportive role and not taking a lot of risks in the early rounds, so they can always be setting up their star duelists. And we're expecting them to reprise that breach again going into Split, our second map of the day. And I think that that is something that is going to be continuously dangerous, because if he's going to be able to continue forward with this type of performance and momentum in this best of 3, this has a high chance of being a 2-0.
It was called at the beginning of the day that overall this seems like a very strong map pool for Shopify Rebellion Black. So even going into M80's pick, Ash, I am a little worried. When you're looking back at the history for M80, the last couple times with a loss, and for Shopify Rebellion Black, well, anything but. So does M80 have a different idea that they're coming into this with? Have they completely reworked it? I have so many questions.
I think the expectation is that we are going to see some comp changes coming in from M80, because the last time we saw them on Split up against Qbert Academy, that was still back when Oki was on the Yoru, and we had Weeded filling in that Teho role. So I do think that there probably will be a game plan change there. Wouldn't be surprised if we see actually Sato maybe heading into that raise. But honestly, I think something that I would kind of like to see is even maybe throwing Oki on the Yoru, having a double duelist composition. I want to see something that's going to enable M80 to feel really confident after this 13-1.
I know we're all a big fan of the double duelist. So let's go to the agent select to see if we're going to see the big switch up from M80 in this way. I love the call out for them to bring this out as well, considering you do have such a strong flex player that can go into that duelist role. And maybe this is just the confidence and that firepower they need to push back. But looking into it, no, all right. So, Dan, thoughts? Bao, Sage, we're going single duelist?
Right. So, let's talk about the other side first. Shopify Rebellion, we already talked about how strong they are. We talked about BCJ. He's going to continue playing on this Teho, and he's clearly gotten a very good understanding on how he wants to play on this map. I feel like there's a lot of little things that he has been able to exploit. Paint as well on the raise. I feel like that's his best agent that we've seen so far. But now let's go on to this side of M80. I do like the Astra for the post plan. It allows you to play a lot more for the team on the side of B-Dog. But Sage, I'm so hesitant about. How much variety can we see from Sage in the year 2025 on Split? That is what I want to find out. I hope that we see something new. I hope it's not just the wall mid that teams sometimes just like to bring, but it's just the one thing that you repeat over and over again. How are you going to play in the post plan? What are you going to be able to do early on? I don't love this composition because of the Sage, and I do still give the upper hand to Shopify Rebellion and what they've been playing before.
Yeah, I think the risk here too is that both these comps are they're very low information comps, right? It's going to rely a lot on, map control for the side of Shopify Rebellion Black with that double controller, looking towards Spaz to open up those lurk opportunities and just apply that general pressure over to M80. But when we're considering, I think, the M80 comp that we've got going on here, although I am disappointed to see Oki not taking on the Yoru, he does look great on the Teho. I think it makes sense with the fact that they do have that Sage where we're looking for that creativity to come through. But the Teho pick paired with the Breach, I think, does also open up more of that stalling opportunity that M80 will be looking for, or even just starting out on the attacking side, clearing a lot of those angles out in mid. We see a lot of combinations for both B Heaven and Vents to open up this opportunity to split these sites.
What I think is interesting is this is actually the comp for M80 that Qbert Academy played up against them when M80 took one of those losses earlier in the Swiss stage. So clearly inspired. Let's see if they've been working on this and have what it takes to take us into a map 3, or if it's going to be Shopify Rebellion Black in 2 to find their way in our upper finals. Let's head back over to your casters, Tenric and Van Tilly, to find out.
Hey, Sierra. Well, this is where M80 wanted to go. Let's see what they have to say about it. Sage and an Astra to facilitate the bringing in onto site, and then the breach raised Tejo to crack it back out. Fans, we've heard this all before, but the question is, does M80 actually have what it takes to beat the Shopify Rebellion Black squad right now?
I like to say so, since they came out with this composition, right? And as Sierra mentioned, they got the real taste of it when they played against Qbert Academy, who also inspired their composition from 100 Thieves, who brought it out towards the VCTs. But the Sage in itself is more than just a standard wall towards mid now in the early or in the later days now of Valorant. It's a good counter into the explosiveness of what the Raze could bring with the double initiator, right? So trying to split their aggression and try to fight through that is probably going to be the name of the game, but that will be once they take the defensive side. The attack side starts first with a fight towards the A site.
Yeah, big old clump in front of the lobby, and Paint's only good for 1. Now we'll try and press on top of that. It's Bao on the front lines to grab a second pick for M80's favor. Shopify still heavy presence up on Heaven, but you can tell that Spaz is starting to panic a little bit until Pancakes fully covers mid, which now he has. So now you can coalesce back on this tower and take some control back. M80 understand the time that's on their hands, and so they'll head down the main pathway for A. While B-Dog continues this lurk check all the way back on the mid watch. Oh, and it might come to fruition.
Should be a wall back towards the spawn because it's still up here for Bao. It's going to be a swing through the smoke.
Oh, Monsi still finds Okeanos even after that shot, and it'll all come crumbling down. M80, they have to keep sending more forces into this Greens push, and it's just gonna come up short. B-Dog's wraparound finally coming through, but to what effect? We're so far out. You've got to use these SARs so early. Nova Pulse on top of the gravity well. It's body blocked and sprayed through by B-Dog, who makes it work for M80. What a clutch!
Come on now. I'm anticipating my
Through a smoke as well. That is a type of clutch you need for M80 to start the gears rolling. Because if not, that was probably going to be an SRB quick finish in the second map as well. Because you saw that M80 had a written plan in the pulse plan to try to go for the trap. The fault line didn't reach towards the right spot. So not too many players of SRB were actually stunned by the fault line trap play. And then Bao could never use his wall. So look at that. They're trying to body block for the defuse. You concuss onto the suck, so they go right into the star, the star that you place down. So you just, it's a little bit of a cheat sheet, I guess, where you don't really need a ping inside that smoke because you can't anymore anyways. But knowing where you place that star, and they're going to be right in the middle of that grab well, it allowed here B-Dog to get that clutch. And that's what they desperately needed here on the attack side, at least to start, or what they desperately needed, period, for M80. But here's a trap play on middle.
And that razor-thin round could lead to huge dividends here for M80. They just have to collect. Shopify Rebellion's going to get aggressive. It's going to be mid, their choice. And it'll mainly come up for Oki. Grab 2 and send this stealth drone to continue fielding Monsi away, who is just going to continue trying to stave this M80 squad as often as possible so that the rest of Shopify can prepare for recovery. His name is Pancakes, and he's now dead. So this should be a pretty clean 2-0 from here.
Yeah, you even look at the buy from M80. They just wanted to make sure that they capitalize on a victory, and I love that as you're moving in a very strong buy with bulldogs and rifles, that you really try to press forward and fight. While the one that does have the pistol here for B-Dog was going to be, you know, the late lurk, saving grace kind of thing, and trying to prod around the map. SRB tried to go for that trap play on the surprise with the smoke dissipating towards middle, but instead of going for a fault line, they went for the aftershock outside instead, which allowed here the backup coming through from M80. So they weren't affected by it. They could stay further out. Okeanos swings out to get 2 nice kills with the Bulldog, and it's a clean conversion in the anti-eco, and that's what you want as well. So 2 clean rounds and a third off. Oh my God, no way. The fault line, and you still get the headshot from Paint.
Tries to get the drop on that, and now BCJ has come in to support with the salvos.
It's only B-Dog who's in the kill feed right now for M80 with this Bucky now picking up a rifle, escaping into vent, so Shopify still have to give all of this space away, even though it's a positive trade. And here in the bonus, anything that M80 can get away with, they'll take. They'd love to just springboard this all the way into a winning streak. They're pretty close to it as is. Caillou already creeping out the garage, smoke place to try to deter him, and M80 is a little bit stalled at the moment, but 60 seconds to go. You can play a little slow, but B-Dog steps into the sun, forcing Okeanos to go into the trade war that he will inevitably lose because there's more Shopify Rebellion here. They will take a third round.
Just getting that smoke towards B main really didn't allow for M80 to get the real crunch into that B site. Not too bad though, because it was a bonus round attempted by M80. I mean, the play was there, but it's easily read by Shopify Rebellion Black. All Payne had to do was just set his crosshair, wait for the satchels to come across. I mean, he's playing Raze himself, so he knows the pathing. He knows where Sato is going to land. Look at that. It was just instant. An easy headshot coming through, and very hard right after that into the mid-round to overtake the site when you don't have really smokers to work with anymore because of the salvos dropping another player towards mid. Tent wall cross, but here's a big gun round from both sides.
This is the first big pivotal round here for side for M80, how far they can get off of this new comp. Just searching for something at the moment while Shopify runs that orb dry and sees if they can psych themselves out.
At least for M80, it's a slower pace. They're just trying to make sure that they cycle out the fuel from SRB, the smoke's coming out from the Omen, and as they went from smoke to fuel to another smoke, well, you know that there's not enough here to hold the defensive line right after on middle, so SRB has to turtle up a little bit more. Any gamble to stack towards the B site because of how M80's been trying to finish in that bonus round that they had, but the call is actually better from Caillou now. They've chosen the weaker side, but they've also chosen a side where Paint on the weak side has a showstopper to work with.
Easy cover to duck behind with BCJ ready to provide cover fire. He's a bit far away. He's more prepared for the tower
30
push.
seconds
No one is
left.
there at the moment. It's once again all down this main line, and Pain immediately upon seeing the body activates the showstopper to deal with it. It's Sato. That's the first blood, and BCJ spraying through that wall to deal with whoever's trying to get in front of it. It's Caillou. That's the next victim. Someone tries to pick up the spike. They will fall next, and Shopify's laundry list will get checked off tick by tick by tick. 10 seconds to go. And that'll be the end of it here for Shopify, inevitably grabbing their second round, provided that nobody goes crazy, goes stupid here. No, they'll instead just hold on to these rifles.
They might crunch into them. Just try to eliminate these guns, and instantly they both fall, both of them backstab, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure if there was a missed smoke or they didn't have a second smoke available on that actual hit here from B-Dog, and that's a difficult portion of it, right? If you're going to try to move in towards the site, but you're playing single controller, but you're already using it to, let's say, smoke vents or something, then you didn't have that smoke coming out towards screens, and it was an easy kill from BCJ, who just stayed out in the open after you had counter utils coming out from Shopify Rebellion. So it starts with this. I do like at least that you have your duelist trying to be selfless to force out the showstopper so the rest could scale behind. But then the defensive Viper wall made it even more difficult for you to run through. And that's just a nice little reaction coming out from Shopify Rebellion, and puts now M80 into a full eco. Make that even a Shiko. All five of them with Sheriff trying to work up together towards the A site. Should get scouted here by BCJ as he's forced out of his drone because of the salvos.
Monsi will take his place though, quickly after, and start checking this nebula bullet by bullet. Good for the early. But M80 still want to extend, so they'll burn a little bit and now turn a lot. Head back down to A site and grab a decent chunk of space with the help of these nebulas that B-Dog is now able to place down.
Spike planted.
Trying to see if they could play any type of delays. I mean, they still have the Astra and the Tejo, so that's the most important thing for M80. So they're playing so far back on the ramp. We've seen this happen before. You're playing so far back, you're trying to play delays, open site. Look at SRB just staying all together and flooding out towards the screens.
And they can just chip apart each player that tries to approach this piece by piece. Bao does spot Spaz on the wrap back, so now you can get a little more aggressive with it. Okeanos' salvos covering the spike plant, and that'll make SRB disperse again. Armageddon on spike is next, and we're continuing to toss util on and trading this away. It's now M80 that's the stack, and Bao that comes away as the round's premier killer. 2-3.
Yeah, but
Oh, the diffuse
Shopify
still
still
went
got the
off.
diffuse.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
That's the thing. It's you're trying to delay a lot, right? You went with the salvos, which got the kill, but they already got the diffuse halfway for Shopify Rebellion Black. So as soon as the Armageddon comes out, and it was too shallow, because at the first ping as it comes through, then it's already gone. The other person could just run behind the Armageddon and just start defusing, and they smoke themselves out, and nobody could get through the defuse because we delayed towards the back lines in the vents. Even though that death came through there from Spaz, it was still around, but we'll hold that thought. There's a huge push coming in towards B main, and here's a bloodbath coming on both sides.
Sato getting a couple excuses to be aggressive out the gate there. And, I mean, with the way that Shopify Rebellion has just been able to double down on every one of their plays here, even when M80 comes in with all of their firepower, they still question themselves, and they still have to sacrifice Sato to this potential op that Pancakes is now just shuffling between casually. Rez used up on top of Rolling Thunder. Pancakes chipped away at as he TPs back, but still all that clearing work has to be done. Sato will use his own showstopper and grab that revenge kill as M80 have this time more than enough to get onto site and grab a clean win, tying us back up.
Yeah, just unlucky on the first death there from Pain. I think that went through smokes into the front, but then another one getting caught by an aftershock on the XQ. That was a little bit more questionable because Shopify Rebellion Black at least had good util to stall the first Rolling Thunder coming out here from the attack side of Caillou. And then after that, though, because the other person got picked off by the showstopper, there wasn't anybody on Heaven to try to set the crossfire setup on the showstopper coming in from Sato. So small mistakes getting caught off util for Shopify Rebellion, but that's exactly what you need here for for M80, sorry, to keep this game close. And as you see already, Shopify Rebellion activating towards the A main. They know there's no pressure coming through with the stars already placed down, so that the action should be contained towards this B side. So Spaz has to be a little bit more careful here. They'll try to funnel. He has the snake bite to work with as well to delay. Here's B-Dog. Wait.
Oh, this is a big blunder from Paint. Now BCJ has to try and pick up the pieces. B-Dog! And used an Armageddon on top of that too. What a waste to try and get one man who still is standing, and the rest of M80 come up just about as well.
Oh, that's 2 rounds in a row that we've had blunders actually for Shopify. Again, the previous round where Pain got picked off was accidental, that's fine. But getting picked off by an aftershock, and then secondly, you had to play to close the gap with the satchels to try to take down B-Dog inside the attacker spawn, and you didn't get enough momentum, or you just couldn't push confidently because you don't know how many players are around that corner when B-Dog falls back, so you're a little bit hesitant. And then you're trying to combine that with the Armageddon, and everything just gets convoluted through the conversation and the communication that B-Dog was just able to punish those 2 players out towards the A main. And that breaks the economy on the side of Shopify Rebellion. So M80 has now a great gap that they could take advantage of, so they could start rolling in here and trying to get the victory of the first half.
Yeah, I mean, that round was the projected in for whichever team won it, and M80 was the team that could profit even heavier because Shopify are the ones with all of these other tools that they're now waiting to be able to springboard off of. You can at least have a couple rounds where you're in control, at least if Pancakes doesn't hit a shot. He will not. Bao stands strong still, and M80 letting the fight come to them a little bit here.
Yeah, just trying to go for just some sort of early fault line peek out. Not really a huge trap play coming through for Shopify Rebellion. Again, they won the first map 13-1, so you could definitely trust your aim to make sure that, you know, you're confident enough to go for that swing and try to get your 1. But it's won by M80. Bao still got that kill while being full stunned, by the way, so he gets a little bit of a revenge for his teammate. Now here comes the actual hit from M80 with the Cosmic Divide, so investing a lot here just to try to capitalize on the round.
Shopify is very close to it, despite how much M80 is throwing to him. Gotta respect the Shiko.
One enemy remaining.
Has now evolved just a little bit. Spaz, predictable position with the gun pickup. Easy spray down. And that was probably your last chance in this round. BCJ will still trollops his way here. See if he can find someone wandering.
Right there.
This will be a good salvo.
No way.
Okay.
One enemy
That's
No
remaining.
way.
two.
No, he's gonna stick this. There's no
Your
stars.
half? No stars? Does B-Dog get there? Oh,
Oh
my
my
god, just
God.
barely. Second round in a row, he's got to do that thing, or it's not in a row, but in the game that he's had to clutch up like that.
2 hero plays
Wow.
coming out from B-Dog for sure in this first half. I wouldn't be surprised if even if the timeout comes out for M80 if they won the round, but it's going to be for Shopfire Rebellion Black instead, so called out by Vapin. That said, though, that was looking ultra scary. And again, just maybe a lack of communication to say, oh, wait, what are we going to do here that the Salver's coming down? And he kind of just peeked out one by one instead of just going for the wide swing. There was no escape. I guess they were trying to look down and see, wait, is there a gap that we could just wait in? And after to realize that there wasn't, it's like, oh, wait, floor is lava. They had to go through, and you almost saw the clutch coming out from BCJ. And again, just to talk about how BCJ was able to elevate his decision-making, the numbers that he's able to put up here, since he didn't have to become the IGL or be the IGL anymore for Shopfire Rebellion Black. It's really nice to see how complete the Shopfire Rebellion team is, but you can only have so many hero plays left now for M80. It's now time to take advantage of the timeout called out by Shopfire Rebellion Black so that you could hopefully have better control of your post plans. Because so far they've been really good, right? Tenric at using the Sage on Sage walls towards crosses, towards blocking pass in the post plans allows for them to get into good spots, but it really always cuts down to the wire.
Yeah, they have done a lot of good prep for whatever coverage M80 offers, and even still M80, or excuse me, Shopify are just that good at being able to still get their kills on the way down, even when M80 has them fully red. Spaz will use his pit in mid this round, so M80 gonna go window shopping for a little bit. B-Dog hanging outside his smoke in the A lobby, which is where the stack will head to first.
Surprised too, we didn't try to go for a boom bot outside the util, inside the pit, just to try to make sure we confirm that there's nobody inside there, so it could maybe get Spaz away from it. But
Yo!
Yeah, that was nice. That was nice. That was unattended for, and an advantage coming out for M80.
Wow, great timing that B-Dog can catch.
Spike planted.
And yeah, that is a free sight. No full shuffle for Shopify either. You've got to clear so much of this without throwing util down.
Yeah, this is pistol round again. This time the full leg will hit.
Now B-Dog has every excuse to just get in front of this and keep the hold down. Zokiano and Sato are holding down the screen push now. Everything looks pretty much covered here. This should be good. Run into the Sage wall. Bao's got you corralled.
I love it. They jumped down to make some noise to be like, oh, wait, we don't have time anymore. Let's go back and wait. There's a wall we have to break. And then you just have Bao move through and get the backstab. And again, I think that's a nice little shout, at least to what Ash was mentioning before, where you're looking at the composition of both of these teams. You're kind of starved for information. So that wall kind of looked like weird because, you know, they could just jump over it. But by jumping over it and landing down, it does give the audio cue of where Bao's position is. And he's like, okay, I could find a timing to go for a backstab. And so they cover both extremities. You already see from the setup, the idea wasn't really to try to go for early heaven control. It's just to react right after. Because look at their positions here off the replay. If they already dropped down and they missed on the timing, well, they could start moving back towards this, towards heaven. The fault line's going to go heaven instead, and then you could just play the post plant from the top. It's still really nice to see how they're ironed out a little bit the approach of how they want to play the post plant with the Sage in their composition.
What you were hoping for when you walked into this map after M80's previous finishes on it. And especially after that last map, just making sure that this team is not completely boomed.
Poison's off.
Shopify, for that matter, they haven't exactly gotten impatient yet. They're continuing to play as respectful as they need to, but yeah, Paint's gotten just a tad less aggressive in these past few rounds. I'm sure that'll change when the sides swap, though.
And they pinged it right here. So the drone just came out on the side of BCJ at the minute mark. They've avoided it all. They said, okay, well, the ping's there. And again, Shopify Rebellion, after the drone sees nothing, look at the minimap. Everybody's jump peeking, jiggle peeking, and about to get caught. And BCJ just got spotted. He falls back and tries to delay as much as he could and still gets one somehow.
I'm amazed that he dares to peek onto B-Dog like that, but yeah, that's all he'll get off of that. Okeanos just continuing to roam and grab the kills on sight that everyone else for M80 was looking for, and now Caillou will find. So no one else from Shopify finds as much purchase. In fact, Val with the res will make this back into a 5-1, now a 5-0.
Sorry, Mom.
And M80 will get to 7 here on the attack.
And a small W to force out the res, because now you do have more economy in terms of ults on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black. Yes, you are one away from 2 very strong ults on Okeanos and Sato, but you definitely could draw the plan that we've seen on the first map of Fracture, where they didn't really allow M80 to really set up to try to get any of that map control or orb control to get these ults up. You already see the pings coming out towards the front of the garage or even towards orange on that B site before we get into this replay. So they potentially read this lean towards the B side to try to get some action done. The smoke already comes out very early. They have trap plays with the double initiator on middle.
We're gonna flood these vents. They've done this before, but Sato has not been multitasking nearly as well as he is this round for it. Avoids the stun as well. Good response time with that blast pack, but it's not pushed upon. And now Bao's lurk has been caught, so we're back to a 4v4 with M80 not making too much headway just yet.
Yeah, and looks like it was a missed time. They didn't expect just to walk up through the util, through the smoke from Sato, because the Armageddon was destined for Ramen, just like a TSM type of style that that Vora has done quite earlier on in this Swiss stage to try to trap some players in the back. But then they lose Monsi. There's no Rolling Thunder either. So this is great now for M80 to score the 8th round. Potentially, they have now the Showstopper and the Rolling Thunder on their side to overtake A.
Yeah, easy ways in to just shout a little bit louder than the opponent. Spaz, trigger discipline to catch anyone who isn't Sato, who, by the way, did catch Paint on site, so he's just going to go a bit farther. Showstopper a little too aggressive with it, and it glides right past Pancakes, who wins the duel. That is a tragic Rosa that B-Dog now has to recover for. It does have Spike and a free B site, but 15 seconds too. He's got to give away the noise early.
And thankfully, he's going to be able to apply because there's no salvos available for BCJ. He's used it to delay towards the A side. But they are closing that gap. He hears at least where BCJ is coming from and now knows where the paranoia is coming from, and BCJ catches him. So very nicely done by Shopify Rebellion in the communication through the chaos to get that round. But I was questioning, yeah, it's not only on necessarily the Rosa ult towards that side on the site, because Sato was just trying to get some information and try to catch Pancakes, but it's more on the fight. They knew that the Viper was on the top of the ramp. They stunned him with the Tejo, but instead they focused on grabbing the orb instead of trying to swing up to confirm the kill, or at least try to go for the trade to give a chance for you know, B-Dog to have a teammate to work with in potentially a 2v2. So that was a little bit questionable, where again you had such a strong advantage in the at the very beginning of the round here for M80, but that is the first fumble that might be costly on the side of M80 now.
The tale of M80's tape this entire game has been, if you see a chance and take it, you'll win more often than not. And these moments where M80 is just not fully committing to the bit leads them to be horrible improvisers for this post plant that Shopify are going to try and claw back at for a 5-7 half. Still, B-Stack a lot weaker than M80's looks towards it. They're not going to make it look it that way, and still have to waste quite a bit of time, but what a surprise that Tejo salvos are out to the backside again, and Pancakes is going to safely avoid those.
This should be a we can't play B site execution for M80 because of the amount of ults that are coming out for M80, or for SRB rather. Here's the Armageddon. Rolling Thunder should be coming in.
Cosmic Divide as well, and we'll just jump right in. Rolling Thunder on top of it, but it's after Sato's in. We can just spray through. We get absolutely nowhere off of this. Paint's just now looking for whatever inside, but that's swiftly dealt with. So, no ultimates now for either side. We've already run through them all, and we're still not on site yet, so let's fix that. Fault line onto Monsi for him to back out a little harder, and the salvos to fully flush him away. Good for a 1-for-1 trade on top of the Sage Wall, but Caillou using those peaks above it to his advantage for 2. Nice weave into the monkey bars there, buddy. BCJ the only one left.
Spike planted.
Yeah, both teams are kind of hesitant because of the ults too. They're trying to force out the ults on the attack side with the first Cosmic Divide and Armageddon, but SRB never bit to the fake. Now he comes back to the funnies after the ults are gone, then a huge advantage out for M80.
There's your first. He's done that before. Sage Wall about to expire now, and he's ready to swing! So is M80 though. And it will be an 8-4 half for the attack. Impressive, but not at any point completely safe, Vans. This is still as close a game as can be.
Agreed. But at least you look at it from the side of this half, you're definitely grateful and breathing a little bit better for M80 side, knowing that you got thrashed on the first map of 13-1. You're not going into your map pick where you had no good success with previous compositions on the Yoru Dub controller and double initiator. So you're like, okay, well, let's try to pull out that 100 Thieves / Qbert Academy / I think even Sentinels use it at some point composition. And then they're like, okay, well, we got an 8-point lead on our defensive side. You have to breathe a sigh of relief to know that you could probably close this off here on the second map.
And not too far away, and getting another pistol here would do you so much more. Who do you run into first on it but B-Dog? Gravity Well used very proactively, but Pancakes can just TP past it, and he'll be the first to lob some fire at a Shopify or at an M80 that'll just have to duck back. Big stack.
Spike planted.
Still gets spiked down. Head back, bait for Pancakes. Nothing doing. Now Paint's got to fight it too, and he's the only one who's found anything here for Shopify Rebellion so far. Good thing he's found a little bit more, and now PCJ is in on the action as well. 2v2, we're back to it, aren't we? Huh.
Yep. And the more they wait here, BCJ is going to have his salvos as well. So look at how smart Paint's playing. Using the Paint shells, he's the first piece of util. Now you're falling back. You're 0.6 seconds. The salvos are ready. And this should be a confirmation for a Shopify round. That was a very nice 2v2 towards the end. Again, it goes back, Tenrek, to what we mentioned before.
One enemy remaining.
Wait.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. So it goes back to what we mentioned before. That the piss around on Fracture was actually quite nice from both of the teams on how you react off the information that you have. So with the lurk wall that Shopify Rebellion used and still walked 5 players into the site for the plant, and realizing here that M80 is playing the retake, they wanted to try to push towards a spawn to try to go for a potential triple swing flash to fight towards the spawn. But as soon as it was spotted by Caillou, who expected that push, they had to fall back. And when they fall back, you see M80 crunch back and get at least the forefront of the victories of these duels. But to have it come down to a 2v2 and then a 1v1 like that, that was a little bit stressful towards the end here for M80.
Yeah, again, it's such a multifaceted, multi-staged battle that Shopify Rebellion still just somehow find a way to edge out at the end of the day. And they'll try to do it again with this follow-up. B-Dog making enough space to at least get this orb. And we have gone 1-for-1 here up at the scuffle that took place here in mid to start. But that just leaves them maybe a little sparser and more keen to just press that stack on mid rather than approach any site that Shopify is. Luckily, a little too much noise made over in B, so they'll get coaxed out for now.
Just heard the Bulldog pick up too, so they know that there's at least 1-2 players on middle. But that said, the idea for M80 was just trying to starve the ult orbs away from the side of Shopify Rebellion Black. It worked out because you're still able to escape, but at low HP with a shorty here for B-Dog. And then it makes your HP a lot weaker to try to anchor up towards the site. So SRB might still be able to get those ult orbs by getting these kills.
Well, it'll start by Spaz dropping onto the site. He doesn't find anything. Monty's about to head into this shorty peek from B-Dog, who gets his, as does everybody else for M80, huh?
Yeah.
That was sudden.
Yep, gonna have to look back at that replay because everybody instantly died for Shopify Rebellion. I was gonna say you had so many players low on HP. B-Dog was holding towards B-Main with the short at 34 HP. I think Sat was also there at low HP. But the rifle that he picked up here for Okeanos scored big on the side of M80. 2 kills with the Bulldog, 3 overall in the round with the jump click classic just to kick things off. And look at that, beautiful holds towards the end. You just had to win your duels, and that they did for M80. Pure rifle though for Paint. Phantom as the rest are around short classics and a shorty. They TP for aggression, but unfortunately not enough.
Trying to breach that wall and bow it, but now he's got help, and it's Sato that Paint sprays onto and still doesn't get punished. So they will be able to grab their own first pick, but again, that doesn't mean any headway on either of these sites. Everyone's just been watching to make sure that no one from M80 goes for the wrap. I got a full stack here on a B site though. You have the wall for condition. So you can time this really however you want to, despite the gun diff. Really helpful to at least get this spike down, get those extra creds.
It's just a piss around strat, but BCJ's lagging behind. And that's a little bit of a miscomm because now the wall's down, Slorbs slows him. Somehow he still crosses over. He's still able to cross over and get the plant after all. Well, we'll take it. We'll take it.
Salvo's a stall him out, but M80's still not playing to fight on top of it. Salvo's on the tower, but Shopify are not going to fight on top of that. They are going to prepare to fight directly after, though, with 2 players getting right under this tower. Okeanos first peek out, and M80's paying attention. Okeanos is lit up. Paint, though, good flicks to keep it steady before M80 has 2 people still alive and making it a 10-5 game.
10-5 game. The attempt here with the hero rifle to get 2 kills shouldn't damage M80 that much because they did reply with their thrifty on that second round. So the money should still be good on the defense with that retake, despite the amount of players that they lost in the process. Thankfully, though, the silver lining for Shopify is they do have the showstopper to work with to potentially try to open up the site. Maybe one of those trap plays to try to get into the heaven. And that's what I was talking about too. The Sage pick to try to block the aggression coming out. It's not a let's just wall immediately when the barriers come up, because that could get broken off right away. But you react on the sounds that you hear. So the first satchel comes across, he throws that wall off, and then boom, Paint just runs into a wall, and it makes it easier for M80 to isolate Pancakes who's trying to TP up. So that's what I was trying to say here with the Sage pick. That looks a little bit old and odd in this type of comp, but you now have the versatility of playing her walls a little bit differently on a map that hasn't changed too much since the last iteration.
Yeah, seeing her play those walls like that is fun as ever. We'll place his down immediately this time on a main to force at least somebody from Shopify to pay some extra attention to it, maybe lose a duel if M80 wants to get in front of it, which they're going to send a drone out just to see if anybody decided to go into the stack. They quickly realize it's not, especially since the rest of Shopify have started to make some noise on these other ends, but nothing decisive until now. Up we head to the tower, and getting flushed out. Bao still finds the kill and gets in front of the Paint shells to stay alive for just a little bit longer. I don't know how the shell still finds him there, but it does, and Paint's not done. Gets one more as M80 extend onto site.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Now another from Paint. That is unbelievable.
And that's just unlucky. It looked like a moment where Sato's position was good, but I think it was a moment where he was looking at his minimap in a split second and the swing came out. I love the interesting approach, though. They started with double initiator using util towards this B side and pop off the showstopper. But the showstopper was just walking up towards middle with the other 2 players. So they were expecting somehow that the players from M80 would fall away from the aggression coming out from the fake of a showstopper coming in towards main, and it would fall back towards middle or go for a faster rotate from A heaven over towards that B site where the showstopper could get a lot of value. But instead, it fizzled, but not this round. We're pushing through with the kill. This is a nice little 100 Thieves play that works out for a double kill for Sato.
Yeah, that's the kind of round that Sato is really excited for. And it's good to see him working magic a little bit this time around. We'll see if it's enough. Spaz does get away with the peek, so he's taken tower away from B-Dog, who will be placated a little bit longer as Shopify try to figure out what to do next.
Yeah.
A distraction dance that will net 2 more players at least from M80. So all of a sudden, Paint's got his pick of the litter with where he goes after this wall goes bye-bye.
And that's all they have to wait for. So it gives me a chance to continue to talk about that previous round, though, with the showstopper walking up towards middle. So even though it doesn't get any kills, he doesn't shoot it so that they don't want to give a tell of where they're creeping up towards you. So they went for the contact play on top of B Heaven, went for trades, and it turned out nice towards the end on how they fought inside that site. That said, though, M80 going into this round, they had a very nice hold here at the very beginning with their trap play towards B main. Now there might be a timing though for Shopify.
Right there.
Just got pinged out.
Immediately fault line, Okeano steps out and grabs his. So 2v3, M80 have still just been more ready to, hold on to the site, and it'll completely work out for them. A Rolling Thunder that will not affect M80 whatsoever.
Right, guarantees the plan, but it does also give the tell that they were committing towards the B site, so the gap is closed a lot more quickly for M80, so they have more time to work with for the retake. It's just going to take a little bit longer to re-clear towards middle first, which is the responsibility of B-Dog. But once that's clear and the fault line should be ready by then, they still have a slow orb and an aftershock. Should be able to explode back into the B-side retake.
Staying meticulous, but the toxic screen is the obvious culprit of where this fight's gonna end up. Snakebite tossed from outside of it to start it early for Spaz and Monsi, and they'll find a first. Now they're launching their own util at the problem, and it's Spaz to come up with the majority of it, but Bao stays alive just long enough, but is the spike given the same amount of time? Yes, indeed it is. M80
Very
once
close.
again carry on, and they're 2 rounds out from taking us to 3.
Very, very close, and I like at least the respect here from both breaches to find the right timing to use the aftershocks, and cutting it very close though from the side of M80. A little bit of a split second more on the side of Shopify Rebellion on how quickly they could have gotten that aftershock out. That could have been a round going through already for the side of Shopify Rebellion Black to try to scale back on the retake, but you saw that we saw this play in the VCTs, right? The fault line, the slows coming in from the top of rafters, as well as a salvo to allow the double satchel to move forward and get some kills. Stolen strictly from 100 Thieves, and it pays off rather.
Now we'll see Sato get on top of this wall a little early, and it'll lead to an opener that Bao will quickly resuscitate. They're trying to burn down the wall before Sato can get revived, but it's too late. Salvos will try to get rid of those guard dogs too, but still, it's such an investment that leads to not too much at all.
And losing a player early like that, and that's your duelist. So your explosion into the site with the satchels are not going to work out too much, but I like this idea. Or to cross over instead because you're using the Viper Wall anyways for a B-side lurk. Now you can meet up together and try to maybe catch some players off guard when you don't have that information in the mid-round for M80 now. So again, similar situation on their defense. They're going to have to body peek. They're going to have to jump peek. This is going to get heard now as they're on top of heaven for SRB, and they hear the jump spotting out from Caillou out towards screens. So they're finding the right timing. They know that it should be weaker towards the A site because they're playing off-site with the jump spotting from M80. So an opportunity now for Shopify Rebellion to just explode.
It's going to get scrappy in a perfect world on Shopify's terms, but Caillou still gets a kill in the early parts of it, and Okeanos only had to worry about an inch of that Armageddon before he could start getting active again. Monty will at least punish him staying around, and Spaz finds Sato, but there's no time on site here, and so M80, they're just gonna bunker up on it. Monty has to go for this plant, and there's players right in front of him. Spaz hit, and the double swing is perfectly timed by M80. Another great interception that'll get them 1 round away from game point.
Didn't expect the Armageddon to come out from the back of the A site either when he finally started to commit into this A site hit. And somehow Cosmetics continues. I think Okeanos was stunned in the back of that A site, hit by a fault line by Monsi, yet he still gets that pick onto Pancakes, but an easier kill because Pancakes TP down. So you just got to get your crosshair ready and boop, pops him as soon as he comes out of the TP. And that forces now the first timeout from Shopify Rebellion Black. Actually quite interesting that both of the timeouts were used earlier on for M80's side for them to take this lead. And finally, Shopify Rebellion are calling their first timeout now that they're backs against the wall with the M80 at map point.
Yeah, this is
One enemy
definitely a little late, even still, but when they feel like they had such a structure for so many of these rounds and M80 keeps pulling back, and I mean, if it continues to be this close, I understand Shopify's reasoning that, you know, we're not necessarily stopping any momentum. I think, you know, the other guys are breathing just as heavily as we are at the moment. just comes down to refreshing at this point and cleaning up, coming away with the majority of these picks like they did so frequently on Fracture.
Try to sell a fake, seems like on this A side.
All missiles away.
So moving forward, the pits on that side as well. But as they make a lot of noise, it's actually being aggressed by M80 first. So those two players towards B main can't really start moving forward yet, because they still need Shopify Rebellion to push back the double initiator towards this A site, but it's the Rolling Thunder picked up by M80. That could stall a second wave attempt from Shopify Rebellion to sell this fake.
Yeah, Okeanos can play as far back as he wants to. Cosmic Divide into the Rolling Thunder so early on top of this. Attempted gravity well to stop the push here from Paint, but B-Dog still catches Monsi before these other two get on, and the TP is here to make sure that Shopify have, again, some semblance of structure, but M80, as this Cosmic Divide goes down, they are on top of this. They are ready to go whenever they choose to start fighting, and it'll be off of Sato's Showstopper. Bao enters first, easy pick off. Paint still with this shotgun, has to play close and gets only one. Sato still hunting with this Showstopper in the garage, and Spaz is able to avoid it, but these two players are on such low health and have so much more ground to make back up to even get close to this spike. BCJ on a crumb of health, and he's found the perfect moment to catch Sato before Caillou turns back and grabs him. And it's simply too much for Shopify Rebellion Black this time around. M80's split looks as clean as we hoped it would once they picked it, and we will go to 3.
And a great answer back from M80 in that second half. I thought it was going to be a done deal as soon as we saw that pistol round happen on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black. A conversion, I think, of a 2 versus 4 that was won by Shopify. But then the eco that came through on that second round really started to get the ball rolling here for M80. So props to the confidence and the resiliency coming out on the side of M80 to push this into a third map. We mentioned before, this is still going to be a very difficult map for M80 to play in this third one because of the results that Shopify has gone through in the past, including one against Core in overtime, where it's been Core's best map before. So now it's going to be the battle of the duelists. We'll have to see what happens now on that third map, because it might be a Jet versus a Neon in this tiebreaker.
Yeah, we'll see if that persistence develops into endurance. Haven is your map 3, and we'll be back with it after the break.
Well, it's insanely different. The competition like rose triple. I feel like that we've only been together for like a month, and that's like as soon as Premier's like playoffs started, we won it, and we were just in Challengers, so we only had a month to prepare. Like the level of difficulty is a lot different. Like it's so much harder to get kills, and like the whole entire objective of the game changes. But our first week against M80, it was a lot harder, I would say, because it was nerves and everything. But our second week against Blue Water, I would say that it was a lot closer. And that short amount of span, I think we got a lot better. So this week against Ambrosia, we're hoping to turn that around. Key factors. So the key factors to the team's success is not making any mistakes, but also just working together as a team and keeping our communications really good, because I feel like that's one of our most lackluster like features as a team. But besides that, we just need to make less mistakes, and I think start winning these games. Well, you can expect from me. My name is Abu2 for some reason, but it was changed to Denner recently. you can expect from me that I'm gonna keep playing. Last week I had a really good game against Blue Water. I'm planning to keep riding momentum. I've had a change in my role a little bit. And then for the team, just don't count us out yet. We're getting a lot better every week, and against Ambrosia, we're hoping to win out because we got that much better in that short amount of time.
Doesn't really need to do much work though now that that's toxic. Verona doing a good job holding it down on site. Eldris is reinvaded towards that operator. He is looking good as ever. You don't need to do that, dude. You have 4 players on your team.
Not gonna lie, after the very first map in the series, I was worried heading into the second map of Split, but M80, they had new ideas. They brought out a different composition and a very strong victory with that 13-6. And Dan, we're officially going to a map 3.
And it's something the casters were talking about. The use of utility for this setup of M80 was actually really good. When you look at the composition that they had, sure, you exclude the Sage a little bit, but you look at everything else in the post plan, they had so many chances to create delay, to be very disruptive to what Shopify Rebellion wanted to do, especially on that first half. That 8-4, we thought, okay, it's not too bad. Maybe a pistol, maybe a slight comeback that can happen for Shopify Rebellion, but M80 had a completely different story to tell. And they had some really cool set plays that, as Mensley was saying, we saw from 100 Thieves before, so little ways that they're implementing it in their own way and making it work out. So this was nice to see a good comeback from M80.
It would have been disappointing here in the semis if we got to see something else, considering that M80 has been a team we've also talked about a lot. So be able to see the bounce back, especially after that first here, Ash, I think was really, really good. This is a little bit more of the M80 that I want to be seeing. And sure, Shopify Rebellion Black, they're definitely shooting back at some point, but it was just M80 that had a little bit more of those ideas.
Yeah, you could really tell that they had a set plan coming into Split, and with a lot of those combinations that both Vance and Dryad were talking about. And I think it also comes down to, again, we were talking about how it's a bit of that information game here, their lack thereof, and a lot of that having to do with, okay, how are we going to pressure points across the map? We saw, honestly, this mid wall getting more value than I would have wanted to see. This is, like, no shade to Bao, like he did pop off, but he shouldn't have been getting so much value from a mid wall. And I think that Shopify Rebellion Black gave it too much respect at times, playing a lot of contact plays, but then that also meant that it was staying up. It was allowing M80 to have that passive and mid information and allowing them to kind of focus more on those extremities. And it made it a lot more difficult, I think, for Shopify Rebellion to open up ways to adapt throughout each round.
We saw so many rounds where the wall was just going down. I mean, the team was comfortable waiting for those couple seconds until it went down. Then they went through that mid to be hit more often than not. But I think what point that changed everything was the Shopify Rebellion winning the second pistol, and then on that round right after, it's a crazy play where Okeanos is able to steal a Bulldog, then gets 3 into that round. All the kills happened so fast where we didn't even know how that played out. But then it seemed like it was just momentum that they were able to gather towards the end. There was a very clear understanding too of how they wanted to play these retakes. They were giving that space to Shopify Rebellion Black on that B side. They were waiting for the salvos to come in towards heaven, and then they would go for the hit. It was very overwhelming. They were flooding so fast, and there was nothing and not one comfortable position that Shopify Rebellion could take in the post plan to close it out. So that's where we start to see the differences and the clear and very good preparation from M80.
Yeah, I think that you look towards the composition from Shopify Rebellion Black. We knew that there were going to be some more of those contact plays, but when they were playing so slow tempo in the beginning of a lot of those rounds, or even looking to cut noise and re-hit, it was also just M80 did well, I think, for disrespecting some of those lurk smokes as well, denying any of that value from the toxic screen that Spaz was trying to throw out at times, and that passive information he was trying to keep from M80. And with the fact that SRB weren't pressuring M80 early on in a lot of those rounds before actually going for those executions, it meant that for M80, players like Okeanos were able to save a lot of that utility for that stall, those salvos to come in into the late round when SRB were pressed for time, and the combinations he was able to throw out there into the server with Caillou.
When we talk about this shuffling around that M80 has had to do, Okeanos is always one of the first people we talk about having to go into this flex role. But what was also highlighted at the top of day, Dan, is he's someone that even when we do get to see these different looks come out from him, we haven't seen a negative impact at all in the server, which has been really impressive.
I really, really like to see Okeanos play. I think he's friends with a lot of the players in the scene, and for a good reason. This guy is always fragging out when he's playing ranked. I always see him go insane, but also when you see him in matches like this one, you can see the impact that he has. And we talked about it right at the beginning. He was only playing that duelist because he had to, because Sato was not here, and now he's just able to flex into anything, and he looks very natural playing anything, especially with this Tejo. I think is really impressive. Ash just talked about it, how they play around with this tempo, and now going into Heaven, I think it's a good way to close it out for Okeanos. And I mean, well, we'll see who will win. I don't know.
I do not know what to think anymore. Haven, the last one in the series. Ash, I would love to know your take on this, because when we see Shopify Rebellion, it's been up and down with the map, but the last appearance, even though it was a bit ago, was a really, really strong one. We haven't seen as much for M80, but it also looked really good.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty interesting, because for the likes of Shopify Rebellion Black, they're one of the few teams that is actually running the Neon on this map. But as we focus back into this composition from the last time that we saw M80 play on Haven, again, this was when Okeanos was back into that duelist role. We haven't seen Sato be fulfilling that role here for M80. I'm curious to see if their approach to Haven is going to change.
I feel like it'll definitely change, just like we saw on Split. You bring the star duelist, you want to change how you want to play around this. But what is really interesting is, yeah, now that we're going back, or we're going into this Haven, this is a very, very similar composition to what we saw from Shopify Rebellion on Fracture. I mean, the composition is essentially the same. The only big change is playing the Omen instead of the Brimstone that we see on Fracture. So things are going to remain the same, and we can expect a lot of the synergy plays, the synergy between the utility for these agents to look similar as it did on that first map. So that could be a point of concern for M80. I want to see what they're going to run it. I feel like we're going to be going for something standard, just letting Sato play probably the Jet. It's my guess here, but I don't know. They can do anything.
Yeah, since it has been a smidge since we've seen these two teams, there's definitely is this room for possibility. And the fact that M80, they had to make some sort of change on Split considering their results, but they're going for something that was quite different than what we've seen in the past from them. I'm definitely intrigued if we are going to see a little bit of a swap up going into the agent select, or whereabouts that's going to be. But even outside of the agents and everything else, I still think that Shopify Rebellion Black, even dropping that last map, there is a couple of hero plays coming out from M80 that have me a little scared when I look at the third map in the series. I definitely think that, Ash, a couple of these rounds were a little too close for comfort. So if it isn't a change up with the agent or an advantage there, it could even be in the server that way.
Yeah, definitely could. I think you talk about some of those moments and everyone thinks back to like that shorty play on Split from B-Dog, just being able to close that round out when it looked like everything was going wrong on that post plant there for the likes of M80. But okay, it's going to be the Neon head-to-head here. This is something that we have seen Sato play on Haven in the past, but he's definitely had the most reps on this Jet. I'm really curious to see how they're going to look to set him up on these deep lines, and how this difference in timing and rotations is going to go head to head.
This might be one of the only matchups to this day, right now, where we have a Neon versus Neon head-to-head in Challengers. This doesn't happen very often. We've seen a lot of different compositions. We've seen a lot of duelists being played on this map, a double duelist even, but then Neon versus Neon is just something that we don't see as much. A big difference here is going to be BCJ is going to continue playing on this Tejo, who has been pretty good, and Okeanos is going to be on the Sova instead. So you're looking at the differences of information that you can gather for both of these compositions that are, honestly, both of them very good.
I'm excited to see this little swap up, and we haven't seen Sato play on Haven. So to bring out the Neon here to versus Paint, who's been looking so good so far in the playoffs, is an exciting one. This is the third map of the series, an opportunity for a team to find themselves in the upper finals. Let's see who's going to come out on top as we head to Haven and to your casters, Vans and Tenric.
Thanks again, Sierra. Well, M80 has once again brought something new to the table, and with Shopify Rebellion Black continuing to close the gap round by round, they simply must. This is a dangerous Haven team. It's a dangerous every map team. Can M80 beat the odds that were set against them in Fracture, Vans?
Gonna be a fun one for sure, Tenric, because you're looking at what we were expecting was supposed to be a duelist difference, but now it's a initiator difference between Okeanos and BCJ. So I'm expecting now with M80 having a Sova instead of a Tejo to allow for them to flood a little bit better and get a lot of value off the recon and fight within smokes. And this is something that's going to be good for the composition for M80 just because Sato's good with the agent as well. But the opener still goes on the side of Shopify to start.
Now, Okeanos a little isolated this time watching the lane, and Paint's just going to run to him with 20 HP remaining. Shopify Rebellion will set up shop on this A site nice and quickly. That's how they'd like to do that a majority of these rounds. M80 quick re-entry, though. Sato good for one on the slide back. Pancakes extending for 3. And Caillou the only one remaining here on the defense in the 1v3. Aftershock available, blind available, but no longer a life. Shopify keep 3 standing for the pistol.
I guess for M80, they weren't expecting how quick it was going to be for Shopify Rebellion to execute towards the A side control out towards the long. And as they were trying to flood back in just to not give a chance for Shopify to set up here in the pulse plant, a couple of them got caught off guard here with Pancakes, who didn't really get affected by the util and flashes coming out from M80. And you see it already from the radar. The amount of smokes that came through from all the Omen smokes. And then you have the Paranoia and Flash, and you're trying to capitalize here on some information. But unfortunately, none of them of Shopify Rebellion were hit by that, and they're able to score quite early and now play the anti-eco, expecting potentially some sort of a walk down towards middle. So all of them are staying back towards that spawn. So that'll slow things down for a bit. And as you're forcing util and now players to walk out with a minute left on the clock, this is where it should still go by in favor of Shopify.
Yeah, not too many opportunities that M80 will get to try to take over this round, but we'll see them start to look for one as we hop up into the window. Yeah. Awfully close to a member or two of Shopify at this stage is B-Dog, as he'll get fully implanted right next to this trap wire. And no one's gonna check for him just yet.
Easy into the gamble to go back towards the A side.
Smoke
but then unfortunately, because of that, everybody goes in towards the C side camera. Yes, it pings players, but it would have been better if Val just saved onto the camera, not ping anybody at all, because it would have been a beautiful piece of util to utilize on a retake. Try to do some damage, but looking at the positions now, Tenric, it just seems like we're trying to die to Spike and not give any orbs at all here for Shopify Rebellion Black. So you understand now why the camera came out a little bit earlier for Bao.
Right.
Just to try to make sure they spot nobody pushing in towards the spawn. And it should be a safe 5-player falling down unless Shopify wants to gamble to push towards the spawn.
Well, no member of Shopify will go hunting this round, it seems. Everyone will go ahead and duck back, and M80 will kindly take the offer. So
before we hear the 5 booms from the salvos.
Right.
Sorry.
Of course, yeah. We gotta make sure we get all that said and done. But yeah, I mean, coming into this bonus, that was just a one and done gamble for M80. So again, not too much counterplay we've gotten to see from them so far. But Shopify, I mean, they're entering this map with just as much speed as they did the previous 2. So no letting up for either side. That is mandatory.
We'll leave this to you, Tenrik. It looks like it's going to be quick again for Shopify. Ping's already coming through for a fault line across the map, so taking control of A main is staying in the game.
Oh, Paint. Recon bolt in his pelvis and still sticks one before getting trounced. That'll be nobody breaking through just yet, but a neon for neon, so M80 will also have a tough retake game if Shopify can find a vulnerable site. This bonus round will be very suddenly within reach.
Uneven playing fields, both duelists falling down and camera now being thrown towards the sewers. That could be a tell for Okeanos that Shopify Rebellion might be giving up here towards the re-hit on the A side, especially if they also heard the trips are being thrown by Pancakes at the front of A main. So BCJ, yeah, is still going to try to sell a fake here to try to keep players at bay. But this should be easily read by M80, especially with that forward camera that Bao placed down towards that front C site. He might try to go for the hero play. He's got cages to try to fight with, right?
Paranoid to flush him out, and that might be too much space that he's, comfortable for. He's still peeking, though, and Spaz will punish. Big opportunity lost here for M80 to claw the round at. And Spaz on the box for any close peekers again. Fun setup for the slow take, but the salvo will stall it all away. And now you can set up just however you want if you're Shopify. Spray through the smokes willy-nilly. And no one can enter through the garage either. M80 will get timed out again here.
And that's a small little mistake coming out now for Bao. Again, it was one of those moments where you had to fall back. If you're already going to give up all that space and you can't really jiggle back towards that spawn, you have to hold that spot. It's your responsibility to cover up any types of lurks towards the top of the B site. It's for you to your responsibility to see if anybody's going to try to push up towards the garage into taking control of the C link and try to hold it so that your teammates can rotate across and then you can go for the flood retake back into the site. Again, because I'm looking at the setup, you should have some cages into the site, which would also help for the flood retake for M80. But as soon as he falls, that just foils all the plan here for the side of the defense to capitalize on a round or attempt to capitalize on a round. And with the 3 rifles that they saved, they buy a Stinger and a Guardian around it and still trying to fight towards main.
Yeah, just a real tough lack of utilization so far for M80. That has cost them dearly so early into this game. And that should terrify them after what's already transpired today. Stepping through B main, stepping through garage. So far, so good for Payne's escapade, but not for any others. Spaz can at least trade out Caillou's first blood for M80, but
cover going out.
We'll at least get Payne up through garage, and that'll be able to manage everybody trying to come onto this B site that Shopify will now condense upon.
I know where the last guy's at. Easy plant for B main. It's both initiators alive. Difficult for Sato, but at least he scores one onto BCJ.
Quick clear, but it costs him the stun. He still has his fast lane to at least get a free half. But they'll spray right through and already knock him down to 10. Goodness me.
And it's a one-way throw too, so very difficult for him to retake after that. You're going to have to count your losses one more time. As you see Sato falling back again, the overlay shows everybody's still alive, but it's a 2v1. Still will be a 4-0 scoreline for Shopify. But I was going to say the beginning of the round here, Tenrik, where we talked about SRB fighting towards main again, but there's different types of little tweaks that they're doing in terms of how they're taking over this site. Earlier on for the pistol round is just Paint going all the way down, getting the first kill. Second round, same thing, killing Sato on the right side. But in the third round, they go for a flash and then the smoke, making M80 think that they're taking sewers control. So you're keeping so many players out towards the A side, starve for information because you've already used your recon dart at the very beginning. You kind of don't want to use your drone right away. And then they pull back into an instant walk up towards middle, smoke into 2 spots with a drone. They break trips on different spots, and then you don't really know where to look at on the side of the defense on M80, and you kind of get caught. Sorry, everywhere, and just every different angles, and you can't even play the retake because of how inserted. Shopify Rebellion Black have been here on the attack side. Right off this round here. The drone to follow the trip, the push towards the C side, the ring pivot back towards the B. This is looking like Fracture all over again.
Yeah. And a very chameleonic attack as well, in which not only are you able to utilize Paint as that pin missile to get onto the site, but a guided one to go hunting once you've actually taken it. And with Shopify being able to parse out that B space so convincingly, they could implant Paint any which way he wanted to go. That kind of freedom can be afforded to him the remainder of this half. M80 have to have consolation after consolation to deal with him. And that's not what you want for a duelist that's driving the entire attacking force of the squad that's trying to beat you. So what is the plan to fully stop it here? Do you ball up even harder? Do you go for the retake even swifter? Do you... I mean, do you economize somewhere else? Cut the budget on a site that you know that Shopify's not favoring and just play reactively? There are so many ways to approach this, but none feel all too strong. Shopify get a free C site.
We're just waiting for the rotate back for M80, and this time Battle stays alive, so that could help for a bit. But look at that forward trip from Pancakes. It's gonna be difficult now for M80 to start flooding back here. They might hear it when they move through the chaos. Might not even be able to cross that line.
Blinding.
Yeah. Feels like a velvet rope right now for M80. They can't have any excuse to get past it. It has to come from garage. Sato does crack open too, but yeah, this front half of the site has everything covered, and we have still forgotten about that velvet rope.
Yeah,
so that'll be another round for Shopify.
Trips over it too. An easy kill for Shopify. And yeah, you're asking here, Tenring, what could they really do for M80? Because so far with this comp on their side, with the Neon, we've seen a lot of teams with Neon Breach just trying to take control of the A choke at the very beginning. And as you condition so many times in the first few rounds for Shopify's side, the amount of hits and control that you're taking there, you're now using a lot of util, but then you're not pushing enough to really close out that lane. So if you're not closing out that lane, you're still trying to play reactive. And if you're trying to play reactive, you're giving way too much space for a Neon, Tejo, and Breach on the other end to get an open site and to play double initiator, post plant, stall, while others are on site just hitting shots. So I think for M80 side now, you're just gonna have to start fighting forward into different spots. But with that said though, we're gonna have to take a slight little break just to fix a little bit of our technical difficulties, and we'll be back as soon as possible.
The conspiracists were right. We were in fact trying to shroud how good SRB have it right now. They are 5-0 instead of 3-0 on Haven. We have fixed that. And yeah, nothing really standing in their way just yet, Vans, except maybe a Sato ult this round. We'll see how far that gets them if they sees that.
I don't think far enough. The rest of them are just on pistols too, so it'll probably have to be saved in the next round. But again, I think the silver lining is M80 starting on the defensive side might be a little bit more difficult. Oh, they're going for it. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, and he jumps with the window. It's instantly shut down by Spaz. Yeah, very ballsy. Hey, it was all a tool to get Caillou up sewer to grab the one.
And Paint to do a marathon around the world.
Yeah, he has made it all the way around. This guy, by the way, a statement piece thrown away. That Vandal instead having that stinger upon the ultimate. Let's see how much he gets to actually ego though. There's one. And that is as free a seaside as you can get with a little bit of disrespect sprinkled in.
Yeah, and I like it though with the Vandal being thrown out, because if he was gonna run by himself just to try to scout information like a Yoru clone, or a Yoru ult rather, and he loses the Vandal, well, you know what Okeanos could do the last time that he picked up a rifle from the hands of SRB in an eco. They want to make sure that they convert into the round. The smoke dissipates, and the last two players are gonna be Dunzo.
Fantastic work done all around. Checking their sixes both physically and mentally here, and continuing to pay that respect to an M80 that can be strong at any moment's notice. Just any time now, they could be strong. Any time now.
And I was gonna say the silver lining is the ults that should cycle up here in this round or the next, right? We talked about the overdrive. I thought that was gonna be saved at some point, maybe to try to combine it with Okeanos with the Punch's Fury, but instead they wanted to try to go for a trap play so they could opt into this round and try to get that lane, and that's their answer into how they couldn't hold the control of the A site first. So this will probably force a drone early from Okeanos to make sure that they clear out towards long A, because that smoke being thrown on the attack side is going to make it difficult for M80 to really get the right information. So there's that drone coming out. It should confirm now that nobody's here towards the A side. But now that Sato gets smoked out, this is such a good utility play by Shopify Rebellion Black. Because now it's M80 that's starved for information for the second time. And they might have to use a dart instead of using it for the retake. They already used it. And he still gets no information. And Pancake steals the upper! Oh my god, dude!
Yeah, every step of that went wrong for M80. Finding nothing out of it. And it's not like M80 did anything wrong there either.
Nope.
Except, of course, not hit the op shot. Poor Sato. Still a world of work to do for him for this M80 team. But the rest of it will make their way back to this A side and do what they simply are forced to. Aftershock forced to force away Spaz. He can actually dodge it, and Paint's just sitting in front of this link. A well-oiled machine continues to run with no breaks. Except maybe a little bit here if Paint gets too big for his britches. The man was on like 10 HP anyway. And yeah, his IGL's got that covered.
And he's just trying to save his weapon if he can. A fake TP and holds it back in front of the B site. Should be able to. It's still B-Dog of all players, right? He used to be a duelist, so in these situations, in a 1v1 duel, he should be fine. And silver lining for M80, but a 7-0 start for Shopify. I think that was what we started on the first map, no? So we were talking about a Brazilian scoreline, and then usually that should be the case. But now that you have double ults on the side of the defense, they don't have money to work with. They can't buy on top of that.
I believe it was that.
And sorry, Tarek, I was going to say that should have been the moment where the overdrive would have been good here to try to combine into like some sort of hero trap play with the last rifle that you have.
Yeah. I was going to say it was actually 6 rounds that he needed on Fracture, so we're already beyond that threshold. But yeah, this consistent indecision that M80's been forced to do has just been suffocating to watch. And it'll continue to be with the gun diff now persisting. E-Dog Bit of a free shot. Can't lock it onto the Neon. Unfortunate, as the agent continues to still be a nuisance despite the nerfs, especially on a map that these two duelists in particular can utilize it so beautifully. Still, again, so much respect paid to this C site for the insertion as they'll use the Armageddon and put the spike down as the Watchdogs continue to linger.
And it's understandable. A Laura buy here for M80. Just trying to go for hero plays with the Chicos or the pistols that you have. Silver lining, 1 kill. But it doesn't help into the final score, the final line, which is a scoreboard now 8-0. That's basically the digits in the logo, but for the wrong side. This is tough. This is definitely tough. This is definitely tough for the side of M80. I think it might be those situations once again where M80 might be forced to call out both timeouts in one half just to try to salvage something here. And I respect it. I will talk about it in a bit because SRB are looking to just not stop. They're about to move down very quickly towards the C site. And maybe during the timeout, we could talk about the compositional change for M80 going into this third map.
Yeah, whenever M80 decide to use it. Throw the Rolling Thunder just to insert paint. That's what it was for all along. And we'll get rid of all of this util on C site. Shopify now reconsidering how clear that site is. And with Pancakes now the one inserted on the window. Shock will hit him pretty easily though. And so Battle will deal with that swiftly. Spaz to an extra insert.
He got one.
He could have gotten more on, but yeah, he will. he won't completely fumble the bag there.
Still pair advantage. Paint just saw Sato, so now they can just play time. Look at that lurk. The reflame coming out though from Monsi. Oh man, the reads coming out and the manipulation that comes out of this team. They're gonna double flank on top of that.
Completely avoiding the Rolling Thunder. Yeah, completely undetected. Caillou is he gonna check this twice? He might be terrified enough to. Oh, absolutely not.
I do prefer when they
and it's just beautiful Mreco plays. It's just a small bait because you already know that Paint was there, right? He was spotted by Sato.
Right.
So he goes for the backstab, gets the kill, and then there's not going to be an instant double swing because you're playing the time off the clock. And now that he sticks the spike, BCJ doesn't need to swing. He's just going to wait on Monsi's call to say, wait, he's sticking it or he's not sticking it. And now that you realize that he's trying to get it at half, Monsi says, I have the timing. Let's double swing, a wall bang at the same time. Easy kill. And an easy 9-0 now for Shopify. Dude, there's, once again, unfortunately, no answer out for M80.
Let's see if we can keep it going. Paint's turn to let the overdrive go, and he will find so much more. God, it's like watching a stallion run in an open field. Here he goes, 3 kills down.
Full line assist. Oh my God.
Gun here.
What do you want to do? What can you do?
What are you
back towards A-Link to kill B-Dog too? Dude, come on, Paint.
Give it to him, baby. Let's see it. Fast, terrified. Yeah, buddy.
Well done. Please don't hug me.
Oh, it's so beautiful to watch a team come together so well. And again, so much of it has to be attributed to Monsi. I know occasionally he's probably just saying Paint go kill. I know that's the point that we're at. That's the stop we've come to. 21-5-2, nothing to scoff at. But the way that this man has just been able to continue hurting M80 into these chokes and just chomping down at the bit, the moment the going gets tough, it is so enticing. And I'm so ready for the Shopify squad this year, man.
It's insane. And when we talk about the conditioning, so they go for the fault line. The Neon's already moving forward, going for, I like to call it the credit card strat, because you're already making noise, jumping around, and faking that you're doing a lot of footsteps and control towards the A side, and you're hoping to pull rotates on that site so that Shopify Rebellion can start moving in and leading towards the C side. But it's not, M80 doesn't bite to it. They actually walk down middle instead, and it gives them actually a great advantage.
I have retrieved the spike. I have dropped.
This is already a lot for Sato. We'll see if he sticks on it. He's cleaning house. Stealth drone catches Bow. He can't shoot it down. That's not prepared for B-Dog though, so he can at least play some defense in tandem, and That'll play some sufficient keep away, but Spike's already made its way all the way back over to A site with no one from M80 able to intercept it.
Force a TP on the C side. It's double pumps back towards the C site, or back towards the A site, sorry. Now you're forcing M80 to play the retake. Where they don't have too much util left after this owl drone. They can recon flash and hopefully get some spam kills. But you're already set up at a post plant now for Shopify.
They're hungry for it too, maybe a little too much. Sato can get in front of it, but everyone else, not nearly as much luck. Bao heading up the rear. Entry from heaven is still available from Okeanos as well for this 2v2. Very much doable, and Okeanos' drop down is perfectly timed.
That's communication out of Bao and Okeanos working together in tandem just to make sure here that they could win that 2v2. There was a slight, the first, I wouldn't necessarily say overheat because, man, respect, it was 10-0 at that point. So the slide towards that spawn and the amount of times that you're just holding W and high gearing and getting kills, Paint goes for that attempt to take down Bao towards that spawn and finally gets stopped. I mean, the man is 22-6. The value that he has on his Neon to run around is huge, and they never expected a drop down from Okeanos towards the end. So, pivotal round, at least a start for M80.
But a far cry from decisive, which M80 still are searching for on this defense. They're not going to get in front of it early on. Caillou, he's searching for something to get its way into garage. It looks like Shopify really wants to take control of here for a C crunch. They understand how much respect M80 is going to pay to this and what they still have to offer. Sato could pop out with this overdrive at a moment's notice, and he's staying back to make sure that they can't grab intel on him.
Cover going out.
I like this though, forcing yourself out to get pinged. Because look at the defensive side now. Sato's leaning in towards A, and now they could start walking in towards the C site. Just little plays, little mind games coming out for Shopify Rebellion. Here comes the explosion with the Armageddon.
Both members of M80s able to stay safely on it, but can't manage everything at once. Luckily, Caillou is able to get in front of it first. Grabs two. Now comes Sato's time. He can only get one with this overdrive. So 2v2 on site. Shock Dart will not connect onto Spaz either. So solid health pool to offer for this post plant that Okeanos is already ready to fight for. B-Dog, though, has to take a little more time. And Shopify is going to try and feast on the one. They will. But a lot of damage done on that lineup. And so if B-Dog can find just a couple easy shots. But again, Shopify is just too quick to the punch. Already sussing him out with the shots and getting right on top of him. B-Dog gets up and manages one. Spaz skirting back through inside the smoke with Shorty in hand. And now ducks back out. The back of his head spotted by B-Dog and M80. Come away with a second round this half.
And that's another clutch by B-Dog against all odds again. Beautiful. And that's cerebral coming out from B-Dog, because it's one small whiff from a player coming inside the smoke, and he takes full advantage of it to win two individual 1v1s. The timing on Spaz jumping in and him coming out and not trying to swing back into the smoke to try to just win and surprise his opponent, he plays also the time in his favor. Very, very smart once again by B-Dog. It doesn't matter how far behind you're trailing for that man to continue to step up to the plate and give some sort of a fighting chance for M80 on the attack side. We mentioned it before. This is M80's compositional change going onto this map. They should be more comfortable on the attack side because of this Neon. And we've seen these type of scorelines before that ended up in overtime. That ended up into a full run on the attack side on the second half. I'm not going to count my losses yet here as an M80 player, a viewer.
Drone going out.
Certainly not over yet. Never is for a team like this. As they stack up and head down the A lane, where BCJ's ready to intercept. Same position that Oki was left in on the pistol that left M80 so vulnerable previously, but the stack is prepped this time for Shopify. They're ready to fight for this. And the fault line does not catch BCJ. A lot of multitasking for the recon, both to get covered, and it still catches all of these members. A lot of time that they can utilize, but M80 gonna toss a lot of util into this owl drone to try and get some more information, and they'll get scared away from this.
just because of that smoke too. And good for Shopfire Rebellion on the other side. They didn't really want to burn out that flash yet from Monsi, so they could actually keep that into a post-plant retake. This is what we were talking about before. You're leading a 4-1 setup, right? You're leading more towards the A side hold. You're giving up the C site. As the camera gets broken, it's fine. You just gotta hold the angles to make sure you're not being pushed towards B and garage.
30 seconds
And that's the play you want.
There.
Look at him stay towards the spawn. Look at the rotate coming through from Shopfire Rebellion. And now they can start using util to fight back. But I love the repush from M80 back into the garage.
Yeah, huge ball coming up the window. Pancakes can manage only one. Paint, nice flick to find a second. And that'll actually intimidate them all the way out. Paint first approach, throws his body for a trade-off, and Shopify should be able to collapse from here. Indeed they can. All is well for the potential continued stomp here on Haven, 11-2.
Look at that too. Just small micro things. Monsi going for the jiggle peek so that when the player chases after him, surprise, BCJ's the one holding the angle behind. And then you'll have Monsi swing back out to guarantee the trade. Again, just small little protocols and fundamentals that looks night and day in terms of the performances of Shopify Rebellion at the beginning of this stage. Not to take anything away here from M80, because M80, ever since Sato joined into the roster, they've been popping off as well on the upswing, even getting a victory upset against Envy in the upper bracket round 1, where Okeanos was popping off as well, where Sato was able to get that space. You have your young fraggers coming through to be able to capitalize wins for M80 side. But now it's back into the storyline of the playbook of Shopify Rebellion, just shutting down the top to the end. Anchors cannot work. Splits cannot work. Execution stuffed. But this is a great learning experience here for M80 to at least get this early in the upper bracket so they can learn better here in their lower bracket run. I'm going to say it, potentially lower bracket run.
That was what I was expecting with M80 in the first place. I thought that they were going to lose to Envy and then have that Cinderella run all the way back to GFs. But to lose like this to Shopify, it was certainly not in the cards for me. And I'm certain a whole lot of other people too. But, I mean, looking like dominant performances in 2 of the 3 maps here, looking like one of the strongest pools we've seen in the bracket so far. The power rankings for this Shopify squad are shooting up by the thousands after this match.
Definitely, and now a forced buyout from M80. Just trying to gamble at least a flash control in the front of the A site, but you see the pings coming through. They could actually counter back with a fault line from the A link off that attempt, so he could help out Spaz just in the back. Fault line's being lined up, but nobody's pushing after. So this was a fake to start, and it's already read by Shopify. So nobody's really over-rotating, and they're watching towards the front side hit of B.
Yeah, just bear hugging whatever Shopify decide to throw at this so far, and Okeanos will stick around just to try and stave off Shopify a little bit longer. It'll work pretty damn well too. Smoke out on Garage, and that'll be the first sign that Pancakes is no longer alone. But that's the thing about these neon comps, it's usually all too late for that. Sato will spot the trap wire and just try and slide right past it. Gets yoinked on back, and Pancakes finds the shot. No coverage from M80, but they're still on site.
30 seconds left.
They've lost so much though with Sato dying first. Again, trying to re-hit. There's another trip in there. Thankfully it's heard, and we're not going to push forward. Oh wait, we just did.
Oh, yeah, that's caught. So now Shopify aware of how condensed this is, but they still can't necessarily fight that if Caillou is popping off like this! And he covers long enough for Okeanos too! But Pancake's still around, not prepared for B-Dog, but he misses the shots! The 1v1 to potentially decide how this match could go from here. Free half for Pancakes, B-Dog swing! Pancakes! Wins it out and brings Shopify to 12-2.
Oh. And despite, I mean, it was already known where B-Dog was at because he hit that trip in the very beginning. And the reason why I gasped is because he gets hit by the trip. He could get wallbanged. And thankfully, there's no big armor pen weapons in that round outside of the Outlaw that could really punish them. So he's able to stay alive. Plays a 1v1, but it's 2 veterans in the scene in Challengers. Between those two, it was taken over by Pancakes. against B-Dog after
They
all.
clash against
And
our
now
wall.
it's Shopify Rebellion at map and series points.
M80 immediately thrust into the throes of it. Paint slides in, doesn't need a slide to find his first frag. Sato doesn't find nearly as much luck on the rush in. And already,
Right there.
what few opportunities are left are collapsing for M80.
And you've already lost all of map control with that. So you have to commit into trading out into Garage. And if you're able to do so, it's tough because you might lose a player in the process, and that's going to be a 2 versus 4 for M80.
Dump so much into this, and Monty's going to respect it, heading back into where Paint lies inside that smoke that B-Dog attempts to spray through. Timing impeccable upon that paranoia. But now wrap around from the lane to get 2. And M80 does find a semblance of map control momentarily, turning into that C-site presence again. 2v3 for this retake.
Timing 2, the drone's going to see him, the drop potentially from Pancakes.
One enemy
They
remaining.
get ahead of it. One down, Bow for the potential ace to save this, but he's crunched. No goose eggs for this match, but certainly pretty damn close on 2 of the maps. Shopify Rebellion Black have one of their
Defenders
best
win.
performances in Challengers history here against M80 in the winter semis.
Definitely, and again, even in their last game against Blue Otter, I thought it was going to be like, okay, well, they've looked amazing, and they should cool down a little bit, especially against a team like M80. One of the favorites, again, to move into Ascension and potentially even move up to partnership. But Shopify Rebellion Black, with another revamp of a roster on their side moving into this season, has proven now, that they are definitely a top contender, if not the top contender now, outside of potentially Envy, to make it into Ascension now. So this is, again, once we got into the playoffs 10 rec, they've been amazing games so far.
Sure thing, and we're not done with them yet. Shopify Rebellion now stands sitting to play the winner of whatever match we're playing up against next. Winthrop versus Qbert Academy coming up after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Well, we got to see a third map in the series, but unfortunately for M80, very reminiscent of the very first one, 13-2, another statement match from Shopify Rebellion Black, who are now, Ash, in the upper finals. I was about to say grand finals. They're going to be in the grand finals if they keep playing like that, because what a day.
Yeah, it's crazy the momentum that they were able to carry forward. You know, our second map of the day over on Split was a different affair, but the fact that they're able to come off of that loss and show the same dominance that they're able to show on Fracture with how we started things off was insane. This Shopify Rebellion Black is just continuing to level up every single time we see them.
Yeah, whenever I'm like, nah, surely, Dan, like, surely they can't be like this good. Surely they haven't scaled above everyone else like this fast. Just got to prove us wrong. Once, you know, on Fracture, you could say maybe a fluke, but doing that again on Haven, I mean, just crazy.
Hey, Sierra, what was your prediction for this match? Sorry, I forgot.
Dude, if we see another rematch of Shopify Rebellion Black and M80, I am not going to hesitate to lock Shopify Rebellion Black. Let me tell you, just like
honestly,
I will say and admit when I'm wrong. Like, this was crazy stuff from the squad.
I mean, we didn't know that this is how it was gonna go. We didn't know that the maps that Shopify Rebellion Black were gonna win. They were gonna win this in such a dominant fashion. It was insane. And I mentioned it right before we went into this map. The composition that they're playing on this map of Haven is very similar to what they play on Fracture when they had that 13-1. The only difference is obviously the control. They're going for that Omen instead of the Brimstone that we see on Fracture. And we see how it plays out so well because all of these players are very used to these agents, used to how the synergy between that utility is going to work out. And on top of that, we have a Paint that was just going insane. I was saying that, you know, he's not the most flashy duelist that we have in Challengers, but today and on this map specifically, he was able to shine so bright, being the opener, getting 6-0 in first kills, and just allowing the team to do whatever they wanted after he got that first pick.
He really just shows how he's one of the best neons within Challengers NA as well. His ability to control that tempo and just synergize so well with that utility coming out from his team, like you were talking about there, Dan. And it's just so crazy. I think you look back and you see, you know, 11 first bloods for the side likes of Shopify Rebellion and Black, the consistency with their post plants as well, and so much that having to do with the space that they're able to take once they can get that spike initiated. And you even look back towards over the entire best of 3, Shopify Rebellion and Black were so consistent, I think, with opening up each half as well. They won 5 out of 6 of the pistols, as well as 4 bonus rounds today within all 3 maps, which is, I think, just insane with how it tells you how momentous they are in starting off every single map here.
I think any doubt that I would have ever had about this team after the first few weeks, I think it's safely buried and dead at this point. There is no doubt in my mind now that the Shopify Rebellion Black roster is 100% for real, and it is just incredible to see. We'll talk more about Paint in a second, but across the board too, like Pancakes had like a couple of these clutch moments. The utility was just fantastic. Monty, Dan, and this calling, like everything on this team is just clicking so beautifully.
The team looked insane today, especially that first and the third map where they were able to win. I mean, 13-1 and 13-2. It's crazy that we even went all 3 maps with the kind of performance that we're seeing from them. But I just gotta see, it was 400 and something, 480 something ACS from Paint. What is that? Again, a player that I just mentioned, I was like, yeah, he's okay on the duelist. He's not as flashy. He's not as insane as we've seen for other duelists, not as, you know, out there as we've seen for the other ones. But I'm really liking what I'm seeing from this Neon. I think this is a Neon that you can force in a lot more maps, just like we saw from 100 Thieves, for example, in Kickoff. And it's just, if it fits a playstyle for Paint, and if you're able to get used to all the other compositions that they hold on the other side more often than not, then I think there's a very, very good potential. I mean, at this point, Shopify Rebellion Black are just 1 match away from moving to the grand finals.
Yeah, a quote that we had at the beginning of the day, I got to talk to Paint on Monday, and the quote was just simple: I'm just going to try my best to play the best that I can. And I think that we've really gotten to see that throughout series when, Ash, we're highlighting these duelists on the opposing end, these players on the other end, to potentially shut Paint down, and we're really not seeing that happen. Someone who's still consistently at the top of the leaderboards throughout all of that. Like, Paint is not someone we talked about nearly enough at the beginning of the season, and I feel like he's one of the main topic of conversations now.
Yeah, there's a good reason for it as well, right? And a lot of that also has to do with the setup that he's able to have from his squad. I think Monsi has been great as far as the utility that he's throwing out. You can see that the synergy that they have together is working really beautifully as far as, you know, the timings, as far as the combinations go, that space taking and whatnot. And it's just very electric to see him stepping up to the plate at this level so late into the competition when it does matter the most.
And someone else who we got to see step up in that map and just throughout for this team has been Pancakes, who is on the line now for our post-match interviews. Let's head on over to that. Congratulations on the series win, being in the upper finals as well. Map number 1 and 3 were absolute statements. How do you feel after that?
It feels pretty good. I mean, my team is pretty insane. I don't know. I didn't do that much, but my team's pretty good.
All right, we saw that map 3. I don't think you can say that. You had some great Cypher plays there. I want to know how you're feeling a part of this squad, because when we've gotten to see you in the past with Challengers, it's always been in this IGL role. Now you got other IGL in the squad. You can kind of focus on your thing. How's that been?
I like it. It's nice not to call, and like I can focus on like a different part of the game that my callers don't have to focus on, and like find like the gaps and things that we're missing, and just call those. So it's like it's nice to have the knowledge but not have like the whole job of doing it, you know?
Yeah, so you get to chime in, but you don't have the responsibility at the end. So
yeah.
I want to talk about the first map in the series, Fracture, because this was such a strong win for Shopify Rebellion Black. You played it up against M80 last time you two met. They had picked it, and it was a decently close match then. So was there thoughts that maybe this was going to be close yet again and still felt confident, or?
I mean, I think we were just coming into the whole series confident, and like map 1 we did well, just not hesitating on anything we did, and that helped a lot. Our retakes were just really smooth because we knew that they're probably going to try to play like post plant and stuff a lot. So as long as we just went together and traded out, it worked out for us.
For Series of Code Confident, I do have to ask about that map number 2. We see the split. They're bringing out a different composition. They bring out the Sage. Was that something that caught you guys off guard just a little bit?
Yeah, I don't think we expected it. We definitely did not like adjust very well, and we'll have to touch up on that map a little bit. But yeah, I mean, they played split really well, I thought.
Now you find yourself in the upper finals, and there is still a match to figure out who you're going to be playing up against, Winthrop University and Qbert Academy. Who do you think is going to win, and who do you want to see win?
I don't know. Both those teams are looking good right now. I'm down with playing it. I kind of want to play against Moobs, so like Moobs again maybe. I'm down for that, but also against the big T. I'll play whoever. I don't care. I want both of them to win.
Well, it'll be an exciting match to see who you're facing off against. Pancakes, congrats on the win. Thank you for your time. Best of luck in those upper finals.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, one of our upper finalists has been decided, and one more to be decided is going to be Qbert Academy going up against Winthrop University after a short break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Hope you filled up your water bottle, gotten a snack, because we have one more match to go through for today. It's Qbert Academy going up against Winthrop University. A match that I think, Ash, fairly certain to say that not a lot of people expected to see here in the upper semis.
Yeah, definitely not. I think that Winthrop has been a dark horse in this competition. You know, taking down some giants within a YFP that we thought would go a little bit differently, and then TSM earlier this week as well. That one was a tight one where Winthrop managed to pull through at the end, and it's been a huge litmus test for them, and they've been passing with flying colors.
And it's never going to get easier. It's a lot of stacked teams here in the playoffs, and their first opponents for this, well, not first opponents, their next opponent, Hubert Academy. This is the team that had the most hype around them going into the season, of course. It's the Sentinels Academy roster, and this being built around and by Redux with some of the top players that we've had here in Challengers, Dan, and things have just looked so good for them.
It also helps that every match that they've had has been so hype. And it just, for no reason, every single time. Again, talking about the first match that they had, it was an insane comeback from 10-2. And then every time that you think the team is going to lose, they always find a way to either come back or really put up a fight against some of the strongest opponents that we have in Challengers. And this is what we should be expecting from Hubert Academy. When you look at this roster, when you look at Redux, at Nismo, at T-Dog, I mean, every single one of them have been names that we've known for quite some time in Challengers, coming from different teams, and now all together. In their first playoffs run, I think they have a big potential to make it to the upper finals today.
Definitely one of the favorites when you're looking at the caliber of talent on the squad. And when you look back at some of their games and the performances they've had as well, it's been really, really strong. There's always been, you know, the matches, as you said, Dan, they're always interesting. I mean, Ash, when you're looking at that quarterfinals matchup against Core, that was one that definitely went the distance there. But Hubert Academy, they're always able to bounce back with just the stack of talent that they have.
Yeah, the fact that they're able to just, you know, steal that momentum back away, right? Because that matchup against Core, that was no easy win for them. That was a Core that had been looking really good and had been leveling up as well, and being able to go toe-to-toe with the Hubert Academy, where they managed to even push it to overtime in that first map on Haven is absolutely insane to see. It tells you a lot about the resilience that this team has based on the experience from, you know, the core four of that roster, then with Knights kind of rounding them out there, being this rookie player slotting in so nicely for this team, and a player that I think has been praised mechanically very often as well.
Yeah, Knights is somebody that was on that initial Rankers squad back in Stage 3, the super, super young, talented player, and Hubert Academy recognizing that and bringing him into the ranks. And it's somebody, too, that when we're looking at the squad, sometimes, Dan, you can get caught up with these really, really big names, but Knights is definitely someone that is worthy of the praise for what he's been able to accomplish so far here. And I'm only just imagining such a bright future ahead for this kid.
Yeah, it's been pretty cool to see Knights play on this team of Hubert Academy. I think it's one of the conversations that we've had recently in Challengers of what are the Sentinels doing? What kind of impact are we bringing as a Sentinel, especially currently with the Vice meta? And I think Knights has been one of the ones that you see in the Vice the most, that you can kind of take notes on how the setups are looking. And I like that they, just keeping the conversations that we've been having today, they like to bring this mix of having the Vice as a Sentinel, but also willing to play the Neon. So you have these very two different agents on the same composition that have been working out so well, because yeah, you have Knights on that Vice, slowing it down, having that wall, having that info as well, but you also have Redux just running it down as he does. It's such a cool combination of them finding out their own composition, what is working out, and also having a good understanding of what other teams and Challengers have been doing.
And I mean, Knights is definitely someone who was capable of fragging before and is still now, because when we saw him back on this Rankers roster, played more of this Clove and now more into the Senti role, has been really, really cool to see. And definitely a tough challenge ahead for, I think, the biggest underdogs that we have here within our playoffs bracket, Winthrop University. This is the team that, against the odds to take down TSM, it was the team that against the odds beat YFP to make it into the playoffs in the first place, Ash. And it's a team that's been underestimated at any points in the road. When does that stop?
I think everyone's starting, you know, to give them the recognition that they deserve. I feel like you look at this roster, and there have been players who have been around both the collegiate and the tier 2, tier 3 scene for a while, and they're finally getting some of that respect that they deserve. I think that again, Ali having stepped in for this squad previously, kind of sitting back in that coach role, has opened up a lot of opportunities for them. Him being able to bring that brain into the server for the squad is probably something that paired with Nasi works really, really well. And I think you have to give also a lot of credit over to Flair for the flexibility that he's providing this squad. The fact that he's so open to trying out any agent, slotting into any role, and allowing them to shift their compositions so that works best for them. And it's been looking really nice.
It's a team that, when we're looking at the collegiate team, they definitely have a lot of that experience, which I think sometimes, as you call it, gets discounted because it is a collegiate team. And it was something that was touched on and talked about in the interview with Flair. If they just keep underestimating us, then they're just going to keep losing. And I love that call out, especially too to see the contrast with Hubert tweeting before going into this match, Dan, today we end the dream of 5 college students. Big words, but if they're underestimating Winthrop, well then what's about to happen?
No mercy for that tweet from Keyboard Academy. I mean, it's a good one for sure, no matter how it turns out. And I gotta say, this just reminds me, and I might be going too far, but I just want you guys to get this connection of like what just happened with T1 and Masters, where everybody was underestimating this team, like, oh yeah, they're gonna lose next match, they're gonna lose it. And then they just keep winning and winning. It's like, wait guys, hold up. Were you guys always this good? Like, yes, we've always been this good. This is how I see Winthrop right now, where everybody's like, okay, yeah, maybe a little bit of luck. They won that match and they just keep winning. So clearly it's not luck. They have one of the most flexible rosters that we have in Challengers. I mean, we just talked about it. We talked about Nasi. We talked about these individual pieces, but Moobs, how many times have you seen this guy on the Duelist and then on the Sentinel? He's doing it all. And that is when you look at what each one of the players can do, they always have something new to bring. They're always willing to get a little silly, to mix it up with the compositions, to mix it up with that playstyle, and that is why they're here right now.
I'm still cracking up at the Winthrop University is the T1 of Tier 2 Valorant here. That is a statement, everyone.
I'm going crazy. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Dan Drive. But no, focusing on moves. I mean, this is somebody that even in the past interview was called out as, I want to go up against him, and being able to see the adaptability that he's had here in the server Ash, and then some of this Vise and Deadlock gameplay has just been really clean.
Yeah, it's been nice to see his improvements, I think, over the years as an individual. I feel like he brings that flexibility to the squad where we see him even swapping off between that Chamber and Vice, like map for map on the same maps, like here and there. Just depending on who they're playing up against, how they want to approach that on the day of. And I think it's a pretty interesting dynamic to be able to have where you're going to have to guess, okay, are we going to get the moves where he's going to play a little bit more forward? He's playing on that Chamber. He's going for some of those earlier engagements. Or is he going to be kind of sitting back a little bit more on that Vice? And that ability to really switch things up for the likes of Winthrop, I think, is something that makes it hard for their opponents to adapt to. And you've always also got to keep an eye out for him on those lurks as well. He has so much impact from those timings, and a big part of that is also the rest of the team being able to cause the chaos to allow him to find those opportunities to thread the needle.
I mean, let's talk about the chaos and the impact from the rest of the team, specifically Infiltrator here, and see how he's going to stack up against Redux. Of course, when we talk about Qbert Academy, I feel like every week it's like, all right, here's this duelist going up against Redux. How are they going to fare? Because Redux being the whole reason for this team. But Infiltrator, despite this being a tall task here, Dan, Infiltrator, that last performance up against TSM, it was also like, ooh, this is about to be a crazy duelist head-to-head, and Infiltrator just passed with flying colors. So I'm excited to see how he stacks up against Redux today.
I actually really like this duel because, yeah, like you're saying, every time we go and we talk about Qbert Academy, we're saying Redux, he's so insane. Oh my God, he built this team. He's a duelist. He's going crazy in the Neon. He's going crazy on any duelist that he's playing. But I feel like Infiltrator has been kind of that quiet highlight from Winthrop University. And it's not just because he's not fragging out. It's more because we're just starting to learn more and more about this team and the way that they like to play. I feel like last year we saw this team constantly changing compositions, constantly changing ideas. And now it seems like they've settled for these idea of, okay, we're going to bring a few changes here and there, like Ash was saying, for example, sometimes with the Chamber. But it's very clear what the playstyle is that they want to bring, and I feel like Infiltrator and Redux make for such a good head-to-head because of that.
Yeah, it's really exciting too, because I think Infiltrator is also kind of, from the beginning of this split, he was kind of set as like one of those like mid-table duelists, if anything. And then the fact that he's able to not even just go head to head, but low-key like dominate at times up against duelists like Sim and Penny, who we see as like some of the top duelists within our region in this league, is pretty insane to watch. And I do wonder if maybe it was just, you know, finally finding that comfort on the side of Winthrop as they started to gel together with the changes that occurred for their roster. And now that he is in that sweet spot, just really fully being able to unleash himself.
What we've gotten to see recently from Winthrop University has been such a huge glow up, and I am so here for it. Time to see how it stacks up against Qbert Academy and talk about the map picks and bans that we have ahead of today's series. Again, when you look at this, Qbert Academy, I still think a favorite. Winthrop University, Dan, though, they're going to be bringing it out on Lotus first. How are you feeling about that?
I like it. I like the Lotus to start us off for Winthrop University. Last time that we played this map for this team, it was a 13-1, so it's very similar to what we saw today in our first match. I don't think it's going to be a 13-1 for sure against Qbert Academy. I think it's going to be a much closer fight, but that is when we started seeing those slight changes that they were bringing with a few role swaps between the players and also moves on the Vice. That was pretty interesting to see. I like this Lotus a lot. I like how this map was going to play out. I feel like it's going to depend on if Winthrop University get the first map to push us to the third one, because I 100% see Qbert Academy taking Fracture.
Yeah, I think that this part of what makes this map pool so exciting is the fact that we're seeing strong maps for both of these teams throughout this entire best of 3, right? And I think what's also fun is just considering some of the changes that we've seen going on for the likes of Winthrop University with Ali now being on those smokes, even just slotting a little bit more into that Clove because he likes to take a lot of risks. I'm really excited to see how this pans out.
I mean, we're talking about the changes we've gotten to see from the side of Winthrop University. But for Qbert Academy, last time we got to see them on Lotus, this is pretty recent. So I'm not imagining any changes today. This was a decently close match against Core here, Ash. But it's all kind of like this good stuff composition.
Yeah, I think that what makes this really interesting is going to be a really big difference in what we're going to see between these two teams compositionally. We've got the Neon that we're running on the side of Qbert for Redux, and then expecting the Rays on the other side of things when we look over towards Winthrop. And there's just a lot of general crowd control zoning potential, I think, on the side of Qbert Academy, where you have Redux's ability to stun for himself as he's trying to make that space going in, and then so many combination opportunities alongside the Tejo that we're expecting to see as well. It's going to be a lot of chaos. I think a lot of util dumping. And I think we might get a little lost with everything that could be going on here from that Qbert side.
A little lost in the sauce. I'm here for it. But talking about the composition on the other side, and again, calling back to that Winthrop University 13-1 win over YFP, where if Infiltrator doesn't go for the knife, then could have just been the 13-0. Let's be real. We have seen a change since Ali's come into the squad as they've kind of been reshuffling stuff. But Infiltrator on this Raze, and most notably here, Dan, Ali on this Clove, like this has looked really, really clean. Like some teams have gone kind of away from the Clove, have never really started using them. But this team fully embracing this, and I love it.
Yeah, I like the Clove. I like what you're able to bring with the Clove, especially with the mix of kind of just the composition that you're seeing right now, right? When that second one and the last one that they played, they're opting for no Sentinels. I can't tell you that is my favorite composition to play with this Clove, but I do like what Ali brings on this agent. More than anything, I'm just interested in moves on this Vice. I prefer seeing moves on this Vice on a map like this one, where you're gonna have your setup towards that C side. You're gonna have the opportunity to go for that fast or like the aggressive hit on that A side. So you have a couple ideas that you can implement even on that defensive side, and that is I would say my preferred composition. I wonder if we're gonna keep seeing this Clove though, and kind of what impact it can have.
I wouldn't be surprised if they continue forward with it. I think it just suits Ali's playstyle so well with how aggressive he does like to play on the smokes and those risks that he does like to take. And then I think my eyes also get drawn towards Nasi on the Sova, something that we've seen him very consistently on Lotus for. Not a lot of other teams still run the Sova here on Lotus, and it's a very pocket pick for him. I think that it works really well with Nasi's playstyle and how he's looking to maybe break some setups with those shock darts and whatnot to come through, and like the ability to also do a lot of re-clearing for information with the drone and the recon dart.
All right, so let's talk about predictions going into today's one. Actually, yeah, predictions first. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. Dan's already ready. Go ahead, Dan. Go ahead.
Hey, Sarah. What is your prediction for this one?
All right. So hear me out, okay? I am an extremely superstitious person. I was the only one to predict Winthrop University when they went up against YFP, and that was just a stomp. I was the only one to predict Winthrop University going up against TSM, and we all got to see how that went down. Another win, right? So if I was to betray them now and they lose, I would never forgive myself. I would rather be wrong and then betray Winthrop University at this point, all right? Hubert Academy's already coming after me on Twitter over this. Like, I thought we were friends. Blue Otter's going after them. Like, I'm gonna leave this year after TSM lost. I don't know. We're here for the chaos. I'm too deep into the chaos now. I have to go with it. Okay.
I heard that they were gonna send us a Hubert plushie. Now they're not because you did this. Thank you, Sierra. Thank you for that.
That's crazy. That is crazy. I think Winthrop owes you a plushie. I think they owe you designing a plushie and sending you one if they win today with your vote.
I have Winthrop University's strongest soldier right here. I feel like I'm part of the team at this point. Like I gotta stand by them now. All right, doesn't matter how it goes. It's too late. It's too late. I feel like it definitely is a case of them being the underdog yet again in the series. But this has also been something we've said about them every single series. And they keep coming out with these wins. They're looking stronger and stronger every time. So, like, all I'm saying is Winthrop University has everything on the line. And for Hubert Academy, nothing. Like, that's as plain as that, right?
Wait.
They can't ascend. Like, all these players, like, it's very different stakes for these teams.
I did, you know, not like I'm gonna change my prediction, but I did say that Winthrop University are the T1 of Tier 2 NA Valorant, which I am the only person in the world who has said this, and it's for a reason.
Andrea's on my side. That's all I need. She wasn't brave enough to do it for her predictions, but she's on my side. That's all I need. Thank you. Winthrop University, congratulations on your win. Knock on wood. Simply put, Ash is just lost for words over here. She's like, I don't even know. She's like, I can't even with these two anymore.
Whoa,
like,
okay, wait. You listen, it's no shade to Winthrop. I've been a fan of the Valorant that I've seen them like pulling out the past couple of matches. I think they've gotten really good. I think that they have been an underdog, definitely a dark horse in the competition. But so I'm not in full disagreement with either of you. I just think that, you know, I still got to stick to my guns going with Hubert Academy. And for Winthrop, you're talking about how, you know, they've got all the pressure. Hubert Academy doesn't have any pressure. Have you met Sentinels fans, bro? Like that's a lot of pressure to have on your shoulders. I think that it's different kinds of pressure though, right? For Winthrop, they're representing, you know, collegiate teams looking to almost like break the mold in that regard to gain like new respect for those players. And then for the likes of Hubert Academy, you know, this is a big name to be heading into Challengers, and they have a lot of weight on their shoulders as well.
That's fair. That's a good call out. But I'm still sticking with my narrative of Winthrop University all the way. Can't stop this. It's too late. Winthrop train's already left the station. Okay. As Dan said, T1 of Tier 2 Valorant.
That's simply so funny. I was just thinking about the roles, by the way, guys. So moves, I feel like is Meteor, and then we have Infiltrator is Buzz.
Wait.
I've gone too deep. I've gone too deep.
Oh my god. Twitter's about to have a field day, bro. You saying moves is Meteor. Twitter's about to have a field day. I can't wait.
But I see the vision in my head because I've seen Moobs play Reyna and Meteor is playing Reyna. So I think it's all connecting. And when I'm right, I'm going to say that this was my prediction all along because I can never be wrong in predictions. So
I mean, even if you weren't brave enough in your heart to predict Winthrop University, you can be like honorary correct if they do end up winning this series. But I mean, it's a tall task still, but I'm excited to get to it. Let's go to the agent select. I still love that out of all things, Dan's like, the Reina. Out of like, where is this coming from? Like, what is
my analysis? It's
I
her main. What do you expect?
Whatever. All right. Yeah, there's none of that going on here. We set the stage. We had talked about the compositions. Ash, this is essentially what we expected going into this.
Yeah, no changes on either side for this one. I think that, I am more a fan of the Sentinels Qbert Academy composition going through it. I think it gives them a lot of map control. I think that Winthrop, they do a good job of trying to set up different people on lines as far as like maintaining rebel control and everything like that. And you have definitely the risk of, the only flash that you're going to have available to you is going to be moves on that Vice. So it does kind of change the pacing of how Winthrop have to approach these rounds here on Lotus.
I agree with Ash as well. The composition from Qbert Academy is just such a small difference, but I like it way more. I think it's able to do much more, and it has been proven in the past. But this is a good map for both of the teams, and these are good compositions that they've proven are successful for both of them. So I just want to keep my eyes once again on that duel. Is head-to-head. Is going to be Redux on that Neon, and is going to be Infiltrator on the Raze. Very different play styles, but two that like to play very fast. So I want to see how this goes.
I think one of the big things to consider here as well is just like the sheer amount of utility that Qbert is going to be able to dump with that breach. You've also got Scuba on that Omen where you have the paranoia as opposed to the vulnerable coming out from Ali. And then obviously you've got, Redux's own concusses as well. And then Nismo on that Tejo. Meanwhile, for Winthrop University, you look at the kits that they have available to them. I think that there's good information that they're able to garner and some clearing as well with combinations that can go alongside Ali's Clove and that vulnerable that I was talking about, but not nearly as much responsive utility that you can throw out, when T-Dog is gonna fault line you up on the side of Qbert or even flash you in. It just isn't nearly as much reactive utility that Winthrop can pull out.
All right, well, two great teams, a map that's good for both of them, and a fantastic semifinal series up ahead of us. Let's head on into Lotus between these two and head over to your casters, Tenric and Fancilly. Have fun, boys.
Oh, we certainly will, Sierra. Thank you very much. Well, yeah, no Reina pick from the T1 of North American Tier 2 Valorant, but all other signs have pointed to Winthrop University being able to go toe-to-toe with a team as mechanical as Sentinels Qbert Academy. That being said, this is still a tall ask, Vance.
Definitely a tall ask, but we've been wrong before predicting against Winthrop University, so I wouldn't be surprised. And they faced against tough adversity and still overcame them. So I'm looking forward to this matchup. Although if I'm looking at the compositional setups for both of these teams, I still might have to give the edge for Sentinels on this map. I just feel I like the Sova pick overall here for Nasi because, as Ash mentioned, he's very comfortable in that role. The playstyle kind of fits into like everything that all the players are kind of playing in those roles. But I just feel like the recon might be a little bit too slow, or even the Aldro might be a little bit too slow, or maybe not as useful versus what Redux could actually bring to the tape with the with his high gear, so his sprinting and then his own wall. So we'll have to see once we get into the game at this point and see what type of adaptation you do from Winthrop University's side. Are you going to have to maybe start expending a little bit more utility at the very beginning of the rounds with the salvos? Because outside of that, there's not too much really holding Sentinels Academy back from getting some very quick A-side robo control. So yeah, keep an eye on those. Although we haven't really mentioned the changes onto the Clove, right? The smokes have changed a little bit. And then also the metal. So the debuff actually changed a little bit as well, where you can kind of arc it a little bit better, and that might help into the lack of utility that they might have defending here towards the A-side rubble, where they can play flared retakes back towards the A-side. So we'll keep an eye on that. But at the beginning of this round, Qbert Academy are looking to fake the A-side with the smoke cross and end up towards B.
And they've got those two enablers, Nasi and Infiltrator, kept up on that sight line while Qbert searches. And like you said, so much of the onus for this early defense is going to be on Flare. how deeply he wants to invest into playing preventative. Send a stealth drone up the mound, make sure no one is lurking, and check for the shear. It sure is there. Redux gonna rush in to just get rid of it really quickly, and we'll see where we go from there.
Just some regular protocols coming in from Qbert Academy. It does force out a rotate into the C site, but you see the instant rotate, though, from Infiltrator towards A. So this is all nicely read by Winthrop University so far, winning the macro game. The Razor Vines are still up, although now Nasi just got down to 22 HP, and they have to play a little bit further back.
Standing ahead, big step back already. Mandated as Qbert make their way in. Redux has slid and found that first opening, but Winthrop are quick to crunch back on it. Infiltrator and Flare here to meet the fight, so Qbert have to double back and fire away. That Razor Vine, though, they'll be cordoned off to the back of the site instead with 15 seconds to go in the 3v3.
Yeah, and it actually wasn't deep enough, so we were able to swing out and do a little bit of hot damage onto the planet. So T-Dog's a little bit low, has fault line up, and also has a flash to fight back on a retake attempt from Winthrop. All this is to try to delay the lurk from Nismo, looking to fight back on the staircase.
And he's made his way fully back around, so a whole lot more presence from this off angle available. They might not even need it as Knights goes crazy, gets 2, and Ollie in the 1v2, unwinnable for him. Qbert Academy hold on to 2 for the first round.
And that's where it's tough, when you have to duel against Knights, who again has been a crack player and also shown his worth from the split 3 of Challengers last season to the off season, going into this one as well. Picked up by Qbert Academy, being quote-unquote a one-trick clove, but now going into the more trying to dig deeper into the agent pool, rather going to a more of a sentinel role. You see here that Winthrop University still good reads. It was just unfortunate that Nasi just got popped down to sub 25 HP, so the crossfire stuff that they tried to do wasn't good enough. Oh, Meteor! Oh, sorry, moves!
Well, certainly echoes of it with this push between him and Infiltrator. And it'll lead to a good 2-for-1 that Qbert quickly attempt to get revenge on, but even Redux isn't quick enough for it, so
Go, go, go.
his mad dash actually ends in Scuba being way behind it, and Winthrop having a 4v2 stack for this retake that they're already gonna walk into. Redux, you are giving yourself away way too hard right now, Big Dog, and he still finds 3! Why? How? Who? What?
Wait, what was happening? He kept walking towards spawn even though a classic was shooting him, and then just flicks into a 3K after, where I thought this was gonna be a Winthrop University eco. After they've popped so many players down, and the only weapon was a Phantom in the hands of Redux, and he's able to get 3 kills with it before his teammate picked up a Guardian to assist him on the trade. That was very insane by Redux, because he should have been caught. Look, there's 4 players there ready to crunch him.
Yeah, that absolutely should not have happened. And yet here we are with the recovery round for Qbert still intact. And they now have 4 rifles walking into this round. They just want to get this done. Operation into rubbling through to Infiltrator. Redux wins that first duelist duel. First of many, I'm sure we'll see. Redux would love to get those fights over with as well. And he's just going to extend with the overdrive onto whoever meets him first. It's Nasi, and he's actually the one that carries the most of it. Rest of sight scoped out, though, and 3v2 on the post plane.
Spike
Wall's going to get activated as well, so they know that at least one player is rotating and flanking back from Winthrop University. And I like that it's a slow clear by Ali first, so he can work in tandem with moves on the retake. He did pick up a flash, so they could potentially use the Rose for the retake, but it looks like they will think otherwise. This is a big crossfire setup from all 3 players of Qbert Academy. This might just be a save after all. And this is what I was trying to mention before with Winthrop University being very comfortable playing on this map, has had some very decent results ever since they switched away from the double controller Clove and Omen, which is very questionable in terms of a composition on Winthrop University side. They switched out to this Vice. They brought out a solo controller after that, and he got some good results. But then after, you're playing now against a Neon that could really break your timings on these crossfires and recons that you're trying to work with. You just saw that it fled out from Qbert Academy that was unexpected. And now they have to come back in the next round with only 2 2 rifles safe in the previous round. It's looking to lean towards the A side, at least to fight against that aggression we were talking about before. The lack of utility that you don't have for Winthrop University to try to stall towards the A rubble control. At least you have the bodies here in case the Neon comes out in that section.
We'll start outside of the smoke onto the tree. Awesome, way in front of it this time around. First chance gone. How heavy do you fight it? Infiltrator's just going to use it to creep, and it's too late. Paranoia on top as well, and Hubert can aggress any which way they want to. Winthrop as the staff going to try and beat this fight at the halfway mark, but Hubert can just continue to bust the door down, battering ram their way through, make this round look easy.
Feel that moves maybe might want to go for a little bit of econ damage. The next round potentially could still allow for him to get a rifle and small shield or something. So he is walking up to try to catch some players off guard, but after this plant in the 4v1,
planted.
You realize that nobody's really overextending on the side of Hubert Academy. That's pretty much going to be the sealed deal. But for Winthrop University to start off the round with 4 players on that side is a good call, because you have that smoke to throw down. The recon dart confirms that there's nobody TPing across, for example, with Scuba. There's nobody hightailing on this side in the back, so it allows for you to get a free orb for Nasi to get 1 orb closer into the Hunter's Fury, which brings a lot of value on a map like this, right? A lot of the times, most initiators that scans like a Fade or a Silva are definitely going to play from the B site, so they could line up for information back on the wall of rubble. But when you have the Hunter's Fury to work with on top of that, you have such a clear lane to shoot on both sides with the beams to support any type of heavy push that might lead in here from the attack side. That said, it could all be dodged here by Neon moving forward, so you need now the extra layer onto how do you support the Hunter's Fury to capitalize on the aggression coming out of Hubert.
It takes so much more weight to pile on to deal with someone like Redux, and like you said, the change in cadence is deafening here against Winthrop's defense. Nobody really able to make any sense of it just yet. And so the timeout will get called on top of the save to figure out where to go from here, how heavily you want to really take this fight that you could still perceive as unbreakable. But from the way the pings are looking, it seems like Hubert are going to try to take advantage of that need to still go for those fights and just cash out on that C site anyway.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like it's going to be a quick exec, because you don't have the Omen TP to go inside the spawn, rather, to try to hinge back towards a forward C site, because the conditioning so far from Hubert Academy has been leading a lot towards the C site. That could just break the util over from the Vise, right? So you're maybe forcing the defenders to play a little bit more forward front towards that mound, which then leaves that gap towards the back. With no TPs available here for Hubert Academy, it might be in the next round if we're able to maybe get one out of Scuba this time around, because all of them are leading towards A to start. But at least you're seeing from the side of Winthrop, you see that forward aggression that we were just talking about, taking control of Mount.
Wow, immediately, yeah, Winthrop are going to take over Mound, but this push will persist down rubble. Scuba does get chopped off along the way, though, so you kind of have to make this push even more decisive and win out on people before this retake doesn't get a little dicey. Knights dancing with the devil a little bit here in Flare over on B site as Hubert try to find another way to punish. Infiltrator gonna go for one of his own with a showstopper, but completely juked out. Still finds Nismo, but Hubert still find the majority of the kills before deciding to back out on top of it. Knights has already fleshed out so much space, but Gun is not out and moves. That Mount presence has finally caught him.
That's the difficult part, because you couldn't break the wall. One sec, I have to leave.
One enemy remaining.
I got you.
No peeking.
Well, not too much more that Hubert will appear to be able to do this round. T-Dog has to completely enable himself, and the Shear's in his way now, so Ollie feeling pretty protected at this point. 20 seconds to go. Are you gonna hold on to this gun, or he'll rush on back over, see what he can find? So, a great answer from Winthrop University here in this round, continuing to stick
10
around on that
seconds
mound and find a backstab at the end of the day. Continue coaxing out that util along the way. But T-Dog still standing. Blinds out. Double swing. Winthrop clear it. So they will be on the board here for the defense. Convincingly so as well. Hubert now have a whole lot more tools at their disposal, though, and get that Omen TP going. And also that Rolling Thunder available for a frontline push as well. So a lot of ways that Hubert could approach this Winthrop University. Tough to know if they're going to be able to play solo to any degree this time around, or even go for those extensions like we saw last round that netted them so much punishment.
One enemy remaining.
I'm starting to miss Vans a little bit, but it's okay. We're in this together, Chad. As Hubert ready themselves for another A backyard brawl, at least momentarily. Redux gonna suss out a little bit of noise. The necessary evils of Winthrop's preliminary defense, but Hubert, very quick drive into this B lobby. We'll see if they go for a full-blown dump.
Off your feet!
Here we go. Rolling Thunder on the right side, Nismo watching the left. Pretty perfectly woven, but Nasi's recon, or excuse me, Hunter's Fury is doing quite a bit of damage, including some to his own teammate. Flare will fall in the process, leading to a 3v3 that Hubert tried a beeline to C-site for. Ollie's still holding it down, though, and it's all been a double fake to try to drive Winthrop away from this A site that they still perceive as more vulnerable. And yeah, Winthrop, they've been thrust back and forth too much. They don't want to take any more risks. There could be a member of Hubert implanted just about anywhere.
Left.
But Nasi is present for this plan a little early. As Hubert attempting to still find this presence, but Nasi's crept up. That's the first. T-Dog now having to play guard dog on both lanes and caught out by this recon dart. Has to get proactive with it, but crunched already because Ollie's here too now. And the salvos, again, have to get used a little before Nismo would prefer to. Stun nade to try to entry, but Ollie's ahead of it. Nismo still gets the kill. Spray through on the tap, but Nasi has to go for the second one. Nismo will be forced to peek this, and low health Nasi can just barely hold it down. And so could I for a moment here, but Sierra luckily has joined me for the remainder of however long Vancilli is unfortunately gone. Hey, Sierra, thoughts?
What do you mean? It's me, Vancilli here. Here, Vance had to step away, so you guys have to deal with me for a hot second. Just in time for Winthrop to be getting the second round on the board. Kind of worried after the first couple in this, but great utility. Love to see a little bit of a bounce back, and hopefully they can keep that momentum through.
For sure. As long as Winthrop is able to still sneak someone in, Nasi did a tremendous job there of staying undetected for way too long and staying close to the problem. Can't get that sort of intercept every single time, especially when you're a man down there, so Winthrop should thank their lucky stars that calling was right. Moves, early meetup against Redux here as Hubert will now attempt their own sense of mound control, but Winthrop stacking on it early.
Yeah, already pushing over to the site, and Ali gonna get aggressive, having the ult, so able to go ahead and take that peek, and a lot of util to push back. They've made a lot of noise, and Ali just keeps on pushing the issue as everyone else forced to retreat back towards its A, but still one kicking around.
Just trying to hold on to that mound control, and that'll be the excuse to insert moves back in after that Clo Vault is expired. And Winthrop still not scattershot, though. Nice and plumped up for this steps push, which, once again, they'll read pretty properly. They just have to do a little bit of lurk watching, which, good thing they are, because Redux is still creeping around. A lot of homework he's doing at the moment. Nobody's getting too creative with it, but all the meanwhile, Winthrop can just spray through the push and get the majority there. Flare also susses out Infiltrator, and another Hubert push doesn't have nearly as much steam behind it, but even still, 2v2 on site.
I love that little aggression play coming out from Infiltrator, where it's a Hubert Academy taking it slow through the smoke. There's moves, and now 2v1, just Scuba left. Moves pretty low, though.
One enemy remaining.
Push through, still able to get it, the 2v1. Scuba 4 on the round. Hubert 5 on the board. It was nice for Winthrop University for a moment, but Hubert Academy, Tenric, they're a team that we've talked about so highly for a lot of reason. And even if someone like Scuba hasn't been like the highest point of discussion, someone that always in these clutch situations can always step up.
Well, we play such a key role when it comes to entering and exiting for Hubert's, for Hubert's favor. That's I mean, killing him has been the key to Winthrop being able to control so much more of the front lines of this map, knowing that Hubert's only sorted down to one proper phase, and Winthrop now getting a little antsy on top of this Chico that they'll go for. They'll actually grab the first pick in Scuba, a little scaredy cat of Nasi, who will duck back himself after realizing that the stack could be right behind him.
Honestly, yep, get a little aggressive, see what you can get, but not too much on that initial one. A lot of information. I mean, yeah, Hubert Academy, they've been pretty good at just playing these early rounds nice and slow, just kind of finding those little advantages and looking back towards moves with the solo hold on C. But yet again, Winthrop University, as soon as they're not hearing the noise, can be really good at rotating over to try and make this as even of a fight as possible.
Yeah, they're ready to aggress on top of this with whatever util they have left to dump, and the Razorvines do a great job of slowing down enough to let Winthrop be able to use a majority of it. Even still, Redux with that insertion, and he's in through the shears. It expires, and still somehow alive on 8 HP as T-Dog gets that spike down. Armageddon to flush out the back end of sight, but Infiltrator's now the one ahead of it. The rifle dip is now going to slog through, though, and it'll give Redux the majority of the kills. Hubert Academy now up 6-2 after a solid back and forth that'll still lead to them, again, paying that respect to Winthrop despite the gun.
And worse, definitely could have been a lot better. The fact they got Redux like alone and isolated on the site could have been a huge opportunity, but just not really able to capitalize on it. But you know what? It's just an eco. It's just your pistols. That is fine. But this is going to be a big round to try and equalize just a little bit here. And Boobs, when you are looking at the fact he's had this solo hold on C for so long, having the ult here definitely be a good one if all of a sudden Hubert Academy want to try and push towards the site. So they might try and go elsewhere just for that reason. And Nasi going to get aggressive to start that.
My ult is ready.
Oh, stunned away. The salvo and spray is going to be enough. Winthrop University are going to be peering through the windows for this push. No clean way to get inside. His Infiltrator stuck on the baby door, and so he's got to get stealth droned in. As Hubert still pretty quickly make their way onto site. Redux is actually going to plant on this box instead of getting any further in. He wants to take this fight in the middle instead. He knows that's where the majority of it is, and so does the rest of Hubert too. Knights is actually the one to get the first pick, and he's the one making his voyage over to drop. Hubert can now pretty fully extend on top of this spike.
A full lurk around coming out for moves, and two other through that baby door to try and push back out onto the site. With so much utility to try and clear out through, and Hubert Academy, they're not swayed at all by that.
Please.
Continue not to be. Even though moves will find the kill, no reason to really move at this point. And Winthrop University, it looks like they could say the same. It'll be another save round. Sierra, where at this point do we really go? I mean, I feel like it feels like the second timeout has to be called already.
It's a tough one, that's for certain. I mean, when you're looking at a Hubert Academy, it's a team that's just fully capable of shooting back. And Winthrop University, if they're not landing these first couple shots, I mean, it's kind of simple as that. It's a little bit tough, but I think Hubert Academy have done a really good job of not really being too over-aggressive on anything. And even when they do go with that aggression, it's after kind of scoping out and getting a little bit of that initial information. So Winthrop University, they're back on not necessarily the greatest buys here, but they have a couple more of those ults at the utility to be able to push on out with, and that could be a huge difference maker in this upcoming round, and frankly has to be to stop a little bit of this bleeding.
Hey, you gotta come up somewhere. Won't be on mound this time, as Hubert will take swift advantage over that. Redux will even toss a fast lane in to keep uncertainty going. Winthrop try to counter with the fight. That's a showstopper that'll deal a good amount of damage to Nismo. 2 HP to go as he'll have to perma backline for the remainder of this. Luckily, that's exactly what Teho does, and Redux is still having the time of his life. Ooh, a little too much fun here as Ali is able to silence him before the push fully comes through, and Nasi yet again a victim of stunning. And blinding and overwhelming with this utility. The only one on the site. Can't find the kill even despite the drop.
All right, Spike not quite down though. Yeah, that's gonna be finally coming out for moves as well. Get the guns out of the hands to try and be able to push back in the positions. Scuba was a nice one, force feed backing off as well. Just a little bit of a waiting game here. Winthrop University to try and regroup. 3v3 fight incoming.
It was a steel garden that was used more of a way to just stall away. More than anything else, but Winthrop is on and Ollie is going crazy. Step out for 3 this time around as Winthrop will keep 2 standing to get a 3rd defense round on the board here.
All right, not the greatest buys going into it, but Winthrop University, they stay collected even after Qbert Academy get that blood onto the site and able to get their 3rd on the round. So that's definitely going to be great for the momentum. Sell out Hunter's Fury at their disposal. So it's a good thing, you know, Qbert Academy is still with a significant lead, and they got 2 big ultimates of their own. There's a couple of missed opportunities early on too, but the equalizer from Ali being able to go ahead and get that sheriff kill onto Redux. Redux has been so good for the team, and a shutdown there, pivotal for those round wins. So yet again, we're posting up with, well, Qbert kind of scoping out this A site. 3 on the opposing end and a lot of use, so we're pressing on the go button fast.
Letting that overdrive go, and it's good for only 1, and a reactive ult from Nasi here as well, as Ali will res himself back up to keep this fight going. Raging. Qbert already here on the B site, and Flair has made his way on. Shutdowns on both fronts are enough here for Winthrop University. Qbert trying to go 110 in a 50.
And a Winthrop University that's shooting back. That's a lot of aggression when you get to see that overdrive right out the gate and only allowing the 1 kill. And then Flair showing up cute. Nismo by himself. Flair 3rd on the round. Okay, so 1 away from making this actually a very respectable defensive half for Winthrop University, considering how this all started.
Honestly, after those 2 in a row, I'd say you're already pretty happy if you're Winthrop University with, you know, Infiltrator on this attacking side. It'll definitely be a little bit tougher to break through, but if you're able to continue shutting down Redux this quickly, finding the moments where he overextends just a little too much, which funnily enough, speaking to your point earlier on, Redux in particular, a great duelist who doesn't get overheated too often, who doesn't get too egoed. And yet, Winthrop find the crevices, the cracks. Approach up is still traded away. Redux does not stay standing very long here. And mountain control is yet again Winthrop's, as Qbert will just passively take this rubble space in the meantime. Hoops has taken a fat step back from it, but the clearing still needs to be done here.
I like that opening call from Winthrop University. 3 stacked towards the C site to fight for that mound control. And we're just going to trade duelists here. Now it's back over to A. Winthrop University, there's a moves hiding at the back of the site. So once the smoke goes down, that could be a little thorn in their side. Armageddon spared here as well.
Very early, considering the circumstances. And T-Dog all the while has made his way up the steps. Flair can silence that pretty quickly. Qbert's still going to commit to this fight, and they will immediately get punished for it for the majority. Scuba's still standing, though. Has 3 bullets left in this, but yeah. That'll do it. Winthrop University find the answers and make it 5-7 here on the defense as we swap sides.
Switching sides.
A little slow for the beginning of that map, but up against a Qbert Academy that was looking so clean, but Winthrop, I think, on this defense, did such a great job of kind of reading how Qbert Academy was playing it. That same thing that was praised for, this little bit of slow play, kind of test the waters. Winthrop did such a fast job rotating and then rotating back. So Qbert goes towards the C site. There's a little bit of a skirmish, you trade, they instantly fall off, and then Winthrop University's all ready to go meet them at this A site. Really trying to make sure at any point possible they were keeping these numbers even, and really just having a very good awareness on Qbert Academy and that attempt at that space, shutting it down. This one gonna be a big pistol round though, as all are, so I'm curious to see how Winthrop University go towards this.
Very pivotal to get Winthrop over the line. Their stronger side, Qbert's weakest now. Here I'll notice by a pretty far cry as well. 70-50 when it comes to Qbert's win rate on attack versus defense. And you see why Redux already feeling that lack of freedom when it comes to proactivity. getting punished and killed. Ollie first step out, Winthrop University. The storm comes calling, and it collects. Knights, early hit on the door from Moobs. That's a good punish. That'll make it a 3v2.
Infiltrator, a little push forward here. And it's going to be the last two from Qbert Academy going towards this angle. So a little bit of a skirmish, all the information gained, but Qbert, fast way to get themselves in numbers advantage. Just flare now into 1v2.
That's where both of them are coming from, though, and the rest of Qbert have to do so much clearing in the meantime. I mean, it's a Tejo. Where do you guys think he is? He's holding down the front, and they can storm it. Great defense take back here by T-Dog and Knights. After, the rest of the team just getting overwhelmed on this B site. That is going to be the tail of the tape for a lot of these rounds that Winthrop are going to look really good at.
For how good Winthrop University looked at the beginning of that Qbert Academy, man, and that play together, that take a second, calm, collect, and the huge kill there coming out from T-Dog IGL. So that's going to be Qbert pistol now. And just a couple of sheriffs for Winthrop University try and get aggressive. They've been pretty good when they've been down a weapon. They're definitely dangerous here. But it's going to be whether they want to go for a fast push or kind of slow it down. But a lot more stacked up towards this A side and a lot of utility to try and push Redux back.
Yeah, way back. But T-Dog, not the same fate. He's still made that creep. And with the door opening, Winthrop, are they not looking for it? Doesn't look like it. Redux gets the free peek, and no one's searching for it. Redux makes the call. Redux only does get one, though, and so it's got to be a tool to let Redux step in, who misses his outlaw shots, and all of a sudden, A could be for the taking. They've got the site back. They got a 3v3. They got some guns. Sierra, they have everything they could need.
Yeah, that is the best of outcomes you could get from this round, minus winning it out, which for a 3v3 situation, getting the spike down is a possibility. Ali, it was a huge step up. Taking a lot of health, though, but with Outlaw in hand, probably the best weapon of choice. And door's still intact, so Nismo does have to break that down and give pivotal information away if he wants to try and flank there.
Double checking by Moves. Here's everyone walking through. No shots landing except for Moves', in fact. A backstab not fully checked for. So Scuba's now got to deal with it himself. And time ticking away, Flare can just crunch on it. And that is a beautiful hold by Winthrop University on this A site that they managed to get for themselves. Another overheat from Qbert Academy that was springboarded off of just not enough profit. They were hungry for more and they end up starving.
I mean, it overkeep, but at the same time, when you have Redux with this Outlaw and then you have the up-close Spectre, you kind of have this little bit of a crunch on Winthrop University, and it's one that could have been so successful, again, if it's not for Ali's heroics. I feel that every second round, there's Ali stepping up in such a huge way, shutting down Redux, anyone else. He has been an absolute demon, and it's easy to see why this team has had such a drastic turnaround after he's joined onto the squad. They're going to keep the Outlaw, the rest upgrading to all of their, all the rifles except for Ali still with that Spectre. But again, we're going to be taking it slow at the beginning of the round, and Scuba's itching to try and maybe flank and get involved in the action, try and crunch them on A.
Does have to rush down this sheer, so it's got to be well timed with Qbert, or they just prefer to deal with moves here. No buckling just yet. Winthrop might be convinced to go to the B site with all this silence. Oops is just gonna double check it.
No disrespect given over to Qbert Academy. Door broken. Winthrop University slowly but surely creeping towards the other site. And this B site, very open as well. This is the quietest round coming out for the team that has all of these rifles. But a free site, that's plant going down. And it's going to be now at Qbert Academy to try to get into this site now with just sheriffs and pistols. And Winthrop University are all set up and didn't really have to utilize too much for that. But great opener by Scuba.
He's finally made his way over, and he is already starting to find purchase. In go the salvos, and in goes T-Dog on top of it. Qbert Academy are now the ones storming the battlefront. Winthrop can play a little bit of keep away with this breach util, but only on one channel, and the rest are on their way in. Redux finally getting active in the kill feed again, and Kubert's up to 9.
What? Crunch coming through. I thought with this setup that Winthrop had, that Kubert were gonna have a tough time, and boy, was I humbled, just like Winthrop there. That opener from Scuba, get a rifle, and you just storm from there out. That one hurts from Winthrop, but you're kind of just trading these drifties back and forth. They got one, Kubert gets theirs, you know, make it all fair, nice and dandy in the world. And regardless of that round, Winthrop University have a pretty respectable buy going into this one. It's only going to be one person that's probably going to be a little bit lacking in either that gun or that armor department. So not the end of the world here, but gearing up. Hubert, looks like they could even get aggressive from this A yet again. Redux trying to push on forward, and everyone from Winthrop's just going to back up and respect it.
Immediately head back over to not even worry about telegraphing. They know that somebody's still going to be paying attention to this door, and they'd rather just spend the resources elsewhere. Ollie's just going to commit to stretching beyond the sheer, and his moves gets the opening kill. Winthrop University will have some sort of bit to stick with. It won't be Ollie's. It might be Rubble. No, T-Dog still finds one, and no channel is looking certain here for Winthrop University, but they're going to work with what they've got, especially since Moves has been implanted on this B entrance as well. Could come out at any time, but instead Winthrop is just going to sandwich into them. Nismo's been hidden inside the smoke on baby door and can grab one along the way as well. So we continue moving forward. 2v1 now, and Redux is following the leader the whole way through. Here's the steps, but still doesn't hear Moves. Has to check for him as well.
Oh, this timing.
Planted.
Redux isn't quite going to get it, so we do get the bounce around to Mound. I was a little worried with seeing how far removed Moves was with the action, and slowly has to start coming over because it's only Flare that's left defending, and Redux is getting aggressive.
I'm out of here.
Knows he has to. Flare can stay as back as he wants to, and in the meantime, Moves is still going for this wraparound. This is just distasteful stall potential for Winthrop University, and he goes on the salvos. Immediate shot from Redux. He may just be able to do it. He may just have time, but he certainly isn't expecting Moves. 3 kills for the Vice, 7 rounds for Winthrop, and they continue to hold on.
The slimmest of margins. The slimmest of margins they're hanging on by, and Redux, that was a great aggressive little push in. Such a late flank coming up from Moves, such a late rotation, which I thought could have been a little dangerous, considering that timing is going to be exactly it. Ali pinched forward onto the B site and forcing to get aggressive there was a little unfortunate, but the rest of Winthrop University being able to capitalize in these 1v1 duels no matter where else, so good for those numbers. And we'll have still honest bias going into this one. Winthrop, they really are not vibing with Redux getting aggressive towards this A site. It's only going to be Ali, but the rest posted up quietly towards C.
Ready to seize on that sheer once everything else is expended. There's already your smoke gone from Scuba. Hubert, mad dash through A lobby. They have to hit the sheer now. Winthrop will make themselves known. Hunter's Fury to aggro Scuba, and the salvos will hunt him down for that last bit of damage. C-site cleared away in the 5v4 post-plant. Knight's early to it, catches Flare, but Spike's already been planted. And so Hubert's still got to make the whole journey. So a Rolling Thunder is committed. In comes Redux on the overdrive. Ollie immediate ult upon death, and Infiltrator's Boombot will be the thing that finishes off Redux of all things. Ollie will find the kill on top of the ultimate, and it's not done on top of that until T-Dog shuts it down. And in a 1v3 with little time to go, T-Dog understands what position he's in at this state. It'll be a save round for Kubert Academy, and it'll be an 8-9 game.
Great push coming out from Winthrop University. The Hunter's Fury paired with the salvos to make sure that this poor Scuba, who's holding the site all by himself, is just completely isolated no matter where he went. Even trying to just teleport out is still going to be trapped. After that, the site has just been completely free. And Ali, again, it's just Ali. But going in, being aggressive, and then instantly being able to ult and go for it again has been huge. So a timeout, not necessarily the most surprised. This has been really, really close considering how this game started out for Kubert Academy. And this is where Winthrop University have really shined in this dark horse run. They have the capability of shooting these little set plays to push out onto the site have continuously impressed. And it's a Qbert Academy that even when they are trying to aggress towards A, to maybe catch Winthrop University off guard, it's a Winthrop University that isn't necessarily falling for it. And they've done a really good job at reading this map to seeing where Qbert Academy is and capitalize the most. Even if it doesn't always go right, they've got a decent read. So where is it going to be for Qbert Academy to switch it up?
Yeah, Winthrop's been able to shift course really frequently. And then at the drop of a hat as well, any moment they've sensed a counter, there's always the next option. And of course, that's the beauty of Lotus Attack. It just provides you with such a bevy of options from any direction. But Winthrop's harnessing of that has been really beautiful these past couple rounds, and we'll see how it continues to develop as Qbert continue, like you said, having these moments where they do get the drop, where they do get the good reads and the way better shots, but it's just not all coming together in time. And Winthrop, they're still decisively taking sites, and that is, of course, the fulcrum of this map's operation. Redux first shots outside of the lobby. A little bit of a heyday outside of Rubble, but it won't lead to too much. Winthrop's already ducked back.
It's a free orb every single time in a Winthrop University that has to more than respect the Redux on the opposing end of it. But again, they're all bunched up in spawn, looking towards the C site. But one of these changes is there's going to be an extra body. We got 2 of Qbert Academy on the other end. A drone will be able to suss this out just a little bit, but already tucked back into site. So not going to get the full information that this site has a little bit more than it has in the past.
Scuba has not been here in a while. And Winthrop, there's been too much going on for them to do this kind of checking more often than not. But the smoke will give him away. Winthrop decide how heavily they want to go into this. It seems like it's with everything. Infiltrator is showstopper. Doesn't find Scuba! Not even half his health! And he's still kicking! That's one down! Steel Garden on as well to dissuade the remainder of the push, and there is your answer if you're a Qbert fan, but moves! Striking right back through the smoke that Knights has to re-aggress just one more time, and luckily he finds it too. He's a little hungry for more, wants the Arc Rose blind to find something else, and with 10 seconds to go, no more choices left that Winthrop has. They will save if nothing else, and Flare looks like he might try and punish one, but Qbert aren't gonna bite at it. They'll take this 10th round cleanly.
Yeah, the waiting it out, having to push towards the C site and not really having a plan B, considering they lost half the members in time, not in that favor. So already the decision to stack an extra body towards the C site. The fact that the showstopper missed, the most fickle of ultimates, is huge. And that was a Knights that was stepping up massively to take care of Infiltrator. And from there, it all kind of just fell apart for Winthrop on what's either bit like, it's been a really clean site for them. So back to the drawing board, great response. But if that's how C is going to go down, then has that left any gaps till A? And it's going to be potentially Winthrop University to try and push on this and find out.
Yeah, on top of the Armageddon through Baby Door, they want to get that B crunch early on. With the help of the Owl Drone, they'll make sure no one's immediately on it. But Knight's opening the door and grabbing that first. Scuba now sticking around. Oh, and he finds one as well. TP's out, tries to go for the chase down. Ali can at least frag back on Rubble, but he's been stunned. Not killed, though. Redux can't fully collapse on it. He's going to wait for, there we go, T-Dog to come in and help out.
One enemy remaining.
And now you've got a Qbert that's locked in. Every player making sure their case is heard this round. Player will still get the spike down, but don't think it'll be too much more than that this round, Sierra.
Nope. Qbert Academy, they swapped it up just enough for Winthrop University to lose that read. And you get the spike down, get a little extra money, but quickly eliminated otherwise. The little push-up over on A site to try and punish an aggressive Qbert was a cute idea, but then they had multiple people go and push that while you're losing members everywhere else on the map. So now you truly have to hit the drawing board. You still have enough money to kind of buy into this, though it's not going to be full, but the alternative is fully just giving up match point. So maybe if the team decides to just go and try push together. I know this wasn't necessarily the most successful when you looked at that C site, but there has to be the change here. So timeout, they're really going to try and set this up. I know this A site has been punished by this util early, but there actually hasn't really been Winthrop University to try after that utility is spent to push on forward. You consistently have the two there, Redux holding, then you get whoever, normally T-Dog, to go ahead and then get the alt orb. So maybe wait out this util and try and push up afterwards as a team. Last time they were able to overrun Redux, get a gun, and push it forward from there. So anything to try and catch Qbert Academy off guard.
Yeah, the Qbert defense does tend to back out of courtyard pretty frequently once they hear step C, so one bluff is really all it takes to get the drop back on A site. That being said, I don't think C site is fully figured out by Qbert Academy either. I think that, you know, setting Scuba down was a great way to recondition and force you to rethink entirely how you approach it. But when he's behind those boxes, there are more than enough ways to take him out. One would be a showstopper. I would hope that Infiltrator knows that, but unfortunately, that's now gone from your till. You do have the Steel Garden, and that's kind of perfect for this approach. So we could see that return to C site sooner rather than later. But we're going to start with the default, folks. See what these members of Winthrop can go hunting for as Redux will once again step in front of the field.
The classic Redux pushing early, a Winthrop University on the other side. It moves that's going to get a little aggressive, and that's going to catch Redux off guard. So already opening pick in Winthrop University's favor, and humongous. Qbert Academy are still pretty far pushed up. But Winthrop University, they get their one, and they're going to respect from there on out and back up just a little bit, going back to the default game.
Save for Moobs, who is now in front of this shear to prevent anybody from trying to go for a wraparound early. Duck behind that. As the rest of WU will safely check C site. Qbert have to do a whole lot more checking, so they feel a lot better about it. Ollie, unfortunately, too much he's staring into, so Nismo can trade him out. Moobs is still hanging out here, and so is T-Dog, so it is not a full-blown push, but that is because Winthrop are waiting for Moobs to confirm that this A site is fully safe, which Moobs is now starting to do. Crept up to the orb, and with this baby door smoked away, Winthrop have a lot of space to work with, but not too much time. 25 seconds to go, and we're still all the way back in rubble. Steel Garden placed on the A site this time, but Cuba's gonna TP back in time for it, and T-Dog doesn't give a care. He's got a shorty that he can still get a kill with as he hides away in tree. Armageddon now on top of this tree room, and this makes it very tight for Winthrop University. Moves the primary victim of it, and with 8 seconds to go, Qbert Academy look to fully storm this on top of a paranoia. Spike is still fall. Infiltrator still has the lineup. Now you can step out of this smoke and keep things interesting. Nismo for 3 though. Nasi wraps around behind, and Qbert's ready. They'll have 4 rounds of game point to work with here on Lotus. The defense could just get over the line.
And what Winthrop University was praised for their read of Qbert Academy, Qbert has figured them out fully. That little bit of aggression towards A to start, move over to C, see if that's gonna give, absolutely not. Somebody mid, sure, Ali's taken care of. And then by the time that Winthrop University go back around to A, the clock is dwindled, and Qbert have already started to push back. When you see that there's the Armageddon for Qbert Academy to work with as well, something that really kind of stalled that clock. And Steel Garden, nice idea, but when there's a T-Dog with a shorty sitting in tree, it's just, Qbert have them countered at every turn in the road. So it's going to be an uphill battle, and Redux feeling confident from that. We've seen the aggression every time, but we're really going for it this time. It is Winthrop University all stacked up on the other end.
Big stack except for Moobs.
I'm out of here.
Will quickly get dealt with. Redux intimidated away pretty far as Winthrop make the crowd stack, but not far enough. He's still good for 2, and he'll swing back again to try and get the last one. Doesn't find it, but the damage appears to be more than done here on Lotus. Qbert Academy, they will encroach and they will conquer. 13-8 victory for them here on map number 1, Winthrop University. They put up a fight. They showed that they can tangle. They showed that they can tussle, but they still just can't hang.
There was some great ideas coming out, but this Qbert Academy, it's a squad that's been talked about for so much, and T-Dog, a wonderful caller. Winthrop University, as soon as they started getting just a little bit ahead, well, then it was a Qbert Academy, 1 time out, and the whole playbook has just been fully released. And with no new ideas for Winthrop University, sure, they could shoot back. Sure, some things look clean, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough in the end. And Qbert Academy, I mean, they're looking strong. To take that first map is a huge victory for them and some serious implications for the rest of the series now, going now into their own map pick.
After the early rounds of this tournament, it was scary knowing where Qbert Academy was going. Well, now they do look leveled up. Who knows what that'll take them to when they go to their pick on Fracture after this short break. Sierra, I'll see you in a second.
See you soon.
So we're of course different than other teams. We're a college, so you know we're based off semesters, and you know if we wanted to even make a change, which we weren't planning on, you know you have to go through a whole process of admitting someone into the school and doing all that stuff. So we kind of go with the flow. Like if we have bad problems with each other, like we have to get it done. Like we can't like sit on the problems for too long because then it'll just like mess up the team. So I mean we have a lot of chemistry together because unlike other teams, we're with each other like all the time. We're always at the same facility. Some of us have the same classes. We're on the same schedules and stuff. So I would say that that's one of the biggest reasons why we have a lot of chem. He's added a good like bird's eye view of the game. He'll call a timeout whenever he sees us doing something wrong or have a read on the other team. So I think he brings in just like kind of a sixth sense, which helps us a lot. You're gonna expect us to do a lot better than last year. Definitely no fighting in relegation, and of course want to be in every single possible playoffs, and of course try to win them.
All right, it was a fun map, but for Winthrop University and their fans, it's not going to be the best one in the end as they're going to fall to Qbert Academy. They put up a decent fight, that is for sure, but Qbert Academy, they were able to read them, they were able to outshoot them, and they take the win in the end. I'm back, guys. Did you guys miss me?
Yes, actually, Sierra, you were gone. You left us in the green room by yourselves. We didn't know what to do. We've never been left by ourselves. We just but now it's fine. Yeah. And I think things are going the way that we expected them to go. I gotta say, in the first half, it was like a point of concern because it was Qbert Academy that were not getting the amount of rounds that I expected on the attacking side. But as we go into the second half, there was a pause, and you can tell that they're able to figure out this playstyle that Winthrop wanted to force them to play. So it was a faster pace that we saw coming through for Qbert Academy, playing a lot more aggressive on the defense, and just having some great impact. I think the last few rounds, it was just Nismo getting the first kill a few rounds. it just kind of looking for it and knowing and punishing those peaks that Winthrop University kept doing to try to take an advantage.
It was an alley that had a huge step up early on and was really great on kind of calling out. But as things went on, this Cubert Academy squad across the board, they did so good at holding their sights and not over rotating, but kind of just in time, and just such a good read on the game. Like Nismo being able to be huge for some of those opening picks as you called, and then just this util, they got that A orb every single time. Ash, they had ults galore, and really being able to just slowly but surely whittled Winthrop University out.
Yeah, I think that's the big picture here, right? We talked a bit about those compositional differences during the agent select before we actually headed into the server, and that was the big point of contention was, okay, for Cubert Academy, they have a lot more tools to actually look to set up, and that was a really big difference maker here. I think that's why we saw so much success on those retakes. Cubert had also, like, they had a really hot start to this map too, with the initial 4-0 that they started things off with, and they managed to even just like continue to push that momentum forward even when Winthrop was capable of stopping the bleeding. And I think that is something that you would kind of expect from the Cubert Academy side. It feels sometimes like once Redux gets going, once he's feeling comfortable, there's little that can slow him down.
Yeah, Redux has been a point of conversation a lot for a lot of reasons. And the fact that he was so aggressive in Winthrop University, if they challenge it, well, it's maybe not working out. If they don't, well, then Cubert know what they're going to do. Was a little bit tough for the team. And looking at overall at all of the player performances here, it was a Redux that was difficult to get through, but then not the only one. There was Scuba that had quite a few clutch moments. There was even the 1v2 that he was able to take down, putting up a heck of a performance as well. And Dan, that kind of just extended across the board.
A lot of these rounds were some hero plays for both of the teams to try to close it up, especially for Winthrop. I did think they have a good chance on the second half on the attacking side, but again, there was a pause, and that's when you see Cubert Academy adapting into this faster playstyle that Winthrop wanted to use against them, and they started being a lot more proactive on that defensive side, and that's really what made the difference. We talked about Redux, we already talked about it, but I think what is so interesting is he just gets some insane multi-kills, just spray transfers. He is really doing it all, and was the reason why, as Ash was saying, when he wakes up, it's impossible to slow him down.
Even when Winthrop University were on the attack, it was a very different impact coming out from the two duelists. Infiltrator, we had talked about that head-to-head going into it, and on this raise, it was a Cubert Academy that was shutting him down. Even when he was pushing aggressive out on that C site, Ash, the showstopper, like, miss was so unfortunate, but even then, like, they were so quick on making sure Infiltrator did not get any space taken.
Yeah, and I think, again, we keep talking about the utility difference between these two teams. And Redux, he had an incredible series. Infiltrator did struggle in those opening engagements. Redux being able to shut him down quite consistently in that regard. But again, that also has to do with, you know, the back line on the side of Winthrop University, what they're actually able to put out there to help him gain that space, help him be in advantageous positions to actually take a lot of those duels, and they just don't have as much utility compared to the side of Cubert Academy, where Redux, not only is he able to rely on T-Dog's breach coming through to help him to gain a lot of that space and control, but he also has his own stuns where the Neon does have a little bit of that ability to be a bit more self-sufficient. Meanwhile, with Infiltrator on that raise is a different story where you're really looking for some of that setup potential that just wasn't there.
And that is a tough map to lose for Winthrop University. Looking at the rest of the series, that was their map pick. And then looking at the next in the series, this is a exceptionally strong map for Cubert Academy. I definitely don't think Winthrop University are bad at this map, Dan. They have a lot of reps here. But if you look at their history in comparison, it's a tough one.
For sure, and that's why I said before we went into the first map that the win condition to me for Winthrop was they needed to win this map of Lotus, because that fracture is, I just don't see a world where Cubert Academy is going to lose it. And we, like you said, both the teams have played it a little bit, but when we talk about the composition that we've seen for Winthrop most recently, this is where Moops is playing the chamber. And I don't want to put that much pressure on him, but I feel like those wins and the last one they got against YFP, it relied a lot on him and the lyrics that he had, the timings that he had. And that's a lot to ask for a chamber that we don't even see that often, and it's not meta for a reason. So now you're looking at a Cuber Academy that should be really comfortable on this map. We're going back to Redux on the Raze. We're going back to that standard composition where Nismo is once again the most comfortable in that role and that agent of KO. So it's simply a very fitting, very comfortable map for Cuber Academy, and I think they can take it in too.
Yeah, the last 2 times they have ran the same composition, Ash, and it is something that has just been working out so well. When you're having everybody on just like their top agent, like it's a tough team to go up against. Ever since they swapped over to this current composition, the one you get to see on the left, like they've looked unstoppable.
Yeah, I think that, Dan hit the nail on the head, right? This is where we're going to see all of these players on a lot of comfort picks, something where we're expecting a lot of that synergy to shine through here for Cubert Academy. They're used to playing these roles together, and then also just mechanically as individuals as well. Nismo is one of the best KO players out there, and I'm really excited to see what he's going to be able to do up against Winthrop University, regardless of if it's the chamber or that Vice that we're expecting to see coming out from Moogs. I think that there's a lot of potential to be able to shut down those setups and how aggressively even the chamber pick could get isolated without that ability to TP away.
Now let's talk about the compositions that we've seen coming out from Winthrop University, because when we see the page, sometimes there's not that much information. Winthrop University, they're definitely an exception to that. We've seen quite a few different looks. The most recent being this chamber one. So how confident are they in running that back? Moobs has been somebody that we've need to step up from and has been able to deliver, but is this something where maybe you do go back to that Vias, Dan, to try and shut things down? Or are you looking for that fragging impact that you can achieve by yourself with this chamber pick?
I think for this team specifically, just knowing the way that they play, I much rather see moves on the chamber. I think this is a team that is the best when they're comfortable to frag out, and Moves has always been that player. When he's comfortable, when he's playing these silly slight changes of composition, that's when he's shining the most, and that's what has been allowing them in the past to win these maps. Again, that last time they played this map is a 13-8 against YFP, a match that we didn't really think it was going to go the way of Winthrop. It was the first one where we were like, wait a minute, how good is Winthrop actually? And big part of it was Moves. He has a really good understanding on how he wants to play this map of Fracture, especially because he's often playing by himself. And I think the biggest counter is going to be Nismo. Actually, sometimes likes to play by himself as well on the KO, getting a little bit of info for the team and then going on a solo mission. So it might be a duel between these two that you don't expect very often.
Yeah, I think it's going to be exciting to see how they look to go head-to-head with that, especially with that KO just being such a hard counter to the chamber, as far as one being able to flash him off those deep lanes that we're going to expect Nasi and Flare trying to set moves up on for those deep sight lines, but then also just that suppression, just denying that ability for moves to be a little bit more mobile with his rendezvous is going to be something to keep our eyes out for.
Let's have an agent select so we can get official confirmation if we do get to see the Frenchman in the server today, or if they are going to go back to the Vias to try and make sure they're not caught a little too off guard by what Cubert Academy has, especially in such a do-or-die match. Down one in the series, losing this sends them into the lower bracket, but we're going to get none of the above. Moves, Dan, going to the chamber. I mean, not the chamber, the Cypher, the other one. My bad.
I like the chamber more. I was a fan of the chamber or the Vice more than the Cypher. I mean, you're gonna have a Tejo on this side, you're gonna have a Vice on the other side, you're gonna have Redux as well with Paint. There's so much that it doesn't make sense to me to see a Cypher being played right now on this map, or even to try to counter Sentinels.
Yeah, I think that you look towards the fact that I feel like on this map in particular, it can be really hard to get creative with those tripwires. It's pretty standardized with how you're going to expect those Cypher setups to look at this point. And the expectation is that a duelist like Redux, he's going to know where to throw the paint shells. He's going to know where to take down that utility and deny that value out from moves. So it'll be a very different look, I think, with Winthrop starting on the defense as well, because again, a lot of their early defense plan has to do with moves getting onto, an early angle, whether it's towards B main or A main, just getting that op online early on as well. But now he's going to have to play a little bit more bunkered, which is very different playstyle from what we're used to seeing from him.
And a little bit of changes from Qbert Academy. Knight's going to that Vise, and Nismo, who we were just praising for this KO, on the Tejo instead. Also very, very strong on this pick, and this composition that Qbert Academy have is a tough one to go up against. So we'll have to see if Winthrop University, they have enough to take it down, or if the rest of their time in the playoffs here is going to be for this lower bracket. Let's get into it. Let's go to Fracture, and over to your casters, Keg and Tenrek.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, I got a whole rogues gallery today, man. I gotta get Keg out of the fridge today.
Yes, they told me out of cryostasis. What year is it? I heard a chamber?
Yeah,
are we in 2022?
No. we were pretty close to it with Sentinel's Qbert Academy's Metamorphosis here on Fracture.
There's Cypher? Whoa. I think we might be in a treat for ourselves. A Vice, that's right. That's an agent in the game. It's been so long, and I'm happy to be here again with you, Tenrek. You can't spell cryostasis without Ace, and I'm happy to be here. We have the duality now between the two Sentinels. We get to see if the malleability of the Vice can overthrow Moobs' valuability on that Cypher. And again, Moobs, he's been a fragging mastermind. He has been a top killer in the lobby. But as a Cypher, you have to relegate yourself a tiny bit more. Can he still make it work here?
Yeah. This is
one hell of an intro, I know.
Qbert personified. What? Good to have you back, man. Oh, in comes Redux. Big jump in. Infiltrator stops it early on, but Qbert's on top of it pretty quickly. Flare shots have to be pretty keen, and they are so far. T-Dog's stuck a little bit for the moment, but the smokes will hopefully deal with that. I'll just play in this game and keep away. Scuba gets the spike down, but Winthrop is a little on top of it. They're going to get a little proactive early on. Stealth run to make sure that Knights can't fight this with more than just his gun, but that might just be enough. No, he's got a lot of power behind him. The Scuba 1v2 here with this Ghost in hand, but one's right on top of the spike and not fighting until after the other one's down, but Flare will do just enough to get Winthrop this first pistol.
Such a great early read from Winthrop, anticipating the B-side hit, setting up all their defensitory systems over towards the site, waiting for Qbert to push in. Didn't see a whole lot of that Sentinel action early on, but that's quite all right. Some stalling power came out, but it was through the powers of the pistols themselves. Now, we've seen how modern Fracture can be played, especially towards the northern hemisphere of the map. It's colder at that part of Fracture, but it's been warmed up quite a bit by how much people are willing to attack and pincer B-sites so early on. That's not the case this time around, though, for Qbert. They played it very, what's the word? Coy? I've never understood what that word really meant. Regardless, though, we do get to see a little bit of that here on this eco round from Qbert. There is the Stinger buyout from Redux. He's going to be the one looking for that very anticipatory fight. Oh, he's going to have to back away, though. He already set down one smoke. Absolutely out-aimed that Vice Flash.
Step into arcade at the very least here. Redux, like you said, got to be that long arm. Fault line to clear away, and Moves is just going to cover himself. Blast pack to dissuade twice over, but he's still got a proper angle to deal with this, so a paint shell now has to be lobbed away at him to fully flush him away. It'll be Nismo taking the kill credit and stepping out first into death, where Infiltrator will intercept, and Qbert Academy realize that there's no more damage they can do on this side. They've got to retreat, but Ollie's ready for that this time. No smoke to shroud them away, so this should be a clearing for the remainder, and indeed it will be. And look, I'm going to be honest.
I'm ready for it.
I think Dan hit it right on the head when she said that, or I think that Ash hit it right on the head when she said that Dan hit it right on the head that
a
Cuber
lot of heading.
Academy on this map is personified. The composition, save for Nismo and Knights, who did switch a sign of the times, but Scuba, T-Dog, and Redux are arguably on their best agents, and they are arguably some of the best in the country on those agents. This on paper should be a Cubert stomp when it comes to this attack push. It should come with so much blistering speed. Pistol nothing doing so far though.
I completely agree, but I will play devil's advocate. Winthrop's reads early on, although the first 2 rounds have been very sound. They've always had a very good idea about what Cubert's game plan at the beginning of the round could be. Again, early swarm comes up now. There is some util in return. But again, having that finger on the pulse now of Cubert is huge. It's going to fall to the hands of Knights on this lurk. If he gets identified, that means the B rotate won't be sound, and these early fights could be lost.
Trader, another intercept. And he's going to be willing to step back into this as Cubert haven't made any ground. With Knight still making his way back over to South Spawn, but Ollie is ready for it. Shot is missed.
That opens up B site.
Should be a clean bonus from here. Too many things that Winthrop has to search for, and Cubert's walked through the hallway entirely. Moves. Nice shot on the Sheriff. He's going to try and get in front of this now that the spike's been dropped. And all of a sudden, it's interesting again.
One
Nazi
enemy
ducks
remaining.
behind. Nismo now finds the shot through. And we're so back. Cubert, 3 standing for the bonus, and that's how they wanted things to look.
The script is being written how it should be read, at least thus far. Cubert, though, losing 2 bodies in that skirmish, do have to reinvest a little bit into this next round. Winthrop again, they've looked at their best at the early parts where they have Flare, sending out a swath of utility to find information. All these holds in the back lines have been sound, great at least taking these 50-50s. Fortunate though, it was lost to, against Knights and was not able to hold that B-side receptacle, so it didn't allow the pincher from the defense. Again, a very telling round this could potentially be. Northern part of the map now, only sign of defense outside of the tower, lacking nobody up top. It's going to be nothing but moves as utility.
Cubert Academy are starting to feel really good about this tower clear, so Winthrop University are starting to feel really good about not even bothering to put anybody in it. Instead, this better stack up A site, and the potential for the rotation through Canteen is what they'll settle on, at least for this round for now.
They want to set up for the retakes.
Set up. Yeah, they want to be prepared to just fight it out once the smokes dissipate. They want to play the stalling game once they get on. And again, if you're going for the tower clear, you can do a good amount of hacky sack with these players with all of the incendiaries you've got. Yeah, the stealth drone is going to give you away pretty early on here, but the smokes will even sooner. Cubert just going to step on, moves. He's trying to get in front of it, and he dies.
Moves so close to Neural Theft too. You can't use that ult for info.
Yeah, it's a bit of a misstep here for Winthrop University trying to play for the retake. At least the remainder of the team is now. Armageddon on site is just a tad bit late in Cubert Academy. Although they're a bit maliciously extended, they feel pretty confident at this point that they can hold their own. T-Dog gets his.
Backing up now, playing for the post by Armageddon, already used away by Winthrop, down a body. They do have the operator from Infiltrator. That's going to be a hard sell to bring onto site. You don't want to lose that much utility, so much money right away.
Still got this Molly and this Orbital as Scuba as well, and so they're going to try and get ahead of that. Scuba now has to fight against Nasi for it. They could get on top of the spike. No one's here in time, and yeah, Scuba will be able to deal with that. Infiltrator will at least hold on to this operator and grab one more kill on the board, but we're tied up at 2.
That's right, Eco 2 for Cubert not looking the best, losing all but 1 in that last round. Could have been their round to secure their economy for a long time this attacking half, but unfortunately not to be. Armageddon used fairly early on, and remember, the falling of moves on B meant Neural Theft was not going to be capable to have any follow-through in the post plant. So information not used that last round, but now that it's evened up 10 rec, we might be able to see here used maybe a bit more aggressively into the next round. But once again, a strong hold on B site follows, but Winthrop are choosing to push a lot of pressure on A main. They expected Cubert to switch things up and go back to A main's control, but instead it's a dual push, waiting instead for an aggressive play from the defenders who do not have any money outside the top parts of the map.
And all of this pressure is now placed on Infiltrator to hold it all down. He has the operator and the showstopper in hand. Honestly, with the rest of the Sheikah, I'm a little surprised they didn't give it to somebody else to let him just fully go in with this. one and done ultimate. Just try and shave off as much as possible, but Hubert will try and do the same here. Sensing that raise right on top of him, and they'll enter through the vines. Good bit of chip done along the way. Just a redux, but this is a pretty standard clear here from Cube, except for Moves, who is still standing here.
Oh,
Just spray through that. Yeah, that's one way to deal with it.
That's a T-Dog moment.
Still has this operator, so it's not even too bad for Knights to try and swing this.
At this point, you don't want to risk that op again. Infiltrator's putting himself in a tough spot. But the rest of the team have Sheriff. There's no reason not to go in.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, all right. There's Flow step out. No one covers it.
One enemy remaining.
But yeah, the rest of these players can't make it any farther down. Hubert playing some tower defense this round, and Infiltrator will go back to the exact same spot to hold with this operator again.
We're coming into the Haven defense debacle now with A-Site, right? You have this operator, you've had it for so long, but if you're not finding impact with it within, I don't know, the first 45 seconds of a round, if a round even goes 45 seconds before the plan, right? You're not finding any impact with Infiltrator at all. He is, as we in the industry say, the tip of the spear. He needs to be the one to find that action. But he's relegated himself to the spot that's been cleared out almost every single round on B. And he's yet to find much impact outside of one kill on the retake. Hubert are taking so much free, valuable space outside of B. And now they might be able to do it from the southern angle.
Yeah, this is a new approach for them, and it'll give a chance, in theory, for Infiltrator to actually use his operator, or for Hubert to slice it off early. If this boombot is placed in front of him, that tells him the Redux is already ahead of it, but Infiltrator will get back in front.
Wow, bold.
Yeah, extremely.
After being flashed out, boombotted out, and twice over, assassinates Hubert on B. And what do you do from here? What is the call? It's not to rotate to A site. Winthrop are expecting that. Double down and reapproach again. Another pincer. The second claw of the crab.
There. Even closer quarters now. Moves every excuse to hold down the vents continuously until further notice. Triple actually step out first, see if they can get away with something. Infiltrator tosses the showstopper in for good measure and for high ground as well. Nismo, crucial miss in the one moment you might have had to yourself. That's all they'll get. We're tied back up at 3.
Wow, what a great hold again. Winthrop this time having Infiltrator take a much more aggressive approach. It's like he's telepathically listening to us, man. He knew that we were saying he was playing too passive, right? He steps in, he backs away, we're like, okay, it's another Infiltrator op round. But then after the orbital strike, he doubles back to B main and gets 2 off of it. I mean, sure, slightly missed timing from Hubert's side, right? But you're not expecting him to go old school FPS on you and do a 180 and snipe out your lurk. That's gonna shut down B for a while. I'm expecting Hubert to keep going A now.
Yeah, that was a great way to shut down B pushes for a good couple rounds at least. Redux, showstopper into the rolling thunder, doesn't even let it fully proc. And Infiltrator still holding with this operator though, so you've got to flush him away. Armageddon to do it. Down to the smokes he goes, but Hubert still don't have full control of this site. In fact, they're questioning whether or not they want it at all. The stack is here on A, and they don't want it, except for Nismo, who does find some smoking. So it'll be a 4v3 for wherever Hubert to go from here, but Winthrop, they have plenty of time to be ready to intercept this.
It's going to be really difficult for Winthrop to re-clear. They're already down a body, plus Infiltrator again. We keep harping up on him, but the re-clear for B-side, it's going to be so difficult with an angle like that. But this was all a big fake. All a ruse to send Winthrop back over to B-side where that utility from Moob still exists. Those tripwires will never get procced. It's all a big fake towards A-side. I like this boombot. If this doesn't find any information, and it won't,
30 seconds
it's going to
left.
sell the B-side attack. That will never come.
Full-blown push. That Hubert execute beautifully. Infiltrator's operator now has even less power, but man, behind that guy, you wouldn't know it. Another? Oh! I was joking!
He's woken up. The sleeper cell has been activated.
Let's see if he does it again. He's still got to be the aggressor. This would be monumental if he can. Okay, all right. Oh, that would have been unreal. But instead, Qbert hold on, one still standing, and they'll take the lead back again. Man, Infiltrator continuing to keep things interesting.
I mean, great patience from Qbert, right? They're much more willing to play around the map. And now, I'll be honest with you, Tenrek, I wasn't able to watch a lot of Lotus. Again, the cryostasis takes a while to dethaw.
Right,
but
of course.
From the ending of what I did see, Qbert, again, they are a team historically much more willing to play around with the larger picture of what a map has to bring. And sure, you go from 3 sites to 2, but you also gain the almost equal amount of lanes in what you can do for the attacking side. There's 4 potential angles now for Winthrop or Qbert, to entry in, and they're going to take full advantage.
Yeah, let's just get inside it now. Redux sprayed down to a crisp, though, and so he's got to hope he comes up with something soon. He's going to continue getting assaulted, and on top of that, Molly, WU are going to continue to try and press in, but Redux has found his victim. Nasi comes crawling in, and Qbert take personnel advantage out of the blue.
Continuing to break the economy of Winthrop now. Plenty of utility. That could be used by Winthrop. Great angling moves for 2. Needs to back away.
One enemy remaining.
You can hold that choke again, and Qbert are going to try and fight it. Winthrop win it completely and recover that round swiftly. Even again at 4, and it really just seemed anytime Qbert are forced to sort of make that choice to contest early on, Winthrop has always won out. But other than that, even still, Qbert mechanically look better. It's going to come down a lot of this to how Winthrop can time their counter pushes, and so far it's looking fantastic.
And that's always been the big ethos of Winthrop. Even remember as far back as stage 3 when they were, mainlining Neon directly into every comp, it was always prioritize taking fights, always take the kills, always have a body advantage. This was a round from Winthrop won by 2 angles. Barely any utility used outside of a smoke. So Qbert have to play this so much more carefully now. Satellite has rarely been procced by this team on the attacking side. They've at least shown presence early on. An aggressive smoke called out by Knights forces now Qbert to rethink their original strategy. Luckily for them, there's plenty of time left on the clock. But one thing we haven't seen in a while was that B hit. It was shut down pretty hard a few rounds ago.
Well, gang's all here.
Could you, in theory, force out Nasi's ult?
Oh, for certain.
Here.
Especially if you can scare the front line this hard. You've already used a lot to flush away at these steps. You heard from Ali, who is not dead yet, but getting pretty close to it with all this aggro util that Qbert will continue to use to push forward in the hallway.
30 seconds left.
And they're using the smoke actually to their advantage quite a bit here, making sure that they don't, Winthrop can't really recognize how many people are going to aggress up this stack. It's only Redux, and he's quickly countered away, but the rest of Qbert will now make their push known. They step through the smoke, sprayed through from the rifles, and it's all Winthrop in the kill feed this time around. They've got the lead keg.
Yeah, I can definitely see a vision where Qbert on their eco round want to try to force a panic ult from the breach on Winthrop's side, get rid of that possibility in the future for a fast B hit once rifles are back in their hands. Wrong multiverse. Instead, Sentinel's Qbert Academy, they opt to go for the timeout, and I think this is a very smart play. This has been a team where these initial contact plays have not worked out for them. They have a great strategic mindset about how they want to approach a round, but it's just a matter of getting the right positioning and, most importantly, finding the information of what positions Winthrop as individuals are taking for these fights to win it out. I mean, case in point, right? Evidence A is a 13-3 infiltrator.
He's definitely been the catalyst for a lot of these clears that, again, happen really all at once or not at all, for better or for worse for Winthrop University. The team play looks, I mean, really just unbelievably strong. The chemistry between these players is insane. I would say, to some extent, even better than Qbert Academies. I mean, sure, they've been together longer, most of them.
Well, remember what the desk said, though. It takes a little bit for some of the players of Qbert to warm up, but when
That's
they
true,
do,
that's true.
They turn into a whole different beast. So I could definitely see a reality where Qbert here is a second-half team.
Certainly was the case the previous map. that was the only point in which they really started to level up and have a higher tier over Winthrop University, like I know so many Sentinels fans want to believe they are. But yeah, the proof is in the pudding here. And as we do have a quick tech pause, unfortunately.
Now, you and I go way back as casters. We've been casting together for a long time. Since the dawn of VALORANT time, it feels like.
Yeah.
For a long time, when you and we were covering this map, it was Cypher that was the dominant Sentinel, especially on B site. Big reason was that Jet was finally getting phased out of the entry duelist meta. Raze was coming in, finding full fruition to get around a lot of B site and truly unlocking it. Yes, Vice has changed it a lot in the modern day, but that Cypher is really good about shutting down a Raze when, as hard as it can be, the tripwires are undiscovered and does stop the duelist in their tracks. And that's been a big stall factor.
Yeah, it's true. Moobs has been switching up where he's been placing him pretty frequently just to keep Redux on his toes because Hubert's clears, if you haven't noticed, have all been pretty vanilla the past couple rounds, recycling the same 2 or 3 areas and pushes with them, trying to just win out the fights for it. That's how Hubert, they just really want to fix every blemish that comes across them, and there's another infiltrator stepping out and stepping back in with this shorty. Are you joking, dude? Winthrop's gonna get it all done with pistols this time, thanks to that steel garden that's forced upon them. And then Scuba still can't finish him off either. This is a collapse of a round for Cubert Academy. Let's keep this going.
Just such a solid read, playing around these sky smokes brought out by both sets of brimstones. And referring back to Moobs, right? We saw his utility spread out between B site and A. There was no direct idea in mind for Winthrop post timeout about where they thought Cubert would attack. But what they did instead is that they spread their forces out, played around the attacker utility scene, and case in point, Infiltrator sneaking in one shot before the Steel Gardens procced out, really stalled out Cubert in their tracks. They need a way to secure this first blood.
And it'll start again at doors. One of the weaker areas so far this map. Winthrop have been too early to fight it too often. Gonna try and flush out Moobs. He's doing a good job dozy-doing around this util, but Flare just jumps directly into the fight. There you go, Moobs. That's 2. Let's see how much more he finds. You're throwing everything but the kitchen sink at this guy to deal with it. But Ollie's orbital strike takes care of the rest of the crowd. And it's got to be just Knights against the world here. So much in his way, including that Steel Garden. But it'll be Winthrop University coming out on top this round again.
Last round.
Even with Moobs identified, he gets a collat headshot. Unbelievable. 9 times out of 10, a player in Moob's spot would just simply die. I mean, they were forced out by so much of Nismo's utility. Again, even the kitchen sink, I think, was thrown at him, and that wasn't enough to stop the power anchoring from Moobs. And again, it comes down really to these entry points from Cubert Academy. We're not seeing a lot of lurking prowess being done by Knights. It's a lot of rushing early on to fish again for the opening pick. Maybe now, on this final round, we can see Knights get more space given early on. His positioning could give a big tell if Winthrop rotate from B side to A. But I love how aggressive this defensive team is playing too.
And Moobs again, so ahead of the situation, misses his first shot, but hits his second one, and with the gun diff that specifically they had, is able to win out at least one. Cubert again have to reconsider.
Rotate's been called. Cubert a lot of the time had faked out these mid rounds. Knights has gained some space, has not heard any rotates yet. Everyone's been slow and silent from Winthrop's side. Cubert are not aware at all about Infiltrator playing so deep into the attacker spawn. In fact, this tells Winthrop that this has to be a B hit from Arcade. Everything else has been re-cleared.
And Winthrop will be fully prepared for this again. Showstopper and orbital strike to fully sense out the site, but that's not where the majority of this is. In the pipes. That's one gone. Now it's Infiltrator's operator you got to deal with. You step into this open space and you're toast. Paint Shell's actually giving him away just to stall away against this spike plant that he'll still get away with. Scuba immediately running into Flare's LOS though. And now it's Infiltrator's turn to get this showstopper up and running. Screw that operator. He wants to get up close and personal as Ollie takes the back seat. And good reason, too. Infiltrator's good for the one. Before Knight shuts that back down. Now he's stuck in tower. He's the next victim on their list. But Redux playing that wall breaker from the other side now. And that'll be a decisive victory for Qbert Academy. Taking this to a 5-7 half.
Great confidence rebuilder for Qbert there. Knights, again, has been one of the top fragger prospects going into Challengers this year. Absolutely shows it once more. Really love that mid-round rotate from Qbert. I'm honestly surprised off of the tack timeout we didn't see that sooner, but it worked to great effect.
So, I mean, swapping sides here, one of the biggest questions for me is what his moves shift to? Because you cannot play nearly the same kind of game that Knights has been playing, sticking these shears 15 miles away from you. It's got to be a little more active, and you're going to have to look behind you a little more often for these stair peaks and especially these spawn swings.
It really comes down to what Qbert want to do, right? Are they going to flank? You could set up a tripwire also 15 miles away, and that could catch somebody out. Change your entire attacker strat off of someone out of position.
Brony's down.
Yeah, onus is on Qbert to act, and them to win as well. Take this to a 2-0 and safely make their way to the winners finals to meet up against Shopify.
Stack up on A.
Yeah, they're ready for it.
Crossfire.
H2, Redux peeks in early for it and grabs the first. Good chip damage done along the way, and all Winthrop can do is throw a petty salvo and paint shell at the problem to try and find Redux anyway. Nothing doing there. Now comes the drop peek moves. That's an easy one. No attention paid to this. And now entry from the rest of Winthrop. It's beautiful.
Boobs has just been a specter in this lobby.
Now it's Knights. Arcros in hand. Nothing left but the presence on site to deal with. Everybody's here for it. This is heard. First step. Options running thin. Time running low. No reason for anybody here to peek it. Knights is waiting for the impossible to happen. And it won't. There's one. Ollie being the lowest in the health pool. Worthwhile to let him go first. Another pistol for Winthrop off the backs of Qbert, just not ready for this creep back from Moobs, who's now up to 13.
Really well coordinated from Winthrop. And the fact that you could be so well coordinated and again have this one player, again, playing the lurking wall of the attack very well. Again, only one round so far, has worked wonders to be the big win condition for Winthrop to gather a lot of these rounds, has been solid. There's a very real process back now that, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure the graphics before we came to this map said that Qbert was unlosable with Fracture so far. This is a Winthrop that's a very studious team at that, has done their homework.
Yeah, this new comp from Qbert still has some kinks to work out as it appears, but certainly more game to play and more attacks that Winthrop has to initiate. Here's another one. Infiltrator has a lot more fun with this gun on the entry. Rest of Winthrop taking a bit of time. Camera's going to catch Redux on the flank nice and early. And that's Moobs already finding new ways to contribute.
Down B.
Fun aftershock to deal with the first plant attempt, but again, it's the small victories that Qbert will settle for this round.
It's just a matter of seeing now that rifles will come into the hands of both of the teams this next round, how things will change out. That was Qbert's opportunity to bring things back, but T-Dog, Nismo, two classics. I mean, we've seen wilder things so far. Could be possible, but time is dwindling away. T-Dog's gone. Yeah. And Moves once more, absolutely farming in this server. I mean, Infiltrator was really the star of the show early on, but what's the KD of Moves now? Are we still trailing behind Infiltrator, only by 2 kills? 16 and 9 is certainly nothing to scoff at.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, he's been getting in both the front and the back way too often here on these opening 2 rounds, and it's already netted him getting 1 orb away from this neural theft. So Winthrop University, especially this round, will probably have a good deal of flexibility when it comes to what they can put a weak side onto. And Hubert, again, they just have to expend individual after individual to try to cut it short. Or grab, big arc rose, it's just sprayed down. Knights is peering into way too much. And he grabs absolutely nothing out of it except a little bit of chip damage on the two Winthrop players.
Winthrop are thriving off these opening engagements, able to give them this opportunity to have a advantage fight, going into these executes every round thus far. And once more, it's absolute chaos. Smokes are everywhere. This is the thriving ground of Winthrop. They love to dip in and out of it.
They've been allowed to. Hubert's trying to do the same thing, go for some non-committal picks, but Winthrop keeps chasing them down the moment they're spotted. It's pretty terrifying to watch at this point. Greedux leaps and bounds in for at least one, but the same angle that Nismo is coming all the way from, so it's a little difficult to do anything with it. Armageddon very late in this post plant to try to throw off this Hubert take back, and I think it's done its job.
Yeah, I would say so too. I wonder if Hubert could even hear that the Armageddon had gone off and how far away they were. But I mean, that's also a flex too from Winthrop, right? They're double the rounds now over Hubert. Flair might be thinking like, you know what? Yeah, we can use the Armageddon, a little silly. We just got away with that, and we could definitely bring this to map 3. Only 3 more rounds needed to do so. And
Yeah.
this is coming from a team that lost their map pick too. It's, I mean, maybe it's a little bit of a sore spot to mention it so soon, but with M80, they did such a great job cracking out their counter strategies for rankers just a few days ago. I'm sorry, Envy a few days ago, right?
Yeah.
And Winthrop, essentially the same, had all this extra time to prepare for a match like this, studying how Hubert play on a big level. And they have had the proper reads almost every round.
Yeah, they've really, I mean, they've had a lot of film to be able to look at for this team. And after the matchup against Core, there were a lot of weaknesses that Winthrop were definitely able to spot. Scuba, there's your non-committal pick, and he's going to search for another one now that that Shear's activated, and Infiltrator's the only attacker on site, but he's managed to stay hidden for quite some time. Wrap around from behind, though, from Hubert is swift and strong. T-Dog now 3 kills deep in this, and now it's just Infiltrator left. He's made it all the way back to mid, and Scuba's figured that out by this point. Flawless round 16 to restabilize Sentinel's Hubert Academy.
Yeah, dancing around for the opening picks once more. Hubert anticipating it, waiting for it. T-Dog destroying it. 11 and 15 now, top of at least his team. It's up to Winthrop now to see if they're going to continue to look for these opening fights even more than before. It's a scary prospect for Hubert. On the attacking side, they kept falling for fishing for the first 30 seconds, and then that ended up not working for them. This time again, though, they have strong re-clear potential outside of A main. Very large stall with the Shears inside of B. Just a matter of seeing again on this lurk from Boobs if that's going to have any tangible impact.
And we'll see how much he can get done while Winthrop goes searching. Hubert continuing to hold this lane close in the hallway. Who will be the first to strike? Winthrop.
Those got the util for it.
Stealth thrown out. Shot down by one side. Who sees it? Infiltrator for 2. Nismo re-swings it. Also 2 down. Does Winthrop press this? They will. Nismo 3. Ali finally transfers it back down. But a 2v2. Moobs luckily has made it all the way through drop already. And so they have the site pretty clean and plain, but they're going to use the molly just to keep it nice and tidy.
Just buying time now. Want to guard the bodies from Knight's End, make sure Moobs cannot get nearby for that neural theft to secure the 2v2 info.
Smoke's down.
Ollie first point of contact, drop smoked away. Ollie smoking himself off.
Last player standing.
Knights creeps in, Ollie checks him.
Molly.
Now Molly placed on drop to try to keep off Moobs. Scuba has to do all the checking, but doesn't realize that Ollie's already made it back all the way to spawn. And can just check this so easily.
Hold on to your head.
No time for Scuba, no chance for Hubert. It's 11 now for Winthrop.
The amount of hero plays from Winthrop, from each of their teammates, has been unbelievable. I think at this point, on Fracture alone, every player of Winthrop has had a highlight moment. Clutching up a round, forcing out yet another timeout from Sentinel's Qbert Academy. The stars were shining bright for them for that one round on the defense. They were able to break the stride that Winthrop had started off of their not even, the end of their own defense. Into, well, almost the end of their own defense, into these next few rounds. But because of that, again, ults are almost built up now by Qbert. They could try to fight for these early orbs on the northern side of the map again. Maybe try to figure out where moves is early on, and at least then they'll know the lurk is gone. It has to be the opposite side where the bulk of Winthrop has to be attacking. And then you gather up all these ults just to keep oppressing down Winthrop. That could be the game-winning move here to help leverage some of these rounds.
Yeah, just to bully your way through until you can get a snowball going. And like you said, find the members you can pick off with all of this extra time you've got. And worry about the space making on the main lanes later. It's already been, you know, pretty heavily countered by Winthrop from time to time. We'll see them start their approach on B main this time. No arcade presence at the moment. In fact, no dish either. And Qbert already has to send some resources over there.
Scuba is close to the orbital strike. Early salvos around from B main, smokes down instead. The re-clear up arcade could give some massive tells, but this positioning from Qbert, are they watching the underbelly of B site? No one ever checks the sewers. It's where the alligators live. An infiltrator, he has a bite. But they choose to back away. They're giving up the majority of B site to hand back over A. Winthrop are taking this so slow. They're waiting to see what the big change for Qbert was off of that timeout. I love this change of pace.
Moves now back in the drop space. Redux has kept himself hidden for now. Sheer on top of him too, so he can play for heavy cover. No smoke covers him. Redux whiffs the shot. Orbital strike in showstopper to chase Redux down, and it's Moves that intercepts him with the cover fire, actually.
30 seconds
Two ults
left.
thrown into the site to claim it. That should be enough for Winthrop University here. An Armageddon thrown on defensively. Qbert, are they going to use that to fight at all? It doesn't look like they can.
18 seconds.
They have to use everything else. Now blind on. Infiltrator fights that out. Moves holds that. Now you can get the spike down.
10 seconds left.
Right? No? Scuba distracted. Spraying. Moves able to hold that down.
He gets it down.
Okay, you do get it down in time, and all the while you won all your duels too. So all that stall work that Qbert tried to do is for nothing. And they still, all these ults just sitting in the bank as we're at game point.
You know, I hate to boil it down for Winthrop, down to just positioning, but really, you get rid of all the other ingredients. That's the core of what you have left for this team. It's been a team, again, that's always prioritized loving, taking fights, but again, each player has their own micro-strat in mind to shut down Qbert. And with the mess that had become A-Site, it's no wonder that Infiltrator was able to get away with some shenanigans up on top. One more round now for Winthrop. A shocking scoreline, frankly. 12-6 now. Only one more needed to bring things to game 3. Ali, a huge opening pick. T-Dog now gone. An economy for Qbert broken.
You can just tell this Winthrop team is feeling too confident to lose on this map at this stage. Map 3 feels inevitable after we really thought that Qbert were the team that were leveled up. Nah, we're here in winter semis for a reason. The extension back out from Moves into CT spawn this time, and Nismo on the Wiser.
One enemy
This is a complete dissection. We see a flawless winning round here. It's all on Ali, theoretically. Oh, now it's on Flare. And no, now it is on Ali.
Attackers
13-6 victory here on Fracture. Folks, we're going to map 3. Winthrop University does indeed have that dog in them.
I mean, for such a complex map, Winthrop made it look so simple. This was a 101 class for Winthrop University, and they aced it with spades. round after round, the same architecture plan of waiting for these opening fights, taking the positions, and honestly, guys, it's just GG from there. Take the fights and win them.
Yeah, that aggression that Winthrop University was able to manifest consistently drove so many of those fights, and I mean the hero moments just kept on coming and coming and coming. Moob's definitely my MVP for the match there, but yeah, everyone contributing really heavy to that.
Oh man, it's tough. I want to say Moves is MVP too. I think you're right. But again, you really can't take away the credit from everybody else on Winthrop. They each had their own highlight specialty moments. And Infiltrator, it was also somewhat of a slow start. But at one point, he had like a 3 KD. That's pretty damn good.
Every single person in this lobby at this point making their case. It'll all end on map 3. Who's moving to winners finals? Who's getting knocked down? We'll find out after the break.
I'd say it's a little bit different. It's a different aspect. It's like picking up any new player, different personalities, different backgrounds, like different amounts of experience. So I'd say it's a challenge in its own aspect, especially like with Timotino. He's less experienced, hasn't played Challengers before, but he's like proven me a lot. He's made me proud. So I'd say just like teaching them what our system is, because every team has different systems. It's like, what is the system for core? So that's like been the biggest thing. We've been like preaching that, like, yo, we do things like this way here. Like maybe you did it on this team, but like this is how we do it here. Like we're gonna do stuff like this, right? So just teaching them like our way, like the core way. I guess like consistency is like a big one, I'd say. And that's still a big challenge for every single team, including this one. We're still trying to find like our footing, our consistency. But I would just say like the mood's always high, no matter what. We lose a couple rounds and it's like, all right, whatever, like next round mentality. We like to have that like short-term memory loss. Like who cares? We get 1v5 next round, doesn't matter. We get, I don't know, something happens, op collateral and a clutch, like it doesn't matter. We're always going to the next round. We're always in high spirits, and we just try to focus on winning that next round. I would say consistent improvement. We're gonna work hard every single day, day in, day out. We had our first match already. We won map 1. We ended up getting reverse sweeped. Tough loss, but there's so much to learn from these matches, right? You can learn a lot from scrims, but match reps are like so much different, and you just learn so much more, like how people react to certain situations. So I'd say throughout every single match this season, you're gonna see improvement. And we are really trying to dominate this season when it comes to the end of it. So maybe week 1, maybe week 2 won't look so good, but by the end of the season, like we'll look good. We're like low experience as a team. We just started practicing like a few weeks ago as a 5, compared to some other teams who've been together for months, potentially even like last season. So we're still working together. We're still trying to find our footing, but just consistent improvement.
Winthrop University after the very first map in the series, a series that we said that they had to take that first one to even had a chance. But when everyone counts Winthrop University out, they step up and they win on Fracture. Not just a win, but a strong one at that, Dan. 13-6. That was insanity. And we got a map 3 now.
It's going the complete opposite way that I expected, because I said Fracture 100% is going to go the way of Cooper Academy, but guess what? Winthrop had a different story to tell for this one. It looked amazing. Everybody really having an understanding of how they wanted to play this one out, especially with an infiltrator that was popping off, gets so many first kills. I think it was 5 and 0 that he gets towards the end, and especially in that second half where you think your Academy is going to have a better chance. Is it the bonus rounds that goes away of Winthrop? They lose one round, then they get that now. The one after, and it's just a momentum-based half for them. I love what I saw from them today, and we did talk about the changes that we were going to be seeing for these two teams, potential changes. And it was a Tejo, I feel like, for the side of Nismo that didn't have as much impact as I expected. We talked about him playing on the KO on this map, but being very good. Then it seems like he was trying to adapt to his meta and doesn't really work out for the team.
Yeah, I think it's also just even the swap there for Alia, if you were going to look on the side of Winthrop, just that additional stall ability, I think, coming out from the Brimstone, the ability to change that pace a little bit with the Stim Beacon, and of course, the zoning that you can do, whether in the post plans or even to try and retake or set up a round with that orbital strike when that ultimate does come online. We saw a lot of value coming out from that utility, where previously we've seen him, you know, running the Clove here and there. I think last time we saw them on Factory was running the Clove, and that did give him the freedom to, you know, be a little bit more risky. But I think that we saw the value in that util in spades, and you can even look at 6 out of 6 post plans on the side of Winthrop. Of course, some of that credit also is going to have to go to Flair as well with those salvos, and the rest of the team just looking to kind of deny any space that Qbert were trying to find in those fast floods.
I mean, Winthrop University, they're so experienced on this map of Fracture, but the composition has always been changing as they've been trying to find out what has really worked for them. And I think they cracked the code with this one. It was a Winthrop University that, after being down a map, really just stepped up to just top performance. So it was really, really nice to see. And when we were kind of expecting then this to be a series that Qbert Academy could kind of run over them a little bit of Ash, that was kind of difficult for them. And Winthrop University, like, huge kudos on them for, again, not being afraid to switch things up if something isn't 100% working.
Yeah, and I think it's just crazy how momentous it was for them. It really felt like they got the ball rolling a little bit later into that first half, and then after they initially built that momentum, being able to take the pistol round into the second half as well, it was smooth sailing from there for them. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how they continue to level up on the side of Winthrop. I think it's cool how they can just very consistently step up their game so deep into the competition. You can see just the value that this squad was able to find.
Guys, not to bring the narrative back.
Oh my god.
But hear
She's
me.
doing it.
Oh no, oh no.
It's just curious. It's just really interesting. Infiltrator and moves popping off. They kind of remind me of these two players from T1. I don't know if you know them, Buzz and Meteor. Every time they're having a good map, the team, everybody seems to be having a good time. Look, I'm just saying, I'm just pointing it out. I'm just saying that it's up there, especially now that we're going into a third map. It might be depending on them, on Moobs and Infiltrator. And the crazy thing is that it doesn't matter what Moobs is playing. His impact really allows everybody else to shine. Every time you see a good moves map, everybody else is popping off. Everybody else is having great moments and getting a result like this one, a 13-6 against Qbert Academy.
Yeah, it's pretty insane, like, just how well he's been able to play. And I feel like we had questions about the swap there for him going from the Chamber to the Vice to the Cypher, and wondering, okay, how much value is this Cypher pick actually going to have? Because when you have an experienced duelist like Redux, who is very aware of these Cypher setups and how to break them apart with assistance coming out from his team as well, there were some concerns to be pulling out this kind of change from him. I think it allowed moves to definitely be a lot more dynamic on that attacking side, but it was his anchoring on defense that I think had not just us, the casters, stun locked as well, with how well he was able to just find these multi-kills and shut down these pushes while playing, you know, behind his util too, but even just going for those aggressive swings.
For a lot of the time that we've seen Winthrop University on Fracture, with all of these changes in composition, moves on this Cypher hasn't been one. And Dan, it was something that there was talk about going into this, because we had praised the Chamber a lot in terms of the fact that Moves has this fragging potential. And when we saw the swap away to the Cypher, it was kind of like, okay, but it worked so well.
Yeah, it works so well, but it's mainly working out because Moves is just fragging out on the Cypher and also allowing the team to somehow create that space. So it's really cool to see, and it's something that we brought up right at the beginning of this match. We said everybody in this team is really flexible, and they're always doing this. They're always bringing the small changes into the matches where you're never 100% sure what composition they're gonna lock in next. I feel like it might also be a change for the last map of Haven. We saw them playing a little bit of the Yoru. Moves was playing the Vice. So I honestly, at this point, I see them changing it up, and it has been working out for them, so why not?
I mean, it was not just Moves with a gigantic step up in the series, but Infiltrator as well. When we looked at a series, that map of Lotus, that didn't go Winthrop University's way, we had talked about, you know, Infiltrator not really getting to have the same impacts as Redux on the other side, Ash. And when we look at this map of Fracture and what he was able to accomplish there, well, the number says it all.
Yeah, I think the reason why I wanted to pull up these stats too is it doesn't look great on Lotus. It's not the worst on Lotus, but definitely doesn't tell the whole story. I think that on Lotus, Infiltrator was doing his best to perform his role, you know, be that space creator and that tip of the spear for the side of Winthrop. But again, it came down to that backline, to that compositional difference. And you can see the impact that that has on his ability to frag out and unleash himself is when he has his team with a kit that can set him up properly, something that was missing out on our first map. Then we get to see it in spades here on Fracture, with Nasi being on the breach for him to help him flash out, the fault lines to help him satchel out into sight very comfortably as well. And then Flare as well with those salvos, just being able to clear out very common areas, whether it's under sight on A or B tower on those B hits. And I'm looking forward to Haven because this is a map where we expect to see that same kind of supportive backline, being able to back Infiltrator up. We do think that maybe he will be shifting back to the Yoru that we had been seeing him play on Haven there, but there will be that assistance with that breach, which is something that I think makes a really big difference on his entries.
Yeah, looking at Haven as the final map in this series, for all the talks of Winthrop University changing things up, this is something that we've seen coming out from them more after Ali coming into the squads and the already existing changes. So I'm not really expecting too much change going into this one. Whereas on the end of Qbert Academy, there has been two different looks. It was quite a bit since we've seen their first appearance with it here, Dan, with the Redux on the Jet. Last time was the Neon, but it also was a Siri going up against Core where we got a triple OT. So I'm curious how confident they're still feeling with this pick.
I like the Neon. Personally, for Redux, it's just one of the best Neons that we have in Challengers, and that's it. And it was, yeah, like you said, a 16-14, so it was very, very close. It was a back and forth between the two. But I want to keep seeing a little bit more of this Redux on Neon, especially if Infiltrator on the other side is going to be playing on this Yoru once again.
All right, well, we have our agent select. Dan has a cat, which unfortunately we have to say
check out
goodbye
what they're
to.
picking.
Oh, let's all find out together, little one. All right, let's go over to the agent select, see what we're gonna get ahead of this series, see if there is any switches or if the most recent composition is what we're gonna see coming out from both of our squads. And again, a game to determine who is going into that upper finals. Going into this, Ash, we get the Redux Neon, we get the Infiltrator Yoru. We're in for some fun.
Yeah, I think it's expected that there aren't going to be any changes actually for both these squads. I feel like they're comfortable compositions for both of them. Dan was already talking about the strengths of Redux being on that Neon. I think that's what's going to make it a really fun and dynamic attacking first half there for Qbert Academy, where he is going to be the one that we're looking to control the tempo here on Haven.
So the composition stayed the same, but it's still a map 3. Both of the teams trying to make it to the upper finals, and they're just one map away from being that whole series away and making it to what everybody is wanting to do since the beginning, since we were going into the group stage with all of those teams. They're trying to make it to the grand finals, and I mean, both of them are so close for making it happen. Very different compositions though. I feel like you need to keep an eye on what Ali on the Astra is able to do, because we've seen a lot of the Clove today. We haven't seen that much of Ali on the Astra. We're still getting to know it, so I'm gonna keep my eyes on that, because Winthrop, they still have a good chance here.
One map separates these two Two teams with very different stories. Qbert Academy, one of the favorites going into this. Winthrop University, the ultimate underdog, the T1 of Tier 2. Let's see if they can get the upset as it's time to head into the Haven and to your casters for the final time today, Keg and Tenrek.
Thanks so much, Sierra. The very best. That's what's requested of you at this point. There is no more time to waste, Keg. It really does come down to this one more map to see who makes it to those winners finals and who will be placed in sudden death here in the playoffs. And it's all for those extra points, that extra inch to make your way to Ascension and become a member of VCT franchising.
Time is a scary concept that no one can escape from, and neither can these two teams. Now, if I'm looking at my wish list and I'm checking it twice, if I'm a Qbert fan, I really want moves to suffer and have a horrible game here. You gotta find a way to pressure him out. He's remained invisible. But guess what? Opening contact, behind the scenes, backlines, early smoke out. This is good for Winthrop's defense.
They're able to kind of facilitate around this first smoke, and Nasi opens for 2. Redux, after stunning himself, will quickly fix that and grab 2 more, but Moves has been stuck up on that podium for far too long, and so Winthrop are able to crunch back on the site and make it an easy 1-0 pistol.
I blinked and it was over. That's it. I saw one flash of the breach and suddenly I'm awake and it's round 2. Winthrop again, an early read against Qbert Academy. We talked about it back on Fracture. We talk about it here. A team that has clearly done their homework over the X amount of time since their last game. It's been looking good for the team. And again, a lot of this came down from the early contact. No one watching this rightmost angle from Qbert's end for the swing that Nasi had prepared. A-side goes out once again from Qbert. This Neon needs to find extra value. Distance made. Infiltrator discovered, but the opening pick does not go in their way, Tenrek.
Flair was handed that gun for a reason, and he's now going to trade it back with that lower health pool. Such a terrific lateral by Winthrop University. That'll now see Infiltrator take up the mantle of holding down that front line. Everything ticking like a Swiss watch right now for WU. And Flair was the top frag of this map last time they played on it. That was against TSM, by the way. They won.
Yeah, the watches are complex dials and gizmos, all needing to work perfectly to be executed. In Qbert Academy, they've struggled to find the right gears. This is their chance now. Infiltrator for the evasion. Shutting down the entry right away. No more smokes, no more flashes. Twice over. Leave it to 1 and T-Dog falls. Now, I'm a little nervous, Tenrek. I'm not gonna lie. Not just because I'm in your presence. I enjoy your company, but...
Okay, Glaze.
If I'm Qbert, would you want a timeout very quickly if rounds keep going the way they did, like the beginning of Fracture, or do you want to wait it out? If I'm Winthrop, I want that immediate timeout from Sen.
Well, sure, no, I mean, you'd love to drain it out early, but how do you do that? You have to truly, like, discourage Qbert Academy's attack, and on a map like Haven, it's really hard to do that because these teams are so used to just banging their head against a metal door when it comes to this map.
But it's also a sign of confidence, too. Winthrop, again, 2 clean rounds on their defense in a row. Infiltrator shutting down a singular lane. That was the apex point of Qbert. Not finding anything on that second. Early contact made outside C. Utility was dumped out. Infiltrator once more. Will he be cleared out? The answer is no.
Wavering with that stealth drone a bit, and it allows for Infiltrator to get a nice and free kill. Nismo quickly counteracts it, but smoked away, and Qbert's options are once again limited. WU staging some presence in the courtyard for a moment as well, just to make sure that nobody can extend and start getting another direction. It looks like we'll snake back over. Yeah, they're dissuaded here.
Group up the push now. You don't have Redux to create that space.
Yeah, that's your one shot. So much of the driving force behind this attack, and so you have to util dump tenfold instead to get on top of this, despite the fact that you have this gun diff.
30 seconds.
Trying to breach through the garage as well. It's Ollie to intercept. He does not have the weapon to match up to this, so he'll just duck out as the util dump starts coming through. Nismo only has a blind left, and all it takes is a fault line from Winthrop to completely stunt this push. Qbert's on the way back out again. Flair behind this sheer won't be able to get anything done. Scuba watching his 6 and can find the 1, but limited time to go here, and Flair watching the window. Stalling even longer is Nasi on site. Now the blind on top of the spike plant. Qbert has to confidently get this down, and they just can't. Knights, just enough time, but he has to win the fight against the 1, and he does. One man standing for Qbert to take the bonus, man. This is so scary.
That was so scrappy from both teams. Redux was gone. Qbert were forced to group up together and caravan their way to a site. There was a small miscomm. Flare rerouting back to A for just a microsecond, dipped out into A lobby, goes back and finds the flank hit. But Knights again saves the day as the anchor for the attack and gets the final kill needed to not have that plant needed as a win condition. If that plant was denied another time, that would have been 3-0 for Winthrop, and we just go straight back into the action.
Again, razor thin gaps here for rounds.
Double smokes, though. That's going to stop Qbert in their tracks. It buys time for the reposition of Infiltrator.
Infiltrator staying posted.
Nothing sewers. No sign anywhere else. Guard is still up on A. Infiltrator sees nothing, but he's waiting for that fight. He gets it.
T-Dog gets ahead of Redux's hold. Now he's just gonna ult out. No, ult in. Pardon me. Yeah, just make sure that the rest of the stack is here. He'll find everybody except for Knights and force the rest of Qbert to duck back, play for this courtyard control, which they can now have as they've Winthrop is actually stacked pretty heavily on top of this dimensional drift. Of course, Qbert not aware of that. They'll still have to do a lot of prelim clearing, and also, oh man, bust down the door of this sheer now that they've made their choice. 30 seconds on the clock. This is mandatory. It moves, has an outlaw walking into it, misses it. Nismo counteracts and is going a little farther on top of Ali's counter frag. But the infestations don't carry out nearly as well, and with this Armageddon and Nasi on site, Infiltrator too, it's still a hellscape for Qbert Academy here on the attack. Knights yet again alone in the 1v3. He is not going to be able to get away with the spike doubling back this time. He'll just have to hold the plant, and with the salvos on, he will not be able to do so. 3-1 for Winthrop.
Winthrop are truly in the minds of Qbert. The protocol set up by Winthrop's defense once Qbert lost that opening pick and were forced to dip was amazing. We didn't get to see much of it, but Nasi, forced on a stun timer, still had that crossfire position B main alongside Ali, making sure that if Qbert pushed B, they would all get mowed down. A gigantic Winthropian blender. But then, because you still have Vice backside C, and Outlaw sure did almost save the day for Qbert, the sheer was enough to allow him to go up onto the gray box to at least attempt to get that next hit to stall the entry. Once again, Qbert, they're struggling to find a way in. Angling being held now deep inside garage. Get the stealth drone fine, not so stealthy now. Ali shoots it away. And somehow no damage applied to Qbert through that. 2 stingers though. This has to be very brawly executes on B site, and you could see the split occurring.
Gotta be coordinated for whichever angle you decide to hit first. Redux might get tested here. He's gonna walk it, and Ali clears it. His garage presence still not fully taken care of. An Infiltrator on the walk back. Timing does not matter for him. Neither does it for moves. Full clear from the house. Winthrop, flawless round 5.
Really telling that we saw the clear from T-Dog, and Ali not moving a muscle. It is still good to swing aggressively beyond being spotted out and still wins a fight. There was a big weapon advantage for Winthrop, I'll give them that. But even then, I have to ask, what is T-Dog's swarm doing? This is multiple times now where either info has been missed or being found, and there's not really any capitalization off of it from Sentinel's Qbert.
Yeah, it hasn't been nearly as collapsible as something like Nismo's util has been so far for Qbert. And that was the biggest weakness that Core detected from Sentinel's push, was because, you know, it takes a moment to be able to stack all this with the timing that these players are learning. It's very telegraphable, and that's exactly how they beat TSM last time. Just getting to wherever Qbert were going to push first and meeting them there for the fight and winning that fight. They continue to do so here. And yeah, there's no sign of stopping. Yeah, no, I mean, there's no reason to yet. As long as you keep guessing right, which these guys really are. The calling is superb. again, Ollie's transition as coach to player as well. I mean, just the boundless well of knowledge that this team and org and each player has at this point, like, it has really started to add up. And here in the playoffs, where every round is like, is really these teams, in theory, like digging deep into these playbooks and searching for every possible crevice of information they can find.
Look.
Winthrop studied up.
Hubert loves the timeout, using exact playoff work. Broke the Steel Garden. Good meltdown, a read from Hubert. Steel Garden there. A great solidification. Lick the envelope of this round. Get a second on the board. And I'm not going to count out moves an Infiltrator just yet.
You never can. You're never allowed to at this point, but I agree. This site is pretty much wrapped up with a neat little bow. I didn't even realize, wow, they still had a second Vine in there. Okay, nice.
And no ults used by Hubert. This is a huge dub for them if they can carry that over.
Yeah, that was the perfect start that they were looking for Redux. That's what they've been looking to execute this entire time, and that's how they can collapse round after round after round. But they just haven't been able to do that too often. This time they will, and Winthrop, they'll see the signs. They'll save.
Both these teams thrive off of confidence. I told you I was nervous to see Hubert go for an early timeout. Into round 6, I would say, is in the middle point. Still feeling good about things, especially after that opening onslaught outside of A sewers. Very much needed by Hubert. Very first blood heavy of a team. So many ults to work with into this next round. It's really Hubert to have all the pickings in the world to choose what they want to do to execute.
Yeah, they still... it really just does come down to coming through on your promises. And if it's all coordinated, then there's really no stopping this attack. It doesn't matter how many people you place in front of it. You have 5 ults on the table as well, like you said.
Yeah,
so,
that's a lot.
You really can do whatever you want, and you have no reason to not love yourself the whole time you're doing it.
Well, you should always love yourself.
Well, I mean, we're playing Valorant.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Very good point. But Infiltrator's in a good spot to get one before escaping. Stealth drones out. Wasted info, though. Didn't re-clear back of garage. No info on C site.
And still no confirmation of where the push is exactly headed. Tough outlaw peak. Yeah. It's tough to manage on your own, which is why Flair is going to be here early. And as always, he is just legendary on this map. That's 3 down for this Teo. Redux tries to slide back in. It's Nasi to intercept. And Winthrop, that's a gatekeep if I've ever seen one, but you have only Flair to thank for it.
We talked about that early stealth drone, procking through garage, finding Infiltrator. He immediately TPs away, nullifies any information given from Hubert. That's all the info tools you have to get onto a site for this attack. You have to blindly trail your way through A long, hope for the best on this flash. Someone's watching your angle. And not a single player was set up and ready for a wide swing off of A long. Winthrop, 2 maps now, minimum, have taken full advantage of this flaw from Hubert.
Ollie this time, way too close to it. And again, there's your opening 2. That's how Hubert very easily won this site last time, and it's how they'll do it again. Winthrop will be, once again, either intimidated or just flat out shot out of the space before anyone really commits to it fully. And this will be a said and done round.
Spike planted.
Really makes you wonder what moves is going to do into the next. Is he going to keep placing his utility on C site, or is that going to move over to A? Because 3 players minimum have been placed up on A round after round, and they've all fallen very quickly to Hubert when they wide swing in. The utility might have to be the motive to stall out Hubert, force them to reset. And that's when the confidence dives in the mid-round. Force a reset into hitting a different site. Winthrop finds so much value out of that.
Not ready yet.
To that point, though, I'd love to see Hubert even, metamorphose that into something that they could take advantage of, simply because they have classically here on Haven been so much stronger on the retake game with this composition. Redux feels so much more enabled when he can head in through a link as opposed to a main line. So if Hubert can find a way to turn this corralling that WU is so good at into their own sense of control over the offensive angle, then they're going to be able to util trade their way into a makeshift retake anyway.
And this is multiple rounds now where Hubert still have 5 ults to work with.
Exactly. They can dump as much as they need to on whoever is there on the stack that they are, I mean, in theory, willing to run into to a degree, you know?
But this could be a double wide swing potentially from Winthrop. Infiltrator likes to proc for info, then TP out, smokes out instead. Infiltrator and Operator in play off of this stealth drone could be a nasty opening pick.
Paranoia on top of Infiltrator, so he can't peek out on top of the stealth drone immediately, but no one's going to walk in just yet. Hubert.
I don't think they saw the off.
Yeah, I don't think
only
they
the
did
shorty.
either. Aftershock does choke out Infiltrator. Huge misplay that could give Hubert another free round even earlier now. Steel guarded, yeah, don't even try.
Adaptation this time from Winthrop though. A flank available. The wall can stop Winthrop just for a while. I think they've jumped over it where it was procced out. Could be either or. But that being said, though, full control Hubert on site, drain the ultimates from Winthrop, still a 2-point lead. They can absolutely use this round to do that.
They have not read moves his wrap back around. He stayed hidden, so they're going to check back again for that. Knight's Wiggle doesn't make it onward, so you have to use a little bit more. Luckily, the rest of Winthrop University can't attack the site nearly as swiftly. The rest of Hubert can hold it down, and it's another 2-man save, taking us to a 5-4 game. This is the Hubert attack that you were asking for walking in, folks. This is exactly what you were expecting. This fast exec, this easy flowchart that Winthrop University is going to fall prey to on the defense. This is the game that you're looking for if you're a Sentinels fan.
And Winthrop are continuing to change it up. They put different players on A side. They're taking different angles early on. Anything to throw at the wall to stick, and there's too much vegetable oil on it. Hubert Academy are finding too much success wide swinging and brazenly using utility early to shut down core players like Infiltrator, making A-Site all but impossible. Back to 3 players again. This time though, Flare Armageddon available. Oh, Hubert. Are they going to default early? That spike has not been dedicated to any site just yet. Infiltrator's back once again in sewers. A good fake early on. Hubert don't want to reveal their strats too early. They may still be able to rotate to A site. But if they can find out moves as utils on C, that could be a lead back to A.
See what Knights can scope out. He'll already step into moves in the arc rows, revealing the lane. Redux has to throw out the relay bolt early on to counteract, and it's going to be the full dump of the Vise util and WU with not a full-blown rotation, but Infiltrator will at least head back over. Hubert sensing the blood in the water. They'll waver back on over. Trying to plant Scuba on the garage peak as well to see if anybody creeps out of courtyard. Winthrop has been pretty keen to have somebody do that every once in a while, but no one in this mid-round as Hubert make their way back onto home sweet home, A lane.
Squid does have ultimate though. From the shadows back to C site's a possibility. Even still, great execute.
And there is that Armageddon. Hilarious used that very frequently for these A execs, and Redux unfortunately can't make any headway on the rest of it. That'll be a WU shutdown this time. They have the players to back it up. Really is just like me in my room when I'm 5 years old, taking like clumps of army guys and just smashing them together.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, that's kind of what it feels like, right? At least the army men are rotating a little bit, right? But they identified the big cause of moves finding so much success before. They're not wanting to deal with the Vice, even though they have an overwhelming amount of ultimates to create that space. The Rolling Thunder wasn't enough for the entry. A reverse Armageddon from Flare eliminates T-Dog. Space is all but impossible. The floor was quite literally lava, and there was nothing Hubert could do. Winthrop have secured a healthy first half, but if they get one more, at least then they'll have a lead going into the second. Re-clear again, though, from the stealth drone. Off that smoke, not much, but Infiltrator's there for the follow-up. The exit's risky.
Ozzy's sticking around for a while there. And Redux gonna try and take advantage of it. Overdrive toying with Flare at the moment, but too much happening on site. Now Redux is the only one left on it, actually. Rest of Hubert having to fire back through. And Overdrive gone. Redux conked out. Hubert still haven't made the ground up. They'll head on to Garage, and immediately the Vine's activated. Winthrop University have another heart stopper here.
Look at Ollie's position, though. If this is a C plant, they're not going to clear him out. Stealth Drone has already used all of T-Dog's utility used up. And it's a call back to A site. 40 seconds left, plenty of time to do that. The flank wall is set up as well. Why not, right? But Moobs is one off that Steel Garden. Cosmic Divide available too will buy him some time. Even if we see the utility on the flank procced out, he can block out noise for that flank if he chooses to do so. But no, he's going to stack up with his team knowing there's a severe body disadvantage.
TP from Scuba just to gain that position without having to peek through Link. Sure, at this point in the half, why not use that ultimate? None left now for Hubert Academy as the Cosmic Divide will come through for Winthrop. That'll stop T-Dog, but he's going to use those salvos on Link to just flush out Winthrop a little bit more. Ollie and Flare. Now it'll be the Arc Rose they have to deal with. And Scuba, of course. Moves, sprayed through. He's gone. Flare steps out. He's gone. Ollie.
That's the last of them.
So 6-5 for Hubert. That's another A site. Pretty clean.
Hey, great post-plant call from Hubert. The fact that we normally see this team play far off A for the post-plant and util dump, recognizing Ollie did have Cosmic Divide, played up into the site, knowing full well, again, body advantage, yes, but the fact that they don't want to be affected by the Divide whatsoever was a really smart call to take these fights in, as a group.
One more round here in the half. Steel Garden available for Moobs for potentially the retake. But does Winthrop want to go for that? It's been big back and forth that's gotten Winthrop to 6. No planting in lane. None in sewers either. Winthrop staying back. No lurkers on C lane. They're waiting for the fight to come to them.
Waited for all of it to drain. Hubert know full well they need this last round, bring it 6-6. Utility of the Yoru timed out too. Call has been made for the stealth drone on the re-clear from sewers. That'll spot at least one. Activation's been made. Infiltrator waiting for the lurk around C, but it will never come. This could be the execute A.
Redux is inside. On top of the Steel Garden, Moves is able to quickly counteract him and pick up his own gun. And on top of the shear, rest of Hubert slowed. Now with everything expired, they'll try and explode back out again and do a pretty good job of it. Line up the front half of the site. Now it's down to a 2v2 in the back of it. Knights is lit up and will now use his own Steel Garden to confirm that no one is present at the scene of the crime. 2v1 on retake.
A great turnaround from Hubert to solidify things. It was a rough first half, but Hubert recognizing again, A site was a very easy site for them to take. Wait, hold on, I may have spoken too soon. 1v1. Whoa! Ali! Unbelievable! A re-clear. A caster's curse definition.
Yeah, go collect the gun.
yeah, save it for the next round. Next round.
Yeah, that is, again, such a huge choke from Hubert Academy to get ISO'd like that.
Winthrop had been the better fragging team this whole series. And again, the star potential of Winthrop all having hero moments, round after round. On a site again that Hubert Academy may have lowered their defenses more, considering the fact it has been easy to take A site. No utility needed for the 1v2. Just divide and slicing the pie.
Another pistol round now for Winthrop on the attack here. This is both of these teams' stronger sides on the map, so we'll see how Hubert are able to develop their retake game that they will rely on so heavily, and how Winthrop will find new ways to attempt to intercept that util and by extension the kills that come from it. Decoy sent up through Garage to let this stealth drone in peacefully so C-Site can become the first meal on Winthrop University's plate. They haven't fully committed to it just yet, so neither will Hubert. Scuba staying nice and close up against this lurk from Moobs, who is not prepared. 4v5 to start things out.
It's a good early shutdown. Yeah. That was the fake lurk, though. Infiltrator, Decoy, as you mentioned, already available, but now he's back site C, and it's empty. Nothing's found on A just yet. The majority of Hubert on B. They know full well something's up.
Ollie Gonna get this spike down. As Qbert Academy will prepare for this takeover. T-Dog is more than heard and checking a million different directions, but Nasi easily wins that fight. Redux has to take care of that before dealing with the remainder of it, so we can do a little bit of shuffle in, but Knights is coming for the crunch from Link, and so it's a 2v1 that Infiltrator will win!
Anyone else thinks they can kill a guy?
Utterly impossible this man is on Haven, and yet he continues to dominate. 8-5 win.
Not lost pistol rounds yet, man. It's been ridiculous from Winthrop. And they're so much more willing to use their own lives as info. Flare, yes, used the stealth drone early, but the push-up from B main, yes, it cost Moobs his life, but he was able to detect B side being heavily occupied, giving more permission for Infiltrator to push in. A side once more empty.
This is the moment where Winthrop try to go on that mad dash to 13. Escape this series to the winners finals to face off against Shopify Rebellion Black. Qbert Academy's road wouldn't get any less bumpy either down in the lower bracket. If they were to lose this, full stack on the A site to prepare for Winthrop's inevitable conquering of it. Everybody knows exactly what's about to happen. The only thing that isn't clear is the conclusion of it just yet. Nice salvos to suss out Infiltrator. Immediate TP into sight. He's run out of options, and so Redux shuts him down. There's your ticket in, but Moobs has found a different way. The lurk that, gets caught out by the Arc Rose nice and early, so the Razorvine has to get utilized to play keep away, but B-side is still unflinchingly WUs.
Buying time now. Winthrop playing so far away. Nasi still full utility for the dump here.
There.
Through the smoke, moves. When he peeks, he'll see no one's healing.
So much fear in your way. Paranoia tossed in from the other side. That is gorgeous chemistry. Ollie doing a whole lot of homework here. Nova Pulse on the door line, and Nasi a wraparound of his own. And the gun diff will still carry through. Scuba, only good for one. And Winthrop University are 4 rounds out from making this their match.
Such a big turnaround from Lotus. Nearly doubling the rounds over Qbert once again. Great IGL call made to dip out of A site, hit B off of the very far up lurk from Moobs. Once more, no utility set up B, not even an angle watching it. Again, the weapons were not the best in the world for the defense, but even then, could have been the chance to bring one back over. Rifles now for Qbert Academy. This could be one of their last full buys this series.
Options are running dry. Moobs' lurk, though, is starting to get a little thin. And so this bonus is already looking pretty decent for Qbert Academy. Stopping those early lurks and picks and peeks and whatever Winthrop thought they could have managed on a round like this. It'll all get shut down, and Qbert trying to make this flawless, keep this nice and steady and stable walking into the remainder of the half. Only one option left, and oopsie, Ollie's not there to see it. Spike will be a little behind the primary fragger of WU here on Haven, and that'll probably lead to the flawless this time around indeed. 5 guns held onto by Qbert Academy here in round 15. They have every excuse to be able to hold on to this game, Keg.
Yeah, absolutely. Bonus buy was something we've seen Qbert Academy struggle with. This time now, they have the chance to snowball their economy further ahead. Something we didn't get to see at all last map. Just a big question of, again, can they identify what's going on both sides in the mid-round? Loving the utility usage, and as you mentioned, stronger side for both teams, absolutely apparent. This time, though, aggression outside of A main. The lobby now soon to be smoked and flashed over by the Omen. Could be a fast peek, a stealth drone too for Sewers momentarily. All just to break this Sentinel economy.
You've gotten the shear taken care of thanks to that decoy. But yeah, the stealth drone is gonna, again, suffocate Moobs a little bit here. And so T-Dog, coming in to try to get on top of this. And so Winthrop will just meet back up and take the fight here. Paranoia into the lobby gives Nismo a nice early kill as well, though. So it's going to be a 4v4. And with University still have to press in on. You still got Infiltrator, though. And the stealth drone is going to help you out a little bit more. 2 on Kubert to meet this immediately. This is brave from them. So yeah, they'll duck back behind some cover, and Winthrop also taking their time, seeing if anybody is punishable right now on the wraparound or sneaking through the smoke. You've got to make sure every inch is covered. Nismo first to try and take a breath in this direction, and Infiltrator's timing a bit off, but still loses out in the duel. Nismo, nice turnaround, and again, Winthrop too slow to collapse upon it. They've got to make it work anyway, and Flare the next victim of that.
One enemy remaining.
Double swing to confirm the call, and yeah, Nasi, the only survivor. Loved the reset from Winthrop too. Up until that final execute, they were waiting for his stun to be
10 seconds
available
left
before pushing back in. That didn't work. A-side this time. What was so easy for Kubert Academy's attack to take has been Fort Knox for Winthrop. They cannot push in. And we may have to see more resets here from this mid-round on Winthrop's side. They have to figure out how to unlock things before it turns into a 9-9 tied scoreline. Timeout, yes, absolutely called. Very close to Infiltrator and Flare's ults. Ollie the same. The cycling is almost complete, Tenrek. This is the time to figure out, okay, what can we do to control more of that mid to garage site?
One enemy remaining.
My immediate thought is just continuing to put down the Razor Vines there. It's done a tremendous job of slowing down these teams when it comes to the late round pushes. It just involves such a flowchart of like having them start in A lane and then try to fight for some C control and then eventually double back over to try to go for a full, for like a crunch. And it leads me to want to say that you probably just stick Ollie in the corridor and have him double back to C site if there's a stack on it.
Good point. I'm thinking about moves though. He has been invisible on his attack the entire series. He got away with a nasty lurk very early on this attack half too. And there wasn't any util prepped up on B main. I mean, it's possible once again. Yeah, now we might see more defenders on B site, but for the mid round, a rover rotate from Kubert, it's certainly a possibility. Winthrop's lurks have been incredible. And it looks like this time though, you were right. It's gonna go to Ollie instead, who's gonna be looking for the outermost angle.
Hopefully, sussing out C more than garage at the moment, making sure there's nobody heading down the crawl space there. Still no. Rest of Kubert. And there is some heavy posting up on the garage. But Scuba does not have any very quick way to get out of it, so expecting the blind, expecting the turn. He's gonna try TPing out of here, and he'll get away with it.
Shadows traveling.
Almost a core distraction. Moves spotted out by the stealth drone. 3 players still on A site. Plenty of time left. Winthrop are looking to rotate into A site. They're going right into the belly of the beast. Kubert fishing for this fight.
This is what you all wanted, isn't it? This is what Winthrop was prepared for.
One Vandal.
Infiltrator up C main as well. Keep a note of that. Smoke on top of it,
30
too.
seconds left.
See what he can find along the way. Push down Sewer. Nismo first to peek it. Shut down. Salvos are going to scare Redux a tiny bit. Now a blind as well. 13 seconds to go, and we're still not fully in here, but that's because this guy is right here, T-Dog. And we can now fully blossom out from the backside. Still an effective 2v1 at the moment, but no time. You've got to go for the kills, and no one can grab him. So Kubert, it's the clock that wins out, but Kubert, I think they had a million different ways to win in that round, Max.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, Kubert overall just trusting their gut, not over-rotating to A, from A to C, I should say. Really stifled Moobs' general plan with that lurk. The stealth drone spotting him out, the idea alongside Infiltrator to take very gluttonous amounts of space, backside did not work. And the call was made probably mistakenly by Winthrop. Okay, let's rotate into A. There should be less people here now that we've wasted their time. Not the case. Infiltrator tried doing the reverse late round. No effect either. Huber have officially warmed up to the plays of these lurkers.
Yeah, no more funny business. Hubert's all about action now, and Nismo's getting hungry. Moves caught out early. Infiltrators on site with the dimensional drift. We breach through the sheer next, and Winthrop University go for a full-blown takeover of C-Site. Gotta wait for 3 more members to hop on over, though, so they'll toss the spike to Ali. Just in time for that Rolling Thunder, and Armageddon to come through. It's a double Armageddon, though, down the other way. Hubert's is gonna come up so much heavier, though. Redux and Nismo are all over that site, and it's a flawless victory in round 18.
And this is post-timeout, too. That was both used by Winthrop.
Go, go.
The double get and stifling space for everybody. There was no place to go, and Kubert once more. Redux. We talked about him having a slowish fracture, warming up yet again. Positive on the board now. Shutting down Winthrop right on their execute. A bitter taste of Winthrop's medicine, of how they treated Kubert not long ago. A-site yet again. This is going to be another aggressive play. Winthrop's economy consistently kept broken.
You're able to keep them on the curb. And this should be a quick 13 from Kubert with how they're starting to look now, which is, again, leveled up. What we were waiting for, the back end of that first map, really surging now. No answer from Infiltrator alone. Moves close and personal on this first lurk to try and parse something out himself. Doesn't find anything either.
Great smoke off of Ali. Severing the Hydra once more. Scuba falls in return. Still plenty of players left alive for Kubert. And the most threatening weapon is just Nasi with a Phantom. He's not even planting. Rolling Thunder not available.
Cosmic Divide is, though. And Ollie electing not to use it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, they're gonna play for it. They understand the gravity of the situation here, and Redux is gonna overdrive in return. It's a little bit of overkill, but that's exactly what Kubert would like at this point. They take the lead here and are on a swift path to a 13-9 victory if the going continues.
Usurping Winthrop now. This defense, a great defuse. Winthrop now, we mentioned the economy. It's been bouncing back and forth from looking okay to not okay. Steel Garden. Oh, the second one. There it is. The Steel Garden available. Rolling Thunder at that from Winthrop. Plenty of execute tools available now. These rotates from Kubert have not been lacking of confidence. They've been rotating so well and taking so many great fights. The 1v1s too, something Kubert, again, weren't really specialized on this series, now coming to fruition. Oh, hello. Peering into my soul.
Is it that time again?
Yoru, I've come to bargain.
Well, I mean, when it comes to pure answers, yeah, it's playing together is what sticks out to me more than anything else. Is just the ability to not, get spread too thin. And check your corners, or at least have the ability and time to be able to check all of them.
Yeah. I want to highlight the kill we saw against Infiltrator too. A big thesis of the plan for Winthrop in these early rounds has been these double fake lurkers going from C site and A. And Kubert, because they're not over-rotating as much, they're playing to look out for the lurkers first before they really go for their set protocol executes. The lurks have not worked, and now Winthrop are stuck with a much more linear style of executing.
Redux now opping as well. Salvo trade up A main, like neighbors yelling over a garden fence.
Oh, well, where's that property line at? Redux? Keeping a very careful eye on any prospectors that may kind of come to survey the land. And yet no one will show up.
You can start this anytime. Infiltrator, okay, just to get out, get rid of that shear. But no other Vice util, so I don't think this is going to prompt Knights to do any sort of huge macro change. Just put this Vine down the second they actually make noise and enter, and doesn't really have to worry about it, but WU pretty well aware of that, so they'll go for the A-side exec instead. Steel Garden will catch at least one, maybe two. And they'll dive in.
What can you do here? 9 to 10. Nasi still rolling thunder available for the post plant. Oh, great lurk available here from Scuba.
Checking for moves. Oh, now he has to. Paranoia to toss in, and oh, the timing! It's huge. Vault line onto Redux's position as well as the salvos too. Winthrop University are able to now go toe-to-toe. They've given enough time. Hubert to go for the fight. Drop down from Redux and Nismo is pretty good though to equalize. T-Dog is now on. T-Dog is now lit. And it's turned this to a 3v or 2v1. But moves. Only good for one more. And Hubert, they will storm back on, still win out the majority of the fight somehow and make it 11-9.
They just keep making it work. Again, Winthrop, they're ace in the hole this entire series, but they've come so accustomed to using the work. Has not worked out well. I may be sick right now, losing my life by the second. The Infiltrator, again, the teleports. He's trying everything in the Euro cookbook to stifle away force rotates, and it's not working. If you can't make Hubert rotate, what are you going to do? It's been a rotting strategy.
No decent prompts. Past a 6-round streak, and not too much change we see immediately here in the follow-up round, except Redux, excuse me, is now opting B instead of A. Those salvos still traded. Winthrop a little more on the front door of A this time. Infiltrator TPing back out after that first check. Very safe play coming from WU right now.
It's so safe. Again, playing so slow. Winthrop don't want to reveal their hand early. The stealth drone. T-Dog right on the money, this defense.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's been able to just stall this round out for so long immediately just like that. Infiltrator trying to get rid of the shear. He will. And Knights' util is not on this time. The Vines were up the garage push. Yeah, Winthrop will recognize this C-side is very much open with moves. Checking the midway. I don't think Hubert's taking that at all. Yeah, they're all going through CT. They are playing it safe for this retake.
Cutting off the post plant though with that smoke. It might be at least something, but what do you do here again? T-Dog now an op and play a Tango op no less too. This is just gonna be a mess.
Steel Garden on the site, so it's already a bit of a struggle, but Infiltrator manages to avoid it, and the Rolling Thunder will slow down all of Hubert to the point where Moves has now made his creep back up garage. Scuba, though, on site, and he's keeping it clean. T-Dog, now that operator getting put to good use. Hubert still continuing to somehow find a way. Flare the next one, shown out. Ollie, though, double kill on the Guardian. And a gravity well to keep away from Scuba, who can land the shots, but it's no time! Winthrop University will escape with a round.
Oh, maybe not one more. By the blink of an eye, no time to defuse. Neck and neck, 10 to 11. Slowing things down. Was a viable strat at first, finally changing up the pacing versus Hubert. You want to keep these defenders on their toes. A long streak of rounds broken. Yeah, start with Scuba getting the double kill. So in the wound.
That Rolling Thunder was such a critical point of that round for Winthrop University, forcing Hubert to act so much quicker and yeah, just barely losing to that stopwatch. And so Winthrop given another chance at life. Still their buy is pretty half decent, but it'll have to do.
Mark Rose, this timing, if Knights can get it perfectly, oh, no. Doesn't proc it. Chadley aim duels it instead.
Infiltrator attempting to CP in on this. He's looking for on top of the stun. Scuba lands the shot! Immediate silencer. Does Winthrop commit or not? They've got to get rid of this shear first if it's B site, and so they'll disperse again. Oh, Redux, that operator. Not going to work out too well against a guy with a shot like Ollie, who's picked up a second now.
Unbelievable. Reset again. A site cleared up. Stealth drone gone from the attack and the defense. The biggest clearing tool and full tool available moves. No, they've changed it up. The lurks are working again. And guess what? It's not just them. Now Nasi's a part of it.
Jump down and it's caught. Ollie again. Now coming from spawn to get that third. And Scuba in a world of hurt. No way he comes away with this. We are tied up at 11 now as Winthrop University have found new ways to switch up on Qbert Academy, and it's working.
It's working well, and guess what? To make things even worse now for Sentinel Qbert Academy, Infiltrator Dimensional Drift absolutely going to be used in these next few rounds. And the timeout's been called. Just a breath of air needed. A long streak of confidence-building rounds now crumbled by 2 to tie it up again. What a long road Qbert Academy's had to take this series to get to this point. And just as they went over one small speed bump into a plateaued land, they may be facing a final avalanche.
This is a real decider, folks. An economic toppler for arguably both sides as well. These teams about to put it all out on the table one more time just for the winners finals. This isn't even an elimination match yet.
Oh, it feels like one. How intense both these teams have been playing. Armageddon, Dimensional Drift, the two ults I'm most looking at into this next round. Ali likes to save Cosmic Divide for post-plant. Could be a great exec strategy too. Divide and conquer Qbert Academy. 3 sites to work with. Winthrop unable to win Lotus. Can absolutely make it up on the second 3-site map. What do you do to start out here? Early salvos. Plenty of smokes. Shots being made out. Tracers available. Infiltrator does not care.
T-Dog is right in front of this, and he's the only one with his ultimate at the moment. He's sussed out, but a huge whiff from Infiltrator.
Oh, no.
One of your key opportunities out the window.
And now, because of that, Stealth Drone brought out nobody else's aiming. Guess what? Smokes need to go down C. Something's going on the other side of the map.
We've already figured out what's going on at this point, and there's still a shear in your way, so you've got a Dimensional Drift. There it is from Infiltrator into Garage and trying to take care of all of backside on his lonesome while Moves continues the lurk peak. Another double Armageddon toss between links, and it goes a little more for Winthrop's direction, but T-Dog at least takes care of Infiltrator from that Garage choke. Everyone else from Qbert coming out from Link, though, and they're able to trade blow for blow. 1v2 here for Nismo coming from Garage, and here's Moves immediately walking up. This will turn into an organic 1v1. No, the turnaround from Moves is perfect! And they're 1 round away from the match!
Match point.
Qbert are doing everything they can to take these fights, stifle out Winthrop early rounds, and then deny any opportunity to plan. And guess what? Doesn't matter. Winthrop made small adaptations now. They're willing again, just like Fracture, to play the map much more. Keep Qbert on their toes and finally, once again, win fights. One more chance for Qbert Academy this series.
Infiltrator yet again, a little overexcited on the boxes. Some opening damage done. Excuse me, that's Redux.
I mean, everyone's excited about boxes.
Continuing to search for, yeah. And there is the peak. Takes just 1 shot from the Outlaw to deal with that. So your info retakes is gone. You got to go even heavier for the interception if you're Qbert. Scuba's going to head down to the cubby. Knights is on top of his Rose. A double hold in Sewer, too.
Deep positioning from Scuba. Hoping for the best. Of course, Garage, no information available. Steel Garden, no evasion for this Omen. Has to challenge this fight with a classic. 2 left for Qbert Academy, Tenrek. It's all but over.
Rolling Thunder on early. Ollie still gets the plant down, and Qbert just have no follow-up tools at the moment for this. They're only using this to flush out. And on top of that, the Cosmic Divide is able to make sure that Cubert don't get any intel off of this either. They can't even see what they're privy to. It's an easy double kill from Moobs to end things. First they were relegated, then they were Godslayers. Now here they sit in the winners finals of playoffs of Split 1. Winthrop University's made it through.
What do you do when there's no more gods to kill? Winthrop have been playing incredibly this series. And although I didn't get to see a lot of map 1, the next 2 maps were a masterclass of Winthrop and having the confidence to take fights, very brazen ones at that, and still being able to work together and communicate as a team to ensure the overall strategy was there and take the fights necessary to disrupt a very complex team.
A montage of speed traps and heat checks that are perfect for a team that is built entirely off of just dodging those. Completely egoed by Winthrop University. We'll see Sentinels Cubert Academy take on that loser's bracket, but you will see Shopify Rebellion Black and Winthrop University fighting for a spot in those grand finals as we move on to the second leg of our bracket. Before that, we'll head back to the desk for an interview. Don't go anywhere.
One enemy remaining.
They have been doubted every step of the way, including into this series after the first map in a loss. But Winthrop University bounced back not just 1, but 2 maps in a 13-11 victory over none other than Cubert Academy to find themselves in the upper finals. They can't keep getting away with this, guys. They're the clear underdogs in this entire playoffs bracket. I mean, are we on board yet, Winthrop University? They're winning the whole thing.
I can't believe T1 looked so good today against Cubert Academy. Meteor, Buzz, the calls from Stacks, they were crazy. I actually can't believe this played out that way. No, but talking seriously, Winthrop looked insane. And they talked about it. They were like, we are the team that is being underrated. So if you're going to keep underrating us, we're going to keep winning. That's why we made this T1 connection. And I can't believe it played out this way. It was so close. It seemed like Cubert Academy were taking the lead towards the last couple rounds. But there was a crucial pause in the last 4 rounds that we saw for Winthrop, where they got the pace once again. They figure out how they needed to play so much faster, because early into the second half, it was all about playing slow, waiting for the timer to run out, waiting for the last 30 seconds to go into that A hit, trying to bait with noise on the other side, and Cubert Academy was just not falling for it. So now that we get to see it, I love the Winthrop adaptation towards the end, and that's what allowed them to close it out. Ali as well made such a great impact into this comeback. It seems like he was sometimes having some rough rounds, but he absolutely made up for it towards the end. And what a match for Winthrop. Nobody was expecting this to happen.
No, it's absolutely insane. I mean, even the fact that for Winthrop, we end up seeing them, you know, close off a strong initial half there as well. And you're talking about Ali's impact later on into Haven, but it was like flare all the way. I felt like in that first half, he started out ending that half like 13-5 on that Tejo, and just, I think, having so much impact with his utility, but also having these really key pop-off moments where Winthrop would be down in numbers. You would think, okay, Cubert Academy, they've got this round in the bag. And then Flare pops off with like a 3K to equalize numbers or even find that advantage. And it's just insane, like how every single player on the side of Winthrop is capable of stepping up at any point.
Yeah, earlier with some of these wins, it was the question of, hey, is the opponent for Winthrop University, is something happening? Are they not playing at full capacity? Are we starting to see cracks in the team? But as we go further and further along with the split and with this playoff bracket, like Cubert Academy, like they were shooting, like Nismo was on one for this series. Some of these Redux aggressive plays, like Knights was shutting them down. So for Winthrop to, despite all of that, still be able to perform back then, I think is more of a statement than anything, because this was a Cubert Academy that also looked really strong.
Both of the teams look really good towards the end. It was just trying to have the better read. And again, Cubert Academy had it for the longest time into the second half. That's how at some point they were able to take that lead, I think when it was 10-9. But it was that pause from Winthrop that made such a difference. They started playing so much faster. Ali was getting some great kills, great timings, great positionings as well. They fully understood how they wanted to play into those last couple of rounds to avoid it going into overtime. The adaptation that this Winthrop squad has and has had for such a long time, it's insane. And it is building into one of those teams that is able to stay together with this core for a long time. And you get to see in the synergy in the way that they play these rounds, and even in the reads that they have against Cubert Academy, where it was a Redux that they knew was going to play towards A long. They were waiting for it. Infiltrator was just patient, getting that first pick, and that's how the last round closed out.
I'm still, Ash, when I'm looking through all of this, like I am still just in awe with like how that closed out. Like the first map was worrisome, the second map was a good one, but like that 13-11 on Haven, like that is a great way to be ending off this week, frankly.
I think that's what made today's series so much fun too, right? It was, we were hoping that it was going to go the distance. There were moments where there was a lot of just sheer dominance from one side, you know, on Lotus. That was Cubert, who had a really strong start. The fact that Winthrop were somehow able to like pull it back. And then just like this push-pull game of momentum throughout this entire series. And then to have Haven be a little bit more of that back and forth until that really, I guess, those long rounds that were being chained together to close out that map, where Winthrop was actually finally able to steal away that momentum. They took us on a wild ride for sure.
Yeah.
Cinema, great stuff. I am still anticipating. That was a fantastic match, and I know that the players over at Winthrop University must be thrilled. So we have none other and Moobs on the line for our post-match interview. Moobs, how's it going? Hello. What a win. You're now in the upper finals. You're in the playoffs. Like, what's going through your head?
I mean, you predicted it. Like, every week you pick us to win, and, you know, now we're here.
I was saying at this point, like, I couldn't let you guys down. I feel like I'm a part of the team and was on that.
Oh, we appreciate it.
I got you. I appreciate the win. You guys make me look like a genius over here. But, I mean, this Winthrop University squad, like, you cannot deny that this was one of the final teams to qualify into the playoffs. It was one of the last teams that we got to see really ramp up into all this potential. All these changes have been so good. So I want you to be honest with me. Did you think that it was going to be this upper bracket run into the upper finals in such a strong fashion?
I feel like every series that we go into, like, we think we can win. Even, like, when it goes into collegiate games, we bring that mentality. But the funniest thing is, like, we lost, like, a collegiate match, like, 5 days ago that we shouldn't have, and now we've beaten TSM and Qbert since. So it's like, we're just happy to be here, you know, like, we think we can beat everybody, but hey, like, we're not complaining.
No reason to complain. You're putting on a heck of a show for all of us. I want to talk back to this series and going into this fracture, because this is coming off of a loss to Lotus. This was one where we kind of thought it looked a little rough for you guys, but we see the switch up of composition. We see you bring out the Cypher, which we see the other Sentinels, but not your Cypher on fracture. So was that a decision a little bit more in, like, decided beforehand, in the moment?
Yeah, I think it was at like 4 a.m. last night. We were talking about the game today. I was just like, guys, I'm just playing Cypher. It's Nasi saying hello.
Hello, congrats.
But yeah, I just messaged our Discord group chat, and I'm like, guys, I think I'm gonna go Cypher, because we had problems with, like, getting crunched a little bit, and I was like, I'll just put a trip, and it worked out. But I've always had my Cypher pick. I just enjoy playing Bizo, enjoy playing Chamber, and nothing worked, so kind of process of elimination, because I'm not playing Cage. That age is horrible, but, you know, Cypher worked out.
It definitely did. Now I want to talk about this third final map of the series, Haven, because this was one that went right down to the wire, and I want to know where those little differences came into effect, what the team had to do to make sure you could get over that finish line.
Yeah, I think towards the end, we started to slow it down a lot. We wanted to work the map a little bit, see where Vise was and what they were doing. And that helped us a lot, because if you maybe a little bit of nervousness was going, like, you know, we had a lot of big rounds. Like, Flair had a 1v4 on A where he just one-tapped everyone somehow. Ollie had that big clutch on the last round. So, you know, we had a lot of momentum going into it, and maybe, like, kind of got carried away with it. So we slowed it down a little bit, really thought about, hey, what do we want to do? Like, especially on that last round, you know, we drew it completely out, get me into Garage, Vise will go from there. So I just think slowing it down really helped us a lot.
Definitely did. Now you're in the upper finals. Next up, you're going up against Shopify Rebellion Black. I know the mentality. You can beat any team. This is a team that bested you before, so how are you feeling going into this?
Hey, Pancakes yesterday tweeted that doesn't matter, that we're winning it and that I'm the GOAT, so, you know, we'll have to test it out and see. But no, it'll be a good match. You know, they look good on, and, you know, we'll have fun again.
Looking forward to it. Congrats again on this victory. Go celebrate,
so
go enjoy the weekend. You deserved it.
It's spring break for us, so.
Perfect. Even better.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, back over to the desk. I always love the mentality from the team. And do I believed in them? And that belief has never steered me wrong, even up against Shopify Rebellion Black. I know earlier I said that I would never bet against Shopify Rebellion Black again. I might have to, Dan, going into next week.
That's crazy, actually.
Winthrop University have never steered me wrong. That's all I'm saying.
That's
okay,
crazy.
stay with your chest. Stand on business. That's all right. You know, as long as you're standing on business, I got mad respect for that.
Hey, I mean, this run that they have been on, looking back like at this bracket, it has been a hell of a run. And sure, Shopify Rebellion Black, this is a team that is looking stronger than ever. And there is absolutely no denying that. But I am really excited for that rematch. And even looking at the matches that we have in the lower bracket, this is actually crazy, Ash, to think that those are going to be next week's elimination matches. Because these are matches that, like, either one of these could have been grand final matches.
Yeah, it's actually, like, totally insane, I think, looking down at what, like, this lower bracket looks like, because you've got the top 3 teams from Swiss Stage in Rankers/Envy, TSM, and then Qbert Academy down in that lower bracket where they're on the chopping block for elimination. It is just actually wild. And even though M80, you know, they didn't close out that Swiss Stage the way that they would have hoped, this was a squad where, you know, everyone had their eyes on this team heading into Split 1, and it just feels so backwards right now.
It has been the most most reoccurring theme here for Challengers, Dan, that you genuinely do not know what's going to happen at any single point in the road. And as soon as we start getting comfortable with, hey, this team should win this team should win this, it's all turned right back upside down. This has just been insanity to the fullest, and I love it.
It's been so fun, especially because we're getting these predictions based on what we see from teams. Oh, 13-1, 13-2, surely they're gonna win that next match. And then that doesn't happen at all. It's something completely different. I mean, that was what we were talking about when we saw this match with Cuber Academy today. We saw, yeah, 100% that pressure is gonna go their way. It's been looking good. And I mean, things change in the ways that we're not expecting at all. So yeah, it feels really backwards, but I love to see this. I mean, Shopify Rebellion Black, they absolutely deserve it. It's one of the teams that we had kind of our questions about what they were going to be able to do throughout this playoffs and even in the group stage, and they've been improving and proving themselves as we get to see them. And then obviously for Winthrop, they are the biggest underdog and they just keep winning. I think people are going to keep underestimating and that's the craziest thing. People are going to be like, oh no, surely they're going to lose the next match or the next match, and they're going to keep doing the same thing. They're going to keep winning probably.
It's an insane dark horse story that's coming out from them. I do think though that it's hard because it feels like, yes, it's consistently this talk about this David versus Goliath, how they are this underdog team. And after a certain point, you have to start also giving them that respect. But then at the same time, in the upper bracket finals, they're facing off against the Shopify Rebellion Black, who have not, they're looking the best form possible right now with that SRB. And I think that's going to be their biggest test yet within this playoffs bracket.
It is going to be a match you do not want to miss. Like the entire lower bracket, everything else, you do not know what's going to happen. So you got to make sure to tune into every match. But that is unfortunately it for us today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. All of the sport. We'll see you on Monday for the continuation of the North America Challengers playoffs.
Very similar, potentially just going down under instead of going towards upper.
Oh, nobody gets inside the steps!
One enemy remaining.
We're out for M80.
Let's see if we can keep it going. Pate's turn to let the overdrive go, and he will find so much more. God, it's like watching a stallion run in an open field. Here he goes, 3 kills down.
Full line assist. Oh my god.
Gun here.
What do you want to do? What can you do?
What are
Goes
you
back towards A-Link to kill B-Dog too? Dude, come on, Paint.
Give it to him, baby. Let's see it. Fast, terrified. Yeah, buddy. And Scuba being way behind it. Winthrop having a 4v2 stack for this retake that we're already going to walk into. Redux, you are giving yourself away way too hard right now, Big Dog. And he still finds 3. Why? How? Who? Confirmation of where the push is exactly headed. Tough
You only have an
outlaw.
outlaw.
Yeah. It's tough to manage on your own, which is why Blair is going to be here early. And as always, he is just legendary on this map. That's 3 down for this Teo. Redux tries to slide back in. It's Nasi to intercept. And Winthrop, that's a gatekeeper pop.
Very similar.